Today we're gonna focus on some new translations, overlooked details, and some newly discovered info about Gen 2's final build. Originally, Pokemon Gold and Silver were very different games that essentially followed the vision of Satoshi Tajiri, the series creator and director of Gen 1. To understand how drastic the change was, here's an excerpt from a Japanese magazine we had translated where the programmer Tetsuya Watanabe says, "That version's a completely different game from what made it to store shelves. Everything got remade after that. The first world map was very grand in scale and based on the entirety of Japan. However, this meant we couldn't spare much cartridge space for each individual town, nor put much distance between them, so it all felt much more compact than the Kanto games. Development was a bit of a struggle, and things weren't going too well. Game Freak also felt tremendous pressure to up their game after Gen 1 unexpectedly became the best-selling games of all time. They didn't want to disappoint their millions and millions of fans, so Tajiri stepped aside and let Junichi Masuda take his place and recreate Gold and Silver according to his own vision. The original Tajiri build of Gold and Silver is best known for appearing in the leaked Space World 1997 demos. It had a unique Johto dex that ended up getting almost entirely scrapped, and all of Japan squeezed inside. In another Japanese magazine, Masuda explains his complete transformation of Gen 2, saying, "I took over direction of Gold and Silver from Tajiri, then went to Kyoto to create my vision for the Johto region. I remember staying at a hotel visiting temples to gather information, then going back to the hotel and calling everyone, and we'd work out what to put on the map. For example, when I went to the pagoda at Toji Temple, the East Temple, I heard that a long time ago there used to be a West Temple as well. I thought, I want to use that, so I added the burned tower. Once I got back home to Tokyo, I had a good idea of what Johto would look like." In the Tajiri version, places had names like Mount Fuji, Silent Hill, and Old City. Some were probably placeholders, but regardless, in Masuda's version they went back to naming places after colors, like what they did in Gen 1. Goldenrod, Ecruteak City, and Mahogany Town, for example. In one of these magazines, they say they intentionally chose unusual and old-fashioned words for colors, so when fans got older, eventually they'd come across those colors as adults and think, that's the name of that Pokemon town. Like Cyanwood City. Most kids don't know cyan's basically sky blue. Interestingly though, the colors that represent towns aren't the same between Japanese and English. For example, in Japan, Cyanwood City is called Tanba City, which is more of an ocean green, which makes more sense for a seaside city. Azalea Town's Japanese name is Hiwata Town, a dark brown color, which unlike in English matches the town's roofs. New Bark Town's called Wakaba Town, which is light green. Again, the same color as the roofs. And even y'all adults probably still don't know what Ecruteak City is. Ecru's a light brown, but in Japan it's Enju City, which is actually red. As for Johto itself, we actually need to clear up some misinformation. In 64 Dream magazine, the interviewer asks what Johto means, and Masuda says, "Jo can mean castle, so it's like the capital of castles." You may have read on places like Bulbapedia that Johto means castle palace or lattice-shaped palace. It ain't Bulbapedia's fault though. That info originally comes from the official English translation of Junichi Masuda's blog. Masuda had Hiro Nakamura translated for an English audience. Hiro's the guy who came up with most early Pokemon's English names. I'm sure he's a great translator, but he really didn't put much effort into Masuda's blog, which is apparent even for someone who can't speak Japanese. I mean, just look at this. Point is, the official translation is bogus. Johto doesn't mean lattice-shaped palace. That doesn't even make sense. The truth is, according to Masuda in his mother tongue, Johto actually means the capital of castles. That does make sense because Johto is based on Masuda's walks through Kyoto, home to many of Japan's most famous castles. Gold and Silver were originally supposed to launch in 1997, but the complete transformation after Masuda took over meant it got delayed all the way to '99. There was also the matter of debugging, which took 6 months all on its own. When they started debugging, they didn't even know what Pokemon were gonna make it into the final game. According to Watanabe in one of those magazines, about 200 ended up in the trash. We already covered all the Space World 97 demo Pokemon in older videos, so today we're gonna highlight a few who got cut even later in development. We commissioned some Sugimori-style watercolor from Racy Beep as per usual, who did all that Space World art a few years back. The 2020 leak didn't include these Pokemon names, but according to Game Freak, a lot of them never had names to begin with. So let's start with this scrapped Tanuki Pokemon. Western Nintendo fans mostly know Tanukis from Tom Nook in Animal Crossing or Mario's Tanuki suit, but it's actually a real-life animal native to Japan, nicknamed raccoon dogs. This Pokemon's a reference to one Tanuki in particular, the villain of a Japanese folktale called Kachi Kachiyama. It's pretty weird, but to sum it up, a farmer finds a Tanuki in his fields, so he traps it to cook for dinner later. When the farmer leaves for town, the Tanuki begs the farmer's wife to set him free. She takes pity, but once it's free, it kills her, chops her up, and later tricks her husband into eating her flesh in a soup. Anyway, the farmer's got a rabbit friend who swears vengeance, and later when the Tanuki's carrying some firewood on his back, the rabbit sets it ablaze. That's usually the cover on storybook versions of the folktale, and that's what this Pokemon was, the deranged, tortured Tanuki from Kachi Kachiyama. There was also this cute ghost flanked by a couple Hitodama. In Japanese culture, Hitodama are balls of fire that are dead people's souls separated from their bodies. That's why the ghosts' purple fires have little faces. Hitodama literally translates into English as souls of the dead. Conversely, this stork Pokemon with a baby in its beak was based on Western folklore. Exact origins of the myth are disputed, but likely began in medieval Europe, where human couples often married in summer. Also in summer, storks flew away on 9-month migrations, then returned with baby chicks at the same time humans were having their honeymoon babies. Storks also stay faithful to one mate for their entire lives, and they're friendly towards humans, so they make for good role models in traditional societies. More importantly though, most parents don't want to tell their kids where babies really come from. And that's how folklore that storks delivered babies was born, with this Pokemon being a Poke adaptation of that medieval myth. This next one was a middle stage between Natu and Xatu. The sprite leak was black and white, but Natu and Xatu were brown in Tajiri's Gen 2, so their middle evolution was probably brown as well. After Masuda took over, the birds were changed to green, so if it hadn't got cut, the mid-stage presumably would have ended up green too. We'll do a few more rapid fire, like this flying squirrel with a sheathed sword and a ninja motif, but the flying squirrel that ultimately made it into Gen 2 was Sentret instead. There was also this foxtail Pokemon who may have wound up getting turned into Furret. This little dinosaur got cut, but a similar design made it into Gen 4 as Cranidos. Likewise, this Cyclops Scorpion looks a lot like Gen 4's Skorupi, and this koala Pokemon appears it was sorta recycled to make Kamala from Gen 7. There was also a boar with antlers, a long-tongued frog, this rabbity Pikachu-y thing, and maybe the strangest of them all, this monstrous skeleton Pokemon. We're gonna debunk a couple big Gen 2 rumors here in a minute, but since we're already in rapid fire mode, first we want to toss out some random trivia we found in these magazines, like that gold and silver were simplified for art director Ken Sugimori's dad. Sugimori let his pops play some Gen 1, but he couldn't even figure out how to leave the first house. So Sugimori had them simplify Gen 2 for folks like his old man, like making the UI dummy-proof and having the select button bring out your bike. See haters, Pokemon's not a kid's game. It's for really old people too. Sugimori also made a Pokemon based on his childhood pet bird, who surprised him one time by standing on one foot. If you haven't figured it out yet, it was Hoot Hoot. Sugimori said it was his favorite Johto Pokemon. He also wanted to simplify all the Pokemon sprites from 4 colors down to 2, but the other devs called it an impossible request. Here's what Pikachu and Lugia might have looked like in that style, compared to how they ended up looking in the release version. Seemingly, Sugimori wanted them that way not to save space, but for minimalistic design sensibilities. They don't look great, but maybe they would have looked better on a tiny Game Boy with no backlight, in Sugimori's opinion. The devs also say adding Kanto was an impulsive decision early in development. Someone just said it'd be cool, so they went and did it. It was already in that early Tajiri version, but all squeezed into the size of a single city. One of these magazines also shows Koji Nishino's business card. Snorlax is based on Nishino, so he proudly displays the Pokemon on his card. Actually, all the devs have Pokemon on their cards. They've changed over the years, but at one point Tajiri had Ho-Oh, Sugimori had Venusaur, and Masuda had Psyduck, though he later changed it to Pikachu and Pichu. Okay, now we're gonna debunk a couple long-running popular rumors about Gen 2, starting with the oft-repeated claim that Gold and Silver were originally planned to be the last Pokemon games ever made. Here's a 2010 Destructoid article titled, "Pokemon Gold and Silver were meant to be the series finale." In 2019, The Gamer said, "Gold and Silver were once planned to be the final games in the series." The same thing from Screen Rant in 2022. Not just gaming outlets, a lot of fans believe it too. Here's a Reddit thread called "Today I Learned Gold and Silver were supposed to be the final games in the series, effectively ending the Pokemon franchise for good." Almost 2,000 upvotes. GameFAQ threads, NeoSeeker, it's all over the internet. We could go on, but you get the point. It's been a persistent rumor for over a decade. But it just ain't true. In a July 2000 issue of Nintendo Online magazine we translated, originally published before Gold and Silver had even released outside Japan, series creator Satoshi Tajiri and now president of the Pokemon Company explained Gen 2's development. The interview asks if Gold and Silver is the end of the story. Tajiri says flat out, no, it's not the end. So, how'd the rumor even start? As the basis for their claims, those aforementioned news articles cite a 2010 interview where Ishihara said, "I worked with the assumption that after we put out Gold and Silver, my work as far as Pokemon was concerned would be done. I didn't intend to make any more Pokemon titles." But he's just saying he was done, not the franchise. Throughout that same interview, Ishihara goes on to say, "For me, Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Silver represent the finish line. I didn't intend to make any more Pokemon titles. It would be time for me to do something else." Every Pokemon game up to that point was made by 10 or 20 developers and sold in the tens of millions. They were ridiculously profitable. A lot of development was literally done out of a house. They didn't even have to pay for office space. Game Freak would have been swimming in cash even if they were only selling 1 million. Ishihara wasn't a developer. He did do some consultation on the games, but first and foremost, he was the guy who sold merchandise and licensing deals. He was worried Pokemon fever was cooling off. So if sales really did drop significantly, there wouldn't have been boatloads of merch and licensing anymore. So he was considering moving on and taking his business skills elsewhere, but ultimately decided, quote, "I couldn't very well get off the ride halfway through." Pokemon was a monster IP in every sense of the word, and Gold and Silver were never gonna be the end of it. Of all the parallel universes out there, not even one of them would have seen Game Freak go back to making games like Quinty and Pulseman. The other rumor we want to debunk, and we say this with nothing but love for Satoru Iwata, was that he wrote a compression algorithm that increased the storage space in Gold and Silver. Some versions of the rumor even say Kanto couldn't have been squeezed in without him. TechRadar, Kotaku, and lots of websites published articles saying Iwata crammed a whole country into Gen 2. Heck, even we said it in an old video. Whoops. But most folks could be forgiven for thinking the rumor was true, because an old Game Freak interview and even some in-game dialogue in Ultra Sun and Moon seemed to confirm it, where Morimoto's in-game character says, "When we were told halfway through development to make Kanto 2, I thought I might just expire on the spot. When we were having trouble fitting all the data in for Gold and Silver, and we were really in a pinch, this amazing guy came along and made a program for us that solved all our problems." He went on to become the amazing president of a real big company soon after that too. To get to the truth, you can't just look at interviews on the record. You've actually got to dig through Gen 2's data. Doing so reveals that Iwata did write an algorithm for Gold and Silver, but it actually decreased the amount of storage space by a few percentage points. In other words, Kanto made it into Gen 2 in spite of his algorithm. They could have added even more real estate if they stuck with Gen 1's algorithm. So, why didn't they? Well, Iwata's algorithm wasn't built for size, it was built for speed. Right now on the left, you're seeing the compression algorithm from the 97 Tajiri version of Gold, which used the same compression algorithm Gen 1 used. On the right, you're seeing Masuda's final release version, using Iwata's algorithm. Iwata's compression saves a fraction of a second at the start of a battle, another fraction when the Pokemon come out, and lots of other places. Basically, it all comes down to faster load times. We don't want to bog you down in too much technical jargon, but his Gen 2 algorithm was a tweaked version of the 1989 algorithm used in Earthbound and other HAL Labs games. The company Iwata was programmer, then president of, before he became president of Nintendo. In the code, Iwata himself calls it a high-speed algorithm. The real reason Game Freak was able to squeeze in Kanto was because they upgraded to 1 MB Game Boy cartridges for Gen 2, while the earlier games only had half a megabyte. In other words, they doubled the cartridge size. A big thanks to Lord Danimal and Team Space World founder San Kui for showing us this code. We wouldn't have even thought to go digging without him. They showed us about 5 years ago, but it felt inappropriate to share so soon after Iwata's tragic passing. Now enough time's gone by, we hope it doesn't feel disrespectful. He may not have given us a whole extra region in Gen 2, but he did save us from annoyingly long load times, so for that, Iwata-san, we thank you. At the end of one of those Japanese magazine interviews, they asked Game Freak that now Gold and Silver's finished if they felt like they'd completed the games they wanted to make. They all said in unison, "Not even close." Masuda continued, saying, "To us, they don't feel fully complete. They'd pushed the Game Boy Color to its limits, but there's still so much more they wanted to do." In another translated interview, Tajiri said, "I'm thinking the best Pokemon game will be released sooner rather than later, but whether or not it'll be the best Pokemon game is something I can't achieve on my own. From here on out, kids who grew up playing may grow up to be game developers, right? And if those kids have the same vision as us, then I definitely think it's possible to expand the world of Pokemon by working together with them." Tajiri's prediction came true. The day Gold and Silver released in Japan, a young man was in line at the store at 7 a.m. waiting to buy them. 10 years later, he was the art director on the remakes Heart Gold and Soul Silver. His name? Takao Uno. We did it. We got our hands on a lost Pokemon game, and we're leaking it in today's video. Not only are you going to see it in action, we're also going to show how you can play it for yourself. Maybe leak is the wrong word. We actually got it legit from one of the developers, so technically it's more like we're dumping it, along with all the raw files and concept art. But first, we're going to cover the full history of every cancelled game in the series. Pokemon Pink, Pokemon Picross, Pinball DS, enhanced editions of Fire Red and Leaf Green, and a couple more. We'll cover them all in chronological order, except the one we're dumping, because we want to save the best for last. A couple quick caveats before we get started though. First, not all these games were technically cancelled. Every game had unique circumstances, but cancelled is a close enough blanket term we're using for games that never made it to store shelves. Some were more like failed pitches at Nintendo, while others were 100% finished but got locked away in a vault. Also, we're not going to cover Meowth's Party or Pikachu DS because they were just tech demos created to show off the capabilities of the GameCube and DS, and were never meant to become full games. We're not covering Pocket Monsters 64 either, since its supposed existence seems to be based on decades-old misunderstandings from fans who thought a full Pokemon RPG was in the works for N64, but in reality that game was just Pokemon Stadium. Okay, with all that said and the intro out of the way, let's start off by dissecting Pokemon Pink, which it appears Game Freak planned to release alongside Pokemon Yellow in 1998. In other words, Pokemon Pink and Yellow would have been paired releases, just like Red and Green. Fans had no idea about Pink until April 2020, when source code for Blue and Yellow leaked on 4chan. There were all kinds of interesting finds in the code, like unused Pokemon sprites, and audio files showing pretty much every Pokemon was intended to say its name. All those voices got cut, probably because they were cursed, so in the final game, the only Pokemon who talks is Pikachu. The source code also contained a couple references to a non-existent Pokemon game, like a header for quote, Pocket Monsters Pink and Yellow. Notice how Pink comes first. There's another line that mentions Pink and Yellow packages. For comparison, here's what the equivalent code looks like in earlier games. Basically identical, except it says Red and Green packages. To explain packages in layman's terms, Red and Green are both built from the same source code, but which package identifier gets ticked determines which game you can play on a Game Boy cartridge. If the Red package is ticked, the game boots up as Pokemon Red. So all signs point to Pink and Yellow being another paired release, and in that regard, you could say Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee are their spiritual successors. We talked to the cutting room floor admin Huguette Hikari to explain technical details, and she said they experimented with changing the package from yellow to pink to see if it'd magically unlock a lost Pokemon game. Unfortunately, and unsurprisingly, it didn't work, but it was worth a shot. We can't say for certain, but it appears Pokemon Pink was likely scrapped very early in development, since these two lines of code are the only evidence of its existence. The Pokemon companies only mentioned Pokemon Pink in one interview, and we'll get to that in a minute, but without more info from them or Game Freak, it's impossible to say how Pink would have been different from Yellow. Presumably, the game and a lot of the sprites would have had a pink palette. Some fans believe Jigglypuff would have appeared on the game's box art, considering its prominent role in the anime, and that Pikachu and Jigglypuff were the only two Pokemon fighters in the original Super Smash Bros. Like maybe those two were chosen for Smash because at the time they were set to star in 2 upcoming Pokemon games. But the most popular theory is that Clefairy would have been the star, because the Japanese version of the Game Boy camera had this frame of Pikachu and Clefairy together, which got removed from later international releases, but more importantly because the 1996 Pocket Monster manga that predates the anime starred Clefairy and Trainer Red. Some fans speculate that while Pokemon Yellow uses elements from the anime, like a Pikachu partner, Team Rocket, Nurse Joy, or Officer Jenny, Pokemon Pink would have been more like the manga, and also maybe cater more to female fans, which was an explicit priority for the franchise at the time. After the leak dropped on 4chan, 4chaners started making a Pokemon Pink ROM hack to bring that vision to life with a female player character, but ultimately it was never finished. The Pokemon Company never addressed the leak. We did, however, find one instance where the words Pokemon Pink crossed the lips of company president Tsunekazu Ishihara. In a Japanese interview from 2000 we had translated, Ishihara and series creator Satoshi Tajiri explained Gen 1 and 2's development. We'll make the full translation publicly available, linked below if you want to read it. Regarding Pink though, he says, quote, "We made red and green, then after that we made blue. Later we made yellow, and it might have been nice if the next games were called pink or purple, but if we did that, all we'd be doing is perpetually making extensions of the originals." In context, he's explaining why the next games were called Gold and Silver, so they could keep using colors while also signaling to customers that Gen 2 is more impressive than Gen 1. But Ishihara's sentiment that pink or purple might have just been perpetually making extensions of the originals might also apply to why Pink got cancelled, because there were already 4 versions of Gen 1, and a 5th version would have been overkill. Not just for the fans, but also for Game Freak. They needed to devote more resources to making Gen 2, which ended up releasing 2 years behind schedule, even without getting slowed down making Pink. Maybe we're reading too much into that quote, but regardless, that was indeed the situation. The most pessimistic view was voiced by Huguette Hikari, who said it's possible Pink was never anything at all, not even an idea. A lot of source code was copy-pasted to make yellow, so maybe Game Freak's programmers just deleted the words red and green and replaced them with pink and yellow without much thought. If that's really all that happened, Pokemon fans have spent the last few years theorizing about nothing. And somewhere out there, Ishihara's laughing his ass off at our expense. Hopefully not though, and someday he'll reveal a big binder about Pink on Japanese TV, like he did a few years back with all those Kapumon sprites. Next up is a game we can say with 100% certainty did exist because the full game leaked online 2 decades after it was cancelled. Playable from start to finish, even the credits. Pokemon Picross was a Game Boy Color puzzler first announced in Japanese magazines in 1999, which showed off screenshots and some original artwork. The game was developed by Jupiter Corporation, the same guys who made the Pokemon Pinball spin-offs, or at least the 2 pinball games that didn't get cancelled. More on that later. Jupiter created the Picross series a few years earlier, and it sold well enough that they released about 40 more Picross games up to the present day. They've crossed over with Mario and Zelda, and briefly with Pokemon in Picross NP Volume 1, a Super Famicom game only available via the Japanese Nintendo Power Service. But there was also a full Pokemon game that slipped through the cracks. Picross's gameplay is kinda hard to explain and we don't want to bore you, so simply put, it's kinda like Minesweeper, or Sudoku with less math. If you're interested in learning, Pokemon Picross comes with a tutorial taught by Professor Oak, and after the leak, the community took it upon themselves to release an English fan translation. The game's got an original 23-piece soundtrack. That's what you're hearing now. In addition to Oak, it's got Pikachu, Misty, Team Rocket, locations all around Kanto, and lots of anime references. You can also get Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle as partner Pokemon, which change the border colors to green, red, and blue. Interestingly, you can also get Clefairy and Jigglypuff as partner Pokemon, which changes the border to pink or purple. Pink or purple? Anyway, it's a good little puzzle game and pretty addictive. In 2015, Jupiter released a different Pokemon Picross game for 3DS that got pretty good review scores. Unfortunately, it was digital only, so nowadays it's impossible to download on your 3DS, since Nintendo shut down the eShop in 2023. You can catch both games online though, if you're up for sailing the high seas. Not that we condone piracy, of course. And now for something completely different. A pitch within Nintendo to develop upgraded Chinese editions of Fire Red and Leaf Green. We don't want to get lost in the weeds with the entire history of Nintendo in China, but long story short, in 2000 the Chinese government instituted a ban on consoles entering China because they thought addictive video games were melting the brains of Chinese youth. A couple years later, Nintendo managed to sidestep some of those laws by partnering with a Chinese national to found a new company called iQue. iQue went on to produce Chinese versions of Nintendo consoles, including the Game Boy Advance, and localized some of their games for the Chinese market. In 2020, iQue was hacked and a lot of their records leaked online. Among all those documents was a PowerPoint presentation that IQ presented to Nintendo executives in 2004, outlining their plan to develop Chinese versions of Red and Green that would have implemented some remarkable upgrades. For the most part, these still would have been the same exact Fire Red and Leaf Green released around the world, collecting Pokémon, going town to town collecting badges, and so on, but with new features added, mostly focused on internet functionality. For example, the games would identify the player's location and change the in-game weather to match the real-life weather outside. Previous Pokémon games already had a day-night cycle based on real time, but this would have taken it to the next level. Specific Pokémon's locations around Kanto would have changed depending on real-life location as well. Details aren't spelled out in the document, but it sounds like a prototype of Pokémon Go in that respect, with players needing to go here and there to catch them all. Pokémon Centers would also be expanded, with only 30 Pokémon storable offline, but tons more stored online in Pokémon Center PCs, sorta like an early version of Pokémon Home. On the second floor of these expanded Pokémon Centers, fans could battle on the internet, and not just the kind of online battles later introduced in Gen 4, instead gameplay would switch to a computer screen, and you'd use the GBA as a controller. Battles would use Pokémon Coliseum's code, so all Pokémon and environments would be fully 3D. There'd also be online distributions of special Pokémon and items, which wasn't a thing in Pokémon games till the DS era. But instead of Nintendo just giving you special Pokémon, you'd go to completely new parts of Kanto to hunt for them. So kinda like the Sevi Islands for catching Mew and Deoxys that were already special events in Fire Red and Leaf Green. But IQ said new areas would also get added gradually after launch. Needless to say, these enhanced ports would have been far ahead of their time, with features not seen in Pokémon games till years in the future, or in some cases still haven't been seen even today, almost 20 years later. There also would have been some other small tweaks like egg hatching variables, and of course the text would have all been Chinese. So why didn't Chinese Fire Red and Leaf Green get made? The leak doesn't say. But if we had to guess, the Pokémon company didn't want to hand over the keys to their precious IP. We wanted to know for sure though. We didn't want to just guess. One of the guys who makes up Did You Know Gaming lives in China, so he went looking for former IQ developers to find the story. He couldn't nail down a concrete answer on this project specifically, and the devs didn't want their names on record, but they did share a story that shed light on how relations broke down between China and the Pokémon Company around that time. Long story short, Nintendo President Iwata, Pokémon Company President Ishihara, and some other execs flew out to IQ's headquarters. The execs ultimately decided too many Chinese people were pirating Nintendo games, so it just wasn't worth investing in the Chinese market anymore. IQ only released a few more Nintendo games after that. Then lots more that were previously planned ended up being canned, including a fully finished localization of Ruby and Sapphire. It's a shame those upgraded versions of Fire Red and Leaf Green never got made, but most of us can't speak Mandarin anyway, and even less have access to Chinese servers, so you probably couldn't have played them anyway. Pokémon Pinball for Game Boy was one of the earliest and most beloved spin-offs in the franchise, and its GBA sequel got review scores on par with the mainline series. But after that, the series just kinda died off. Unknown to the public though, a playable demo for a third entry on Nintendo DS was developed in secret. The Pokémon Company said they were the best graphics they'd ever seen outside Japan, but sadly, the game was never finished. Fans first became aware of the project thanks to a leak in 2021, which included a spreadsheet saying Pokémon Pinball DS was planned to release around the same time as Diamond and Pearl, and that it was being developed by Fuse Games, the same team who made Mario Pinball Land and Metroid Prime Pinball. No other information was available, so we searched out the devs to learn more about it. Fuse shut down almost 15 years ago, but we managed to get in contact with their artist Matthew Nightingale, one of 9 guys who worked on Pokémon Pinball DS. He told us it would have been more of an adventure game, similar to their take on Metroid. He believed it was the quality of their Metroid adaptation that led Nintendo and the Pokémon Company to come visit Fuse's office in England and fund the development of a playable demo with 3 stages. To help you visualize Matthew's description of the game, we commissioned artwork for all 3 stages. The first stage was Sinnoh's countryside. The time spent playing on this table represented the amount of time it took to travel from one city to the next. Pokémon appear on the table as you travel down the route, like Diglett bumpers or Pikachu up a tree. You hit Pokémon with the Pokéball to stun it, then tap it with your finger to catch it. If you didn't click quick enough, it runs away. After enough time's gone by, the city gates open and you shoot the pinball inside to progress to the next table, the city stage. Catching Pokémon's simpler and faster than the older games, so by the time you're through the countryside and the city, you've collected enough Pokémon to form a team. Then it's time to progress to the demo's final table, where you fight a gym leader. Out of all the Pokemon you've caught, you need to decide which ones to take into battle, ideally with type advantages like water versus fire. The gym stage is double-ended. On one end, you have your flippers with a Pokemon between them, and on the other end is the gym leader's Pokemon. You power up your attacks by hitting the ball to certain parts of the table. Then once you've charged up enough power, you fire your ball into a hole to make your Pokemon attack. The table only has one ball, so if you lose control of it, the gym leader can get a hold of it to charge his own attacks. Pokemon Pinball DS also would have had Wi-Fi multiplayer battles that played out just like gym battles. Matthew says the game also would have had an evolution mechanic, and probably would have come bundled with a Rumble pack you plugged into the GBA slot. Nintendo and the Pokemon Company were really impressed with the demo, but for some reason they never greenlit the project for full production, so nothing got made beyond the playable demo. Matthew wasn't invited to that high-level meeting, but he suspects it came down to contract disputes. Pokemon pinball games didn't exactly print money like the core series does, so there wouldn't have been as much to go around for all parties involved. Fuse ended up going bankrupt in 2009, partly because Pokemon Pinball didn't go to market. No one else from Fuse, including the former owners, were willing to share more details with us. As for where that demo is now, well, it's probably out there somewhere. We asked Matthew if it was lost to time after Fuse went out of business, but he said no. Nintendo paid for its development, so they must still have it in their possession. Leaks of early Pokemon prototypes are becoming more common these days, so who knows? Maybe someday it'll find its way online and we'll all get to play it. Next up is Pokemon Gray, the game fans were expecting after Black and White, but were surprised when they got Black 2 and White 2 instead. It was long dismissed as baseless fan expectations, but we did a half-hour expose on Gray last year with evidence to the contrary. You can go watch last year's longer video if you want, but we'll summarize the highlights here and add some new info. In a 2012 issue of Nintendo Dream we had translated, series director Junichi Masuda said, "During Black and White's development, we were thinking about making another version, and weren't thinking about making a direct sequel or making two different versions. Honestly, while we were making Black and White, we weren't thinking about making a 2 at all. But we already had a general idea that Kyurem would play an important role alongside Zekrom and Reshiram. We went digging for old filings, and here's receipts showing that a couple months after releasing Platinum, they registered URLs for Pokemon Black, White, and Gray, and also registered trademarks for all 3 colors, along with a few others, like Scarlet and Crimson. The site PokemonGray.com actually existed at one point, though just as a placeholder. There's also a few traces of Gray hiding in Black and White's internal data. Those games feature 2 key items called Dragon Stones, the Dark Stone, which is Zekrom in its dormant state, and the Light Stone for Reshiram. The data also contains a 3rd key item called the God Stone, which was gray in color and presumably once meant for Kyurem, but it ended up going unused. Black and White's internal data also contains a table that reveals how many forms every Pokemon has, and how many Game Freak was planning they will have in the future. Interestingly, the table suggests Game Freak didn't know how many forms Kyurem was going to have in the next game. This lines up with another quote from Masuda, where he says they knew from the beginning Kyurem would fuse with other Pokemon in the next game, but didn't necessarily know he'd fuse with Zekrom and Reshiram specifically. At the time they were making Black and White, they were open to the idea of Kyurem fusing with other Pokemon as well. The 3DS came out a few months after Black and White, so fans expected Gray was going to launch on Nintendo's new handheld and not the old, basically retired DS. But in a Famitsu magazine we translated, Masuda says that was never going to happen. At the time, there were 150 million DSs in the hands of consumers, but not even 20 million 3DSs. Game Freak could sell exponentially more copies on older hardware because of the larger install base, and they could make even more money releasing 2 games instead of 1. So they went to Pokemon Company President Ishihara to see if he agreed. Recounting that meeting, Masuda said, "Every time we finish a game's development, we're left with a feeling that there are still things left unfinished. As development on Black and White was wrapping up, we were just starting to come up with lots of fun new ways to make the 2 versions more distinct. There was no way we could implement them in time for Black and White's release, so we gave up on including them, even though we'd really wanted to. So at that point, we decided to make 2 versions of the next game, but we hadn't decided they'd be sequels yet. When we talked to Ishihara, he said, "If it's going to be on DS instead of 3DS, I want some kind of new innovation added to it." It was then we came up with the idea of numbering for the first time in the series. So with a plot set 2 years after Black and White, and a development time of 2 years, we felt like we wanted to add the number 2 into the titles as well. That meeting was pretty much the nail in the coffin for Pokemon Gray, and by our math, releasing 2 games instead of 1 made them about $100 million more in revenue. As far as how Gray might have been different from Black 2 and White 2, besides packing everything into a single title, the sequel's director Takao No clued us in on Famitsu. He said his plan to make them different from a typical third version came down to 3 core pillars: new protagonists, new towns, and a new adventure taking place 2 years in the future. In other words, Gray probably would have starred Hilbert and Hilda, had the same towns, and taken place the same year as the originals. So basically a Gen 5 version of Pokemon Platinum. There also wouldn't have been a continuation of N's story. Masuda says they originally wanted to leave N's whereabouts a mystery at the end, just flying away on his dragon to who knows where. But fans loved the character so much they felt they had no choice but to bring him back in the sequels. So for Black 2 and White 2, they had him return to save Kyurem from Ghetsis, help you obtain the legendary dragons, then just kinda retire to his castle. But initially, the plan was to never see him again after he flies away, and leave his destiny up to fan imagination. But actually, N superfans might be interested to hear we might not have seen the last of him just yet. When Black 2 and White 2 was released, Masuda was asked if fans might eventually see one more pair of sequels with Black 3 and White 3. He said, "If in the future we feel that we want to continue, perhaps we'll have a continuation. But we're really satisfied with how Black 2 and White 2 have turned out, so perhaps not." That interview was more than 10 years ago, so maybe Game Freak's come around since then. Who knows? Maybe that's what we'll get instead of Gen 5 remakes. And now for Pokemon Z. We found out Game Freak's official explanation in a 2016 Spanish magazine where the interviewer asks why Z never happened. Masuda says, "We never really planned to make a third version. We always want to do things that surprise our fans. For example, after Black and White, people thought Pokemon Gray was going to come next, but instead we made Black and White 2. People thought Pokemon Z would come after X and Y, but taking advantage of the fact it's the 20th anniversary, we decided to deliver another surprise with Sun and Moon." In other words, instead of Z, they released a brand new generation to celebrate Pokemon's birthday in 2016. But to us, that sounds like corporate deflection, because what he said isn't actually consistent with series history. In all 3 previous generations, a paired release was followed up with a return to the same region about 2 years later. X and Y came out in 2013, so Z should have launched in 2015, not 16. In fact, 2015 was conspicuously the only year in almost a decade that didn't get a new mainline entry. And it's not just Game Freak's release schedule that suggests something's missing. There's also data hidden in their own games. We broke this down in exhaustive detail in that half-hour expose last year, so for this video, we'll give you the short version. In a combination of data mining X and Y's internal data and a leak of Sun and Moon's source code, it was revealed inside those games was a list of every Pokemon game, including some that wouldn't come out till years later. The purpose of those lists was to facilitate games connecting to each other, like trading and battling. Sun and Moon's code showed placeholder data for virtual console versions of Gold, Silver, and Crystal, which hadn't been announced yet, as well as 2 games called Alola Reserve, which eventually became Ultra Sun and Moon. Similarly, there were 2 entries called Kalos Reserve, positioned as if they were going to release in 2015. All 7 games in the data eventually did come out, except the 2 Kalos games. So actually, Game Freak's programmers weren't just reserving space for Pokemon Z, they were making room for 2 games. 2 games make more money than 1 after all. Surely there wouldn't have been 2 Pokemon Zs, maybe X2 and Y2, or XZ and YZ with the Zs stylized to look like 2s. There's no evidence for what they would have been called though, so for the sake of simplicity, we'll just refer to them collectively as Pokemon Z for the rest of this video. The anime shines even more light on that Z-shaped hole in 2015. Historically, new seasons sync up with new game releases. The first episode of the Black and White anime aired the same week as Black and White the games. Black and White anime Season 2 broadcast the same week as Black 2 and White 2. The XY anime and games also released the same week. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire launched with the episode where pretty much all the new Mega Evolutions made their anime debuts. And finally, the XYZ anime aired its first episode in October 2015. Which is when Zygarde's 10% and 50% forms made their first appearance, along with Zygarde cores and Zygarde cells. The anime's all planned out long in advance, so it appears Pokemon Z was originally scheduled to launch alongside the XYZ anime in 2015. Zygarde only played a small role in X and Y, just waiting in a post-game cave with no story connected to it. Basically the same role Kyurem had in Black and White, which got more fleshed out in the sequels. Fans expected a similarly expanded role for Zygarde in Z. NX version's Pokédex seemed to hint in that direction when it said, quote, "When the Kalos region's ecosystem falls into disarray, Zygarde appears and reveals its secret power." But that never happened, so 2 new Zygarde forms, cores, and cells found their way into Sun and Moon instead. There's also some unused content in X and Y's internal data that suggests Game Freak was planning more for Kalos, at least at the time those games were in development, like AZ's Floette, which has unique stats, a signature attack called Light of Ruin, and even its own cry in X and Y's internal data, none of which ever got used. X and Y's data also has 2 moves for Zygarde, 1,000 Arrows and 1,000 Waves, that didn't get used either. A similar thing happened in Gen 5 when Freeze Burn and Ice Shock were found in Black and White's internal data, but didn't get added as Kyurem's signature attacks until Black 2 and White 2. That the same thing happened twice suggests Game Freak may have originally intended 1,000 Arrows and 1,000 Waves for Pokemon Z. Z never came out though, so those attacks got introduced in Sun and Moon instead. All that evidence strongly suggests Game Freak intended to make Z while they were developing X and Y. So, why didn't they? We spent about 5 minutes getting overly thorough in last year's video, so this time we'll just give you the short version. Simply put, it's got a lot to do with the Gear project. Basically, it's a Game Freak company initiative that aimed to make a new franchise that could become even more popular than Pokemon. According to one of Game Freak's directors, Masayuki Onoe, there are 2 different production teams here, simply named Production Team 1 and Production Team 2. Team 1 is fully dedicated to Gear project, while Team 2 is for the Pokemon operation. What that means is that Game Freak as a company is prioritizing Gear Project, which is production team number 1, more than Pokemon in general. We're always trying to create something that is equally exciting or more exciting than Pokemon. In other words, for a good chunk of the 2010s, they were devoting lots of resources to making non-Pokemon games, like the rhythm platformer Harmonite, quirky horse racer Pocket Card Jockey, side-scroller Tembo the Badass Elephant, and puzzle platformer Giga Wrecker. The Gear project was at its most active in the Gen 6 era, when those same devs could have been making Pokemon Z. Some of Game Freak's top talent worked on Gear project games, like the directors of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, and Ultra Sun and Moon. The teams who made Gear games were small, but Z could have been made with a small team as well, and pretty quickly. Aurus, for example, was developed in just a year. In another Nintendo Dream we translated, Masuda says Heart Gold and Soul Silver were made with just 12 developers, and Black 2 and White 2 had a similarly small team. Pokemon games grew their staff by 50% when they switched from 2D to 3D, so back of the napkin math, Z could have gotten made by 20 devs, 30 on the high end. Game Freak staff have said in quite a few interviews that they're kinda tired of just making Pokemon year after year, and frankly, we can't blame them. They needed to recharge their batteries, learn some new skills, and work on something different for a change. Regrettably, their hopes of producing something more exciting than Pokemon didn't pan out. Gear Project games got decent reviews, but hardly anyone bought them. Talking to Famitsu, Masuda said, "Only 1 out of 50 Pokemon fans have played them. I've tried to tell our fans please try this one out, but the message didn't sink in." By all appearances, when Game Freak was making X and Y, they figured Z'd come next, but when the time came, they were too thin and stretched with the Gear project. To be fair to Game Freak though, prioritizing failed games over Pokemon probably wasn't the only reason we never got Z. There's likely some off-the-record factors we couldn't dig up, like personal interests or office politics. Unfortunately, they don't seem interested in sharing that story with the public. You might be wondering how much of Z actually got made. Well, based on our findings, it doesn't appear Z was ever in active development. We got help from data miners to look through Gen 7's source code, but couldn't find evidence any code got copy-pasted from Z. Possibly some ideas got recycled, some Zygarde stuff, but not much actual work. Aside from sparse data and leftovers, and inferences based on series history and the XYZ anime, it's doubtful we'll ever know what Z might have become. Maybe Game Freak didn't know either. Probably over-optimistic wishful thinking on our part, but hopefully someday they'll figure it out, and make it an episode in the eventual Gen 6 remakes. With Generations 5 and 6 out of the way, now let's move on to Gen 7. The same day Sun and Moon launched in 2016, Eurogamer reported that an enhanced version of Sun and Moon codenamed Pokemon Stars was coming to Switch the following year. The article's author, deputy editor Tom Phillips, claimed to have several sources for the story, and at least one was saying the Switch edition would add new Pokemon. Fans were excited to hear Alola was coming to an HD console, which presumably meant we'd get to explore Alola in a higher resolution than the 3DS's meager 240p. Some fans even canceled their plans to buy Sun and Moon to wait for Stars instead. Hype continued to build over the next few months, especially when the Pokemon Company announced a new campaign called Look Upon the Stars, which saw the release of an entire line of Stars-themed merch. Series director Junichi Masuda made a tweet starting with the words Pokemon Stars that some fans saw as a teaser for things to come. Anticipation peaked in mid-2017 when Amazon UK started selling pre-orders for Pokemon Stars. It appeared to be just a placeholder, as there was no box art and the release date was January 2030. But that didn't stop Stars from climbing the sales charts and reaching number 87 on Amazon's video game bestsellers list. Official confirmation seemingly arrived when Ultra Sun and Moon were announced, and the Pokemon Company's website said they were coming to Switch at a later date. They quickly deleted the Switch reference and put out a statement saying it was a clerical error, but some fans believe the slip-up was Stars getting revealed earlier than intended. Ultra Sun and Moon were, after all, very similar to how Eurogamer described Pokemon Stars, an expansion of Sun and Moon with some new Pokemon added, launching holiday 2017. The main difference was that there were 2 games instead of 1, and of course the platform they launched on. So to some, a Switch release still seemed likely. One detail that went unreported all these years is that the Pokemon Company fired the team responsible for the website, saying Ultra Sun and Moon were coming to Switch. We couldn't 100% confirm it was because of that mistake, but they got replaced right after it happened. So it certainly appears that's why they were gotten rid of. Another point of note, we talked earlier about how Sun and Moon's source code contained 2 then unreleased games codenamed Alola Reserve. Those eventually became the Ultra games, but they were reserved spots. It's possible Game Freak only would have filled one of those reservations and left the other unused. On the other hand, if Pokemon Stars actually did exist, it's possible it was a code name for 2 Switch games, not necessarily just one. Regardless, eventually it became clear Stars was never coming. 1 year after his original 2016 article, Eurogamer's Tom Phillips returned with a post-mortem titled, "So what happened with Pokemon Stars?" The internet had been ripping him a new one all year, so understandably he felt he owed an explanation. Long story short, he said his sources indicated that Stars' cancellation was primarily a casualty of Nintendo's business strategy. After the failure of the Wii U, Nintendo originally wanted to release their 3 biggest IP for Switch year 1, Zelda, Mario, and Pokemon. But plans changed after the Switch exploded in popularity. And the problem wasn't that Nintendo couldn't sell them, it was that they were selling out of them, and couldn't even make enough to keep up with demand. They didn't need to play their trump card anymore. In fact, it would have only made the Switch shortages worse. So instead, Ultra Sun and Moon and a few other big titles like Metroid Samus Returns were released throughout 2017 to keep the 3DS on life support, as a backup plan in case the Switch couldn't carry the company all on its own. Nintendo's official position at the time was that both consoles would exist side by side, and the Switch wasn't a replacement for 3DS. Eurogamer also said an HD 3DS port selling for $60 could have made the Switch look bad in its first year, which was another factor in Stars being canned. Understandably, some folks were pessimistic about Eurogamer's reporting, with some even accusing Eurogamer of making it all up for clicks. In the interest of presenting both sides, we should give some time to the rumor's most prominent critic, Cerebi webmaster Joe Merrick. He publicly accused Eurogamer of spreading BS and fake rumors, and argued with Tom Phillips in his article's comments section. Now, with almost 5 years as hindsight, we talked to Joe and asked what he makes of the rumor. He told us he thought Sun and Moon might have been ported to Switch purely for the sake of testing, and was never meant to become an actual product for sale. Maybe someone at Nintendo saw it running on Switch in HD, got the wrong idea, and leaked it to Eurogamer. Or maybe, Joe says, Tom's source just made it all up. When we talked to Tom, he emphatically denied both possibilities, saying Eurogamer doesn't run stories based on a single source, and the typical requirement is 3 sources at minimum. He wouldn't reveal who his sources were, of course, but he did say they were in professional positions where mistaking a test port for a real game was next to impossible. To be fair to Tom, we should point out that he's got a pretty good track record. He was the first to report on the Switch's design and internal hardware specs, almost 3 months before they were officially revealed by Nintendo. He was also the first to report on the Super NES Classic, Diablo 3 on Switch, and quite a few other games long before they were officially announced. Not everything he's written about made their way onto store shelves, like an English localization of Mother 3, but suffice it to say there's a lot of clout chasers in the gaming industry with fake insider information. But Tom isn't one of them. He told us he stands by his post-mortem article and, for the record, reiterated that the Pokemon Company did originally plan to release the Stars project on Switch in holiday 2017. In an attempt to corroborate Tom's reporting, we reached out to about 50 devs who worked on Gen 7, but they all turned us down or didn't bother responding. Pokemon keeps their people on pretty tight lockdown, unfortunately. There sure was a lot of smoke, but we can't say conclusively if there was ever fire. Whether or not Pokemon stars ever existed remains a mystery even to this day. For this last game, we just want to say right off the bat, it's been designated lost media for years, but we restored it. And as of today, it's been added to the Internet Archive. It ain't lost media anymore, and you can play it right now if you like. We'll talk about that more in a minute, but first let's look at the game itself. Pokemon 2000 Adventure was an officially licensed game that ended up being better than Nintendo expected it to be when they signed the contract, so they shut it down. But by then, 1 million people had already played it. The history on this one is pretty unique. The second Pokemon movie, called Pokemon the Movie 2000, was distributed in America by Warner Bros. Along with the movie, Nintendo fully licensed and gave permission for Warner Bros. To create promotional materials to sell more tickets. Nintendo were probably expecting posters, art, trailers, and maybe cheap web games, like Pikachu-themed tic-tac-toe. But they weren't expecting Warner Bros. To spend millions producing a 3D Pokemon game. But that's exactly what Warner Bros. Did. They contracted a studio called Cyberworld, who previously made virtual shopping malls, a Harry Potter game, and various other three-dimensional experiences. Think of them like Doom. 3D spaces populated with 2D sprites, but running in an internet browser. Pretty impressive back in the 90s. Warner Brothers wanted to use this cutting-edge technology to promote the new Pokemon movie. We talked to Eddie Ruminski, one of Cyberworld's developers.
We launched it and we had about 1 million downloads in the span of a month, which was our most popular game to date. And that's when Nintendo freaked. And they immediately hit us with a cease and desist. They thought Warner Brothers breached the contract. They exceeded the contract's allowable scope, basically. Nintendo didn't expect that promotion to include something that was legitimately a video game.
Back then, the only 3D Pokemon games that existed were Pokemon Snap and Pokemon Stadium. So Nintendo thought fans would see this first-person adventure and think it was a new direction the series was headed in. They considered it a threat and were concerned it would cause brand confusion. Eddie was sort of a junior programmer at the time, but he was the only guy at Cyberworld familiar with Pokemon. The company got a pre-release of Pokemon the Movie 2000, sat Eddie in front of it, and asked, "How the hell do we turn this into a video game?" After they bounced some ideas back and forth with Warner Brothers, here's what they came up with. What you're watching now is one of our playthroughs of Pokemon 2000 Adventure. The music you're hearing is the game's soundtrack. The game begins with Professor Oak telling you there's a disturbance in the Force, and you've got to investigate. Then you pick one of 3 Pokemon teams, and a difficulty: beginner, intermediate, or advanced. Now your adventure begins, exploring 3 islands in any order you want. Your path forward is sometimes blocked by environmental obstacles that require Pokemon's special abilities to get past, like these volcanic lava plumes, for example. On our playthrough, we used Poliwhirl's water gun to extinguish the flames. Then he got experience points and evolved into Poliwrath. Eventually, we found Moltres. It asked us a trivia question about Lavender Town, and after we got it right, Moltres gave us a red ancient sphere. Then, on the next island, we used Lapras to freeze a lake and walk across it, melted an ice barrier with Vulpix, and answered Articuno's trivia question to get another sphere. On the final island, we cleared out some electric barriers and evolved a couple more Pokemon, and got the final sphere from Zapdos. Then, Professor Oak thanked us for saving the world and awarded us a certificate for beating the game. You can also get a final score and gold, silver, or bronze ranking, depending on how well you did. The game's only about 10 minutes, but there's some replayability thanks to having 3 Pokemon teams and 3 difficulty settings to choose from. By the time Nintendo struck down the game, the devs had already got paid, they got to see the movie before it hit theaters, and they got to say they'd worked on a massively successful Pokemon game.
It was the greatest compliment via cease and desist, saying, sorry, what you made was too much like a good video game. At the end of the day, when it was pulled, it was more like, we've already been paid. Like, that was a $2 million deal for that to make that game. Once it was pulled, it was like, we did the work, it was great, it was really popular. We hit the 1 million downloads that we didn't even dream of to begin with. So when it was pulled, we were all happy.
Warner Brothers was happy too. With 1 million downloads, they got more promotion than they were expecting, and Pokémon 2000 went on to become the second highest grossing Japanese movie to ever hit American theaters. So really, everyone was happy except Nintendo. And if you want to play the game yourself, you'll be happy too, because here's directions on how you can play it right now. Eddie's been holding on to the raw files for the past 23 years. Then after he saw our video about restoring Pokemon Garden, he reached out and sent us all the files. One of the Pokemon Garden archivists, Rufus 10, and his friend Doomtay did some computer magic to get it working on the modern internet, which was a lot harder than it sounds. All credit goes to those guys. We were just sort of middlemen in the back and forth. We won't bore you with the technical restoration details, but like we said, it ain't lost media anymore. Go play it if you want. Might want to be quick about it though, just in case Nintendo strikes it down again. For preservation's sake, we also archived the game's concept art, storyboards, soundtrack, and all the raw files. So even if it does get struck down, it'll always survive somewhere on the internet.
Did you know? Hitmonchan is named after Jackie Chan in the English versions of Pokemon, but that isn't the case all around the world. In Japan, Hitmonchan is named after Japanese boxing champion Hiroyuki Ebihara, and in France, he's named after Mike Tyson. In total, there were 6 different language versions of Pokemon's first generation: Japanese, English, French, German, Spanish, and Italian, and they're all different in their own unique ways. Some deviations were pretty minor, like how the TV in Palatown is playing the movie Stand By Me in all 6 versions, except for in France. The game's French translator was a huge anime fan, so he changed the TV's description to an episode of Dragon Ball. But other changes were more significant, like the one that gave birth to Bim, a Pokegod exclusive to the German fandom. For today's episode, we managed to hunt down some of the translators who worked on Pokemon Red and Blue, and they spilled the beans on how it all went down back in the 90s. So I hope you'll forgive any mispronunciations on my part as we explore how the first generation of Pokemon games were changed all around the world. Pokemon first launched in Japan in early 1996 as Pokemon Red and Green. These versions featured the original 151 Pokemon sprites, none of which were ever used internationally. About 9 months later, Red and Green were followed up with Pokemon Blue, a new and improved version with updated graphics and fewer glitches. In Pokemon Blue, all 151 Pokemon were given brand new sprites, and trees, grass, signposts, stumps, and lots more visual details were upgraded as well. And there were other small changes, like new Pokedex entries and a new layout for the Unknown Dungeon. All the international versions were mostly based on Japanese Blue, so the unique details only present in Red and Green, like the original sprites, weird glitches, and old graphics, were never seen outside of Japan. Much to everyone's surprise, Pokemon became a massive success in Japan. Even Game Freak was shocked when it climbed to #1 on Japanese sales charts. The games got so unbelievably popular that Nintendo decided to export the franchise overseas, starting with the largest economy in the world, the United States. Instead of Red and Green, the games would be called Red and Blue. This was a marketing decision, as those are the colors of the American flag and could perhaps boost sales in the region. But there was more to consider beyond just the game's titles. Localizing Pokemon for the American market was a huge investment, and Nintendo viewed it as a gamble that was probably going to end up losing them a lot of money. In 1999, Pokemon Company CEO Ishihara shed some light on the situation. At the time, it was widely believed that American kids would never want to play games with a lot of text, so we thought Pokemon only had about a 10% chance of success outside Japan. The first time we showed off some Pokemon in the US, we were told they were too cute. The staff in America submitted their ideas for replacement designs, but we just couldn't believe the kind of stuff they were proposing. They turned Pikachu into something like a tiger with huge breasts. It looked like a character from the musical Cats. When I asked, how is this supposed to be Pikachu, they said, well look, there's its tail right there. Seriously, that was the kind of stuff being proposed. But fortunately, Game Freak put their foot down and refused to change the Pokemon's designs. If they hadn't, the results could have been disastrous. The Pokemon designs were left intact, but Nintendo did end up changing most of the Pokemon's names. All the big words, the ones in all caps like character and Pokemon names, cities, items, and attacks, were created by Nintendo of America staffer Hiro Nakamura, with some help from Nintendo Treehouse and an assistant. But all the small words, comprising about 99% of the game's text, were all translated by just one man, a Canadian freelancer named Nob Ogasawara. We got a chance to interview Nob for this video, and he explained to us how exactly it all went down. He was working for some gaming magazines as a foreign correspondent in Japan, until one day he was lucky enough to get poached by Nintendo of America to come work freelance as a video game translator. A year later, Nob's bosses invited him into their office to quiz him on his Pokemon knowledge. Fortunately, he was already a big fan of the Japanese games, so he aced their test and they brought him on board. But before we get any deeper into this story, I'd like to point out that translating is an art form, not a science. A translator's skill, personality, and even their hobbies can all affect the way a translation comes out in the end. In a lot of ways, Red and Blue weren't only shaped by Game Freak, they were also shaped by translators like Knob. For example, in the Japanese games, when you reach Viridian City, your progress is blocked by an old man lying on the ground. His granddaughter says you have to wait for him to sober up. Then after you've delivered Oak's parcel, he's back on his feet and says, "Looks like I was pretty drunk. My head hurts." Knob cut out all the booze talk in the English version, instead having the girl say he just hadn't had his morning coffee yet. Likewise, in Japanese, there's a hiker who laughs maniacally because he's stoned on magic mushrooms. But Knob changed this text so the hiker just had a bad case of hay fever. And in Celadon City, there's a house with a Buddhist shrine inside, which Knob changed the description of to make it a Diglett sculpture. To be clear, none of these changes were ordered by Nintendo. Knob changed them all on his own, and he even made some minor changes to series canon. In Japan, there's a scientist in the Selfco building who says there's another Selfco branch along the Pakamanaya Tunguska River in Russia. But in English, the scientist says the other Sylph branch is actually in Tixi, in Russian no man's land, which is located about 1,000 miles distance from the river. Why did Knob change the canonical location of Sylphco's Russian branch? He says it's because Pakamanaya Tunguska River was just too long, and Tixi's much shorter at just 5 letters. But in hindsight, he now says he actually regrets making this revision. Some of Knob's favorite music, movies, and TV shows made their way into Red and Blue as well. A rocket grunt who wants you to join his gang on Nugget Bridge says he's gonna make you an offer you can't refuse, an iconic line from The Godfather. And a hiker in the rock tunnel says, "Hit me with your best shot." Then after you defeat him, he says, "Fire it away." 2 lines from the chorus of Pat Benatar's hit song, "Hit Me With Your Best Shot." Initiating a battle, a Pokemaniac shouts, "Pokemon fight, ready, go," referencing the 90s anime Mobile Fighter G Gundam, where mobile suit battles always begin with the fighters yelling, "Gundam fight, ready, go." But for all the changes Knob did make, there were also some changes he wanted to make, but Nintendo didn't allow. For one, Knob wanted to change Mr. Mime's name, because he anticipated that Pokemon genders would be introduced in future generations, which of course is exactly what happened in Gen 2, awkwardly resulting in lots of female Mr. Mime. In Viridian City, there's a girl who's nicknamed Spiro. In Japanese, it's called Oni-chan. To better fit with American culture, Knob changed Spiro's nickname to Brittany, named after Britney Spears, so it was something like Britney Spiro. However, the higher-ups didn't like this joke one bit and changed Spiro's nickname to Speary and told Knob that any more of these sorts of shenanigans would end in instant termination. There's a lot of Knob in Gen 1, but as a freelancer, it wasn't until Gen 3 that he finally got enough clout to start making the big decisions. Knob's English translation was later used as a base and localized for the German, French, Spanish, and Italian markets. Each language was handled by 1 or 2 translators apiece, all working side by side at Nintendo of Europe HQ in Germany. Of these 7 translators, the most famous and historically significant is Julien Bartikov of France. According to Julien, Nintendo originally wanted to use the Japanese Pokemon names in Europe because they thought it would be too complicated to trademark hundreds of names across different countries. But Julien explained to Nintendo that the Japanese names weren't going to play too well in France. He told them Squirtle's Japanese name Zenigami sounds like the French word for stoner, and Charmander's Japanese name sounds like the French slang word for feces. Nintendo didn't seem to fully trust Julien, but ultimately they gave in, and they let him give all the Pokemon new French names. And thanks to Julien, France may have ended up with the best name localizations of any region, better even than the English games. We interviewed Julien and he told us that he implemented as many legends and fairy tales into Pokemon names as possible. For example, he named the legendary bird trio after the Nordic gods Odin and Thor, as well as Ra, the Egyptian sun god. The French name for Beedrill drew inspiration from the Three Musketeers' D'Artagnan, and he named Gyarados after Leviathan, the Bible's gigantic sea serpent. He named Farfetch'd Canartichoke, which means duck artichoke. This confused a lot of fans because Farfetch'd actually holds a leek, not an artichoke. But Julien says this was actually his idea of a prank, a way to trick fans into thinking that Farfetch'd had an evolved form that wields an artichoke. Knob almost got fired for nicknaming a Spearow after Britney Spears, but Julien had a lot more freedom to make his mark on Kanto. In English versions, there's a Farfetch'd nicknamed Dux, but Julien changed his nickname to Julio, named after himself of course, and he nicknamed a few more Pokemon after some of his best friends. And just like Knob, Julien injected many of his own interests into the games as well. One of Koga's lackeys in the Fuchsia City Gym references a Japanese show that was popular in France at the time, Space Sheriff Gavin. He says, "I want to be a ninja and jump from tree to tree, like on TV, like X-Hog the space pig." And in French, the attack Minimize was renamed Lilliput because in the 18th century book Gulliver's Travels, Gulliver was taken prisoner by a town of tiny people on an island called Lilliput. There are many more details that make the French localization truly unique, probably too many to count. But suffice it to say, Julian had a huge impact on the Pokemon franchise in France. Thanks to Julian, Germany ended up getting unique Pokemon names as well, like how Geodude was renamed Kleinstein after the famous German physicist Albert Einstein. But the name Kleinstein works on another level as well, because in German, Kleinstein means small stone. Most English speakers are familiar with the magic incantation Abracadabra Alakazam, but in Germany, magicians say Abracadabra Simsalabim, so the Germans changed Alakazam's name to Simsala. But the final word of the incantation, Bin, was missing, so German kids were convinced there was a secret fourth evolution called Bin. American playgrounds were rampant with rumors of the so-called Pokegods like Mew3 and Peekaboo, but in Germany, Bin was one of the most sought-after Pokegods of them all. Lance the Dragon Trainer was renamed Siegfried after Germanic mythology's Siegfried the Dragon Slayer, who killed the cursed dragon Fafnir and bathed in his blood. Just like most everything made in Germany, their localization was efficient and accurate, a pretty straightforward German translation of Knob's English translation. It didn't contain too many errors, but also maybe didn't employ as much imagination as the French version. Unlike the other four languages, Italy and Spain didn't get their own unique Pokemon names. They simply reused the English names. We'd always wondered why, so we got in touch with Italian localizer Elena Fogazzaro, who explained that Nintendo already had an organized structure in place for translating French and German, but not for Italian and Spanish. In fact, Elena and her partner Leonardo were the first Italian translators that Nintendo hired for any game, ever. Translating Red and Blue into Italian and Spanish at all was an experiment for Nintendo, an experiment that they didn't think would pay off. But Nintendo's lack of confidence ended up having consequences that echoed into the future. To this day, Italy and Spain still don't have unique Pokemon names. After passing on Gen 1, it would have been weird to start in Gen 2, so recycling English names just became the norm. Every localization has some mistakes, but the Italian and Spanish versions have a particularly bad reputation for containing lots of translation errors. For example, in Spanish, when you hook a Pokemon with a fishing rod, like a Magikarp for example, instead of the game telling you the hook Magikarp attacked, it says El Malvado Magikarp Attacco, which means the evil Magikarp attacked. The attack slam was translated as portazo, which instead of something like a body slam actually means to slam a door. As a result, Spanish kids grew up thinking that fish Pokemon were evil and that Pokemon routinely slammed doors on each other. In Italy, the attack pound was translated as libra, the form of pound used for weight measurements or for describing British currency. Glare was translated as bagliori, which instead of a fierce gaze is the definition of glare that refers to a harsh light reflection, like when sunlight shines on a TV screen. Spanish and Italian fans have long wondered exactly how the translators made so many obvious mistakes. When we asked Elena, she painted a picture of a translation process mired by disorganization and a lack of information, starting from day one. Elena and her partner were actually hired to translate Red and Blue from German into Italian and traveled to Nintendo of Europe headquarters to do just that. But when they arrived, they discovered the games weren't in German, they were actually in English. Luckily, they could speak English as well, so they told Nintendo they could do the translations anyway, despite them essentially being hired for the wrong job. Elena told us, "Everything was very badly organized for translation at that time. We barely had a computer, just one PC for 2 translators after waiting for 2 days. We were given several lists of words to translate without any information, zero context, and with space limitations. The lists were very long, but due to secrecy reasons, nobody told us what they were for. Nobody told us these were attacks or items or stats. Everything was mixed up and really difficult to understand. In other words, they were handed lists of words like slam and pound out of context, and were only given a few weeks to complete the job. So it's really no surprise that the Spanish and Italian versions turned out the way that they did. The European localizations were all based on Knob's English translation, so a lot of the changes Knob made were repeated around the world, including some mistakes. The most famous mistake can be found on Cinnabar Island. In Japanese Red and Green, there's an NPC who trades you an electrode for your Raichu. In Japanese Blue, this was changed to trading your Kadabra for his Graveler, and afterwards he'd say your Kadabra evolved, because of course Kadabra evolves into Alakazam when traded. The English version of Red used the original Raichu electrode trade from Japanese Red, but the devs used the text from Japanese Blue where the NPC says your Kadabra evolved. They swapped out Kadabra's name with Raichu in the dialogue, but failed to realize this resulted in an impossibility, with the NPC now saying, "The Raichu you traded to me went and evolved." 2 decades later, Game Freak revealed that Raichu originally had an evolution named Gorachu that was cut from Gen 1 due to a lack of cartridge space. This led some fans to believe the dialogue about Raichu evolving was a reference to Gorachu that the developers accidentally left in the game, but in reality, it was just a coincidental translation error.
Did you know Zekrom and Reshiram weren't originally black and white in color? According to Gen 5's art director Ken Sugimori, they were initially more colorful, as Sugimori thought monochromatic designs were boring and wouldn't look good on the game's box art. But later in development, he was persuaded to remove most of their colors to better express Gen 5's theme of polarity, or extreme opposites. The alternate artwork included in the game's manual actually depicts Zekrom and Reshiram from earlier on in the design process, which ended up getting repurposed as what they'd look like when they're powered up. But Sugimori implied they were originally even more colorful than that, so it's possible the dragon's unused colors made their way into black and white Q-Rem's designs a few years later. On the other hand, Unova's Elite Four originally were all black and white, with Chantal and Grimsley in all black, and Marshall and Caitlin all white. But before the game's release, color was added to the Elite Four, while color was removed from the legendary dragons. Except for the spin-off games Pokemon Colosseum and Gale of Darkness, which were set in the Arizona-inspired Ore region, the first 4 generations were all set in regions based on real-life places in Japan. But the trend was broken after series director Junichi Masuda visited Manhattan on a 2007 promotional tour, and was so impressed by the city's diversity that he decided to make it the basis of the next Pokemon region. Just after Gen 5's launch in Japan, he told Nintendo Power, "I visited New York for the launch of Diamond and Pearl, and spent a lot of time wandering around. I was impressed with how many different nationalities of people lived there, and the individual communities with their special events and street festivals. It had such an international feel, like a world without borders. It seemed like it would be an ideal setting for a video game, and that inspired me to give it a try." Masuda later admitted to then Nintendo president Satoru Iwata he also had a personal interest in choosing New York because in addition to being the series director, he was also the music composer. In the past, the Pokemon Company hosted a series of concerts in all the Japanese regions their games were set in, including the real-life region of Kanto. Masuda dreamed of seeing his music performed in the world-famous theaters of New York on their next concert tour, and this desire was part of his motivation to make New York the setting for the 5th generation. Masuda's favorite classical composer was Igor Stravinsky, a 19th century conductor that influenced Masuda while making music for Pokemon games. Stravinsky played at New York theaters like Carnegie Hall and ultimately spent his final years in New York and died on 5th Avenue, so it must have meant something quite profound for Masuda to follow in Stravinsky's footsteps in the New York theater scene. But after Black and White were already finished, Masuda found out it would be too complicated and expensive to fly their Japanese orchestra to the United States, so the New York concerts he'd been dreaming about never became a reality. If he had known that from the start, Gen 5 may have taken place somewhere else and have turned out completely different. Japan is one of the most homogeneous countries in the world, with a population that is almost 98% Japanese, but New York is made up of countless different races and cultures, so Masuda was determined to make Unova the most diverse region yet, both with its human characters as well as its Pokemon. It was decided that Gen 5 starters would stand for 3 unique cultures. The Snivy line would represent Europe, the Tepig family, China, and the Oshawott line would represent Japan. According to Ken Sugimori, Superior was inspired by Lady Oscar, the star of the 1970s manga The Rose of Versailles. Lady Oscar was a girl raised as a man to take her father's role as the captain of the French Palace Guard. But when the French Revolution turned the country upside down, she renounced her title and joined the lower classes, marching on the Bastille. In the end, she's shot by soldiers during the siege and dies of her wounds just as the revolutionaries take control of the prison. Sugimori says Embor was inspired by another fallen soldier, Zhang Fei, from the classic Chinese novel Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Based on a real historical figure from nearly 2,000 years ago, Zhang Fei was a war general known for his bravery and loyalty, but also his drunkenness and hot temper. His story comes to an end when he's killed by his own soldiers, so they can defect to the enemy Wu Kingdom and present his decapitated head as a gift to the Emperor. The water starters, however, were never associated with a specific character. Instead, Sugimori says they're meant to symbolize the lifespan of a samurai, from a child that grows into a military commander. In their efforts to make the human characters members as diverse as possible, Game Freak also took body types into consideration. Gym Leader Clay represents a Japanese businessman that moves to New York City seeking fortune, and since the game didn't have any rotund gym leaders yet, the designers made Clay short and fat purely for the sake of inclusion. Gym Leader Skyla was created as a woman who is a leader of men, which is why all of the lower-level trainers in her gym are male workers and pilots. Game Freak made Lenora the series' first black gym leader, instilling her with motherly qualities and a work apron for digging up fossils. But their good intentions backfired after Lenora's design was interpreted by some fans as a racist depiction of the mammy housekeeper stereotype, made even worse by the fact her gym leader title in the Japanese version was Natural-Born Mama. As a result, lots of details surrounding Lenora were censored when the games, anime, and manga were brought to the West, starting with her title, which changed to an archaeologist with backbone, and her official artwork, which was changed from Lenora wearing her apron to having it thrown casually over her shoulder. 3 episodes of the black and white anime had her apron censored out when they aired internationally, and it was removed from the Pokemon Adventures manga altogether. Gen 5 was also the first generation to have a female professor. This was thanks to Sugimori, who says Professor Juniper was originally a man until halfway into development when he insisted the character should be changed into a woman. He said, "I went and complained to Masuda. I told him, make the professor a woman. I was the one who'd proposed the changes, so I decided to design her myself. I thought she'd be kind of a New Yorker type. In other words, a real career woman." Just like the NPCs, many of Unova's Pokemon were made with a New York theme, like Trubbish and Garbodor, who look like trash bags, symbolizing the big city's pollution. New York is also home to about 4 million pigeons, so Game Freak filled Unova with lots of pigeon Pokemon. The Crocodile family represents crime and the mob, and Scraggy and Scrafty wear baggy jeans made from their shedding skin, playing the role of urban youth who sag their pants. The Timber family are based on construction workers, and Watchog is based on a road worker in a safety vest. Basculin was added late in development due to the region being short on standard water Pokemon, with Sugimori saying they made it a bass because New York is a good place for bass fishing. Rather than New York specifically, some Unovan Pokemon were themed after the whole country. According to Takao Unno, he designed Rufflet and Braviary by mixing Native American imagery and symbols of Uncle Sam to make them as American as possible. Likewise, Bouffalant is based on buffalo that roamed the open plains until they were hunted almost to extinction in the 1800s. Visually, LGM and Behem borrow extraterrestrial traits from American science fiction movies like War of the Worlds and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and their names are alien-inspired as well. LGM is a play on LGM, an acronym for Little Green Men, while Behem is a play on BEM, short for Bug-Eyed Monster. They most resemble the Area 51 aliens, with LGM's Pokedex entry telling us that rumors of its origin are linked to a UFO crash site in the desert 50 years ago, referencing the supposed UFO crash that landed in Roswell and was covered up by the US government in 1947. But being Pokemon games, many Gen 5 designs ended up drawing much of their inspiration from Japanese culture. Pansage, Pansear, and Panpour's poses are a nod to the 3 wise monkeys, a common illustration in the Japanese proverb, see no evil, speak no evil, hear no evil, an expression most often used to scold people who turn a blind eye to evil. Some variations of the proverb include a 4th monkey who represents do no evil, or in other variations, smell no evil. But the do no evil monkey's pose usually depicts him with his hands covering his genitals. So if Game Freak ever decides to add a 4th elemental monkey someday, you can expect it'll probably be smelling no evil in its official artwork. Darumaka and Darmanitan are based on Buddhist Daruma dolls. At the end of each year in Japan, there's a ceremony called the Daruma Kuyo, where these dolls are returned to the temples where they were originally purchased. The dolls are thanked for the good luck they brought over the past year, and then are burned in mass. Then, new Daruma dolls are bought from the temple for the coming year, and the cycle begins anew. These dolls come in a variety of designs, but when a member of the Pokemon team attended a burning ceremony, the doll they set on fire just happens to look like a gorilla, which is what inspired them to make a family of fire-type gorilla Pokemon. And this also explains why the Pokedex classifies Darumaka as the Zen Charm Pokemon. The Litwick family was inspired by Will-o'-the-Wisps and Hitodama, souls of the dead that separate from their bodies and become balls of fire. According to Ken Sugimori, early in development, the Litwick family was originally a flame that evolved into a candle, then into a lamp. But its initial flame stage ended up being scrapped, and Game Freak added a chandelier to the Ghost family instead. Many Pokemon designs are based on Japanese monster movies and TV shows, especially Ultraman and Godzilla. The Godzilla franchise was created by Japanese film company Toho, and they've actually been partners with the Pokemon Company ever since Mewtwo Strikes Back in 1998. Toho's been the Japanese distributor for every Pokemon movie ever made, and they even let Pokemon movies reuse a lot of their monster movie sound effects, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that dozens of Pokemon are based on Toho monsters, including several in Gen 5. Sugimori says Volcarona originally had 4 wings, but ended up receiving 2 more later on in development. This is probably because Volcarona is based on Mothra from the Godzilla movies. In fact, Volcarona's German name is Ramoth, an anagram of the name Mothra. Bisharp bears a strong resemblance to Jet Jaguar, the heroic robot from 1973's Godzilla vs. Megalon. In its normal form, Jet Jaguar is about the same size as Bisharp, but he can transform into a 150-foot-tall giant. Earlier in development, Hydreigon had 8 heads and was based on Yamata no Orochi, a legendary 8-headed dragon from Japanese mythology. But the design was too complicated, so the head count was reduced to 3, but it retained 6 wings, so its silhouette had the appearance of a 9-headed dragon. According to Sugimori, this makes Hydreigon 1 head better than Yamata no Orochi. Its final design ended up looking a lot like King Ghidorah, also known as the 3-headed monster, one of Toho's most famous kaiju. But Sugimori says even before the Orochi motif, the Hydreigon family were originally designed as a family of tank dragons, and the purple treads on their bellies are leftovers from when they were still based on tanks. This might explain why Hydreigon's family's shinies are green, since Pokemon's beta colors are sometimes repurposed as their shiny colors. This may have happened to Dwebble as well, who's got a red shiny and was probably fire type earlier on in development. Sugimori says Dwebble and Crustle were originally furnace Pokemon with shells made out of kiln-fired pottery, but their designs were revised. Masuda told the design team to make Gen 5's Pokemon cooler than the Pokemon from previous gens, which led to most Unova designs having sharper angles, whereas earlier Pokemon were much more round. In a series of Japanese magazines Did You Know Gaming had translated for this video, Ken Sugimori revealed many secrets about Gen 5's Pokemon, like that Stunfisk was originally a blue goosefish and was created as the world's flattest Pokemon. But later in development, Stunfisk was revised into a brown flounder, and had its water and electric typing changed to ground and electric. Sugimori's team also came up with an ant Pokemon who would have been the world's smallest Pokemon, but it didn't make the final cut. The Petalil family originally had 3 stages, but one stage got cut due to Unova having too many grass-type Pokemon. Early in development, there was also a family of snail Pokemon who were meant to serve as prey and get eaten by the Carablast family, but they were replaced with the Shelmet family, who initially didn't have a connection with Carablast. And Haxorus was actually made during Platinum's development, making it the very first Unova Pokemon. It was designed even before Axew and Fracture, who were made by reverse engineering Haxorus's design. The same way, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle were reverse engineered from Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise during Gen 1's development. Another secret is that lots of fans probably don't realize Serperior actually has hands. It just keeps them folded behind its back so it looks regal. Early in development, Pokemon designer Yusuke Omura was visiting an aquarium, and there just happened to be an otter exhibit right next to a live sea lion show, which inspired him to make Oshawott, an otter, evolve into Samurott, a sea lion. And one other time, Omura was fishing and accidentally hooked a giant, disgusting eel on his fishing rod, inspiring him to make the Electric family. According to Sugimori, Volibeye uses dead Pokemon's bones as a nest and grows up inside of them. Mandibuzz wears a jawbone as a skirt, and their bones fit together to make an upside-down skull. In late 2019, Pokemon designer James Turner deleted 96 tweets he'd shared over the past few years, which had lots of behind-the-scenes info. Presumably, it was Game Freak who had asked him to delete the tweets, but fortunately, Did You Know Gaming's own Dr. Lava archived them all before they were deleted. According to the tweets, the game's planners, like Junichi Masuda, would provide a design brief covering the required elemental type of each new Pokemon, the number of evolutionary stages, and the kind of environment they'd be found in, like a cave or beach setting. Once the designer made their Pokemon, they presented it to the art director, Ken Sugimori, to approve or suggest revisions. About 2/3 of the Pokemon were killed off at this stage, with only 156 of the approximately 500 Pokemon getting approved. Once a designer made a Pokemon that was approved, they'd make a reference sheet showing the Pokemon from every angle. After that, what became of the Pokemon was mostly out of their control. Game Freak's battle team chose the movesets and stats, and although the designer could make suggestions, the Pokemon Company's lore expert usually chose the Pokemon's name, lore, and Pokédex entries. As far as design inspirations, James made Vanillux as a nod to the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from Ghostbusters, as both Gen 5 and Ghostbusters are set in New York City. He also tweeted out these images of Snowless Vanillite and Vanillux, saying their ice cream's a sheet of snow hiding their true form, which are just bodies of ice. James also made a canon mode for Golurk, which has never appeared in the mainline Pokemon games, at least not yet, but it was featured in the 2011 Wii game Poké Park 2. Canon mode has also been seen more recently in episode 14 of the Pokemon Journeys anime, where it's described as Golurk's ultimate attack. According to James, unlike more recent gens, the designers didn't get to choose the shiny colors of the Pokemon they made for Gen 5, and he wishes he could change Golurk's shiny to, quote, make him look a bit cooler. The first 4 generations of Pokemon games were all localized into English almost entirely by one man, Nintendo of America freelancer Nob Ogasawara. Then the other versions, like the French, German, and Spanish, were all based on Nob's work. In other words, Nob was responsible for lots of small details experienced by fans outside of Japan. He changed a hiker on Route 10 from being high on magic mushrooms to having a bad case of hay fever, and added lots of cultural references like gym leader Fantina saying, "Never give up, never surrender," an iconic phrase from sci-fi comedy Galaxy Quest. Did You Know Gaming spoke with Nob, as well as one of Gen 5's translators, David Numrich, who told us that after Diamond and Pearl, the Pokemon Company completely changed the localization process, and due to contract complications, Nob ended up getting cut from the deal when the restructuring was complete. The company made a new system that could handle everything in-house for a quicker turnaround, and so every version was translated from Japanese directly into every other language, instead of being based on the English version. This meant that the localization of Gen 5 had a lot more cooks in the kitchen, and if Nob's reign hadn't come to an end, lots of Gen 5 Pokemon names would be different as well. But even though Nob wasn't around after Gen 4, his spirit lives on more than a decade later as a hiker just west of Bill's house in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. Once Black and White's development came to a close, it seems Game Freak didn't know what they wanted to do next. The game's internal data, external documents, and lots of developer quotes all suggest uncertainty. X and Y's development began immediately after Black and White were finished, and at least one prominent designer told reporters Gen 5 was done, and that fans shouldn't expect any more Unova games. At one point, Masuda admitted they didn't know if Pokemon Gray or a 5th generation sequel should come next, but the full story surrounding Gray version is too long to cover here. In fact, it's a project we've been working on for over a year. We'll release a dedicated video in the near future on Pokemon Gray, so make sure you're subscribed if you don't want to miss it. In 2012, Junichi Masuda even said there could be a Black and White 3, but in the end, Pokemon's 5th generation came to a close with Black and White 2, the first and currently last time Game Freak released numbered sequels. The developers' stated motivation for breaking precedent varied over the years, but the official explanation they repeated more than any other, whether you believe it or not, was a desire to surprise fans, and to continue Black and White's story. To quote them in their own words, Pokemon Company President Ishihara said that lots of players were expecting us to follow the same pattern, so for the first time, we decided to try adding a 2 for a pleasant surprise. That sort of surprise is what gives this product its newness. With the developers for the original Black and White, there was a lot more experimentation as they considered how best to reboot the franchise. For example, N was originally supposed to be a lot creepier before they dialed it back, but for the sequels, most of their effort was focused on finding ways to remix the Unova region. As a result, there weren't nearly as many ideas scrapped in development, but there was a significant amount of content originally planned for Driftville City that didn't make the final cut. In the 2 years that passed between Black and White and Black and White 2, a new facility sprung up in Driftville called the Pokemon World Tournament, where players took part in tournaments with prominent trainers like gym leaders and Elite Four from previous generations. Fans could also download 3 unique tournaments and battle against 12 real-life competitors from the 2012 Pokemon World Championship. The 2012 Pokemon World Championship was held in Hawaii and split into 3 age groups: juniors, seniors, and masters. The top 4 competitors from each age group, as well as their Pokemon teams, were all added to Black and White 2 as DLC tournaments, enshrining those fans forever as part of Pokemon history. Did You Know Gaming spoke with Nitesh Manim, one of the Senior Division's Final Four, who said they told the participants after the event that we'd be getting our own downloadable characters. I was excited that I would have my own character. However, the full excitement didn't hit until my character was released, and I was able to battle myself. Having my own in-game character meant a lot to me, and I know it also meant a lot to the other competitors. However, hidden inside the game's internal data, there are 3 more tournaments that didn't make it into the game. The top 12 finalists from 2011, previous year's Pokemon World Championships. The programming for these tournaments was never finished, depriving those 12 champions of their place in the history books. We spoke with one of the champions, Inosh Shahar, who was honored to be included in Black and White 2's data, but heartbroken he was cut from the game itself. Inosh told us, "I've played Pokemon since I was little, and it felt like the coolest thing to be immortalized in the franchise by literally being coded into the game. I was really looking forward to being able to battle myself. The in-game AI is usually pretty terrible, but I still figured I'd get some laughs. And even though it didn't make it to the final release, I'm glad they added something for the Pokemon World Championships 2012. Leaving a mark on the game we love to play is just so satisfying. It was completely unexpected because they've never done something like that before." At the end of Pokemon Gold and Silver, there's a battle against the strongest trainer in the game, Red from Gen 1. Fighting your previous self in Mount Silver was Gen 2's biggest battle, serving as the grand finale of the game. A similar idea was planned for Black and White 2, where the player would have an epic battle against Hilbert and Hilda, the protagonists from Black and White 1. The internal data includes text for the PWT building like, "Meet Hilbert, the trainer some claim to be the strongest of all," and dialogue where Hilda tells you, "Make your dreams come true. Someone once encouraged me to do that. Even now, I'm continuing my journey to realize those dreams," which is a reference to the final scene in Black and White, when N tells the player to make their dreams come true. But unfortunately, just like Inosh and the rest of the 2011 champs, Gen 5's biggest battle ended up being cut. There was also some content in the PWT building that wasn't cut, but was made available exclusively in Japan. The only tournaments available for download internationally were the 3 based on the 2012 championships, but in Japan, there were 6 more tournaments, including one focused on Lance the Dragon Trainer, and 2 more focusing on legendary Pokemon. But the most memorable Japanese tournament was the last one added to the game. It was called You Can Challenge the Unova League 2, consisting of 4 battles against Ash's rivals from the Black and White anime, Virgil, Cameron, Stefan, and a final battle against Trip. Unfortunately, none of the PWT tournaments have been available anywhere in the world since Nintendo shut the server down in 2014. However, all 9 events were preserved by Project Pokemon, and fans around the world can still download them and experience them using a link in this video's description.
Did you know? Blastoise's water cannons are used to crush protests in Southeast Asia. Rattata are heavily armed thieves, and Nidorina cut the throats of their trainers' rivals? Well, if you grew up in Russia, you probably did know, but everyone else watching this video doesn't have a clue what we're talking about. These details and hundreds more bizarre descriptions were printed in a Russian Pokédex book published in 2001. We have the whole thing translated, and it's pretty hilarious. So we're going to read all 151 entries and show all the art, but first, we need about 2 minutes or so to explain the historical context here. Early Pokemon games were officially localized into 6 different languages, but kids in other countries weren't immune to Pokemon fever. So they either had to import and play in languages they couldn't understand, or settle for poorly translated pirated cartridges. One of those kids was Nastya Zhetinsky, a little Russian girl who loved Pokemon but couldn't find out much about them. So her father took it upon himself to study the franchise as best he could with the resources available to him, and write a Pokédex that children could read in their own language. This book was widely distributed throughout Russia in the early 2000s and has continued to be reprinted and sold even recently. So a lot of Pokemon fans in the world's biggest country grew up with their own very unique Pokédex that painted a completely different picture of what the first 151 Pokemon were all about. And frankly, about half of them are absolutely meme-worthy and definitely worth reading more than 2 decades later. It might not have been officially sanctioned by the Pokemon Company. In fact, the book's publisher ended up getting threatened with a lawsuit, but Russian kids back then didn't know that. So for them, this book was the Pokédex. Certainly a lot of kids must have realized it was fake, but some of them really believed Pokemon were a bunch of gang members robbing each other, terrorists overthrowing governments, cops locking them up, and journalists writing fake news. A lot of YouTubers obsess over the Japanese side of Pokemon, but today we're going to do something different and look at the Russian side of Pokemon. The story of this Pokédex was brought to our attention by Nintendo Russia employee Annette Ilvers, who's sort of their Pokemon specialist. The guy who put us in touch with Annette was Nob Ogasawara, who used to work for Nintendo and was the official English localizer for Pokemon Gens 1 through 4. Over the past 8 months, Annette helped us get our hands on several editions of the Russian Pokédex, translate it into English, and double and triple check the entire translation. Although we should note that Annette didn't do this in an official capacity for Nintendo, it was all in her off hours as a fan who thinks the book's an important part of Pokemon history and worth preserving. She told us, by the time circulation got cut due to legal issues, many children already had it. I asked friends, and even those who were not into Pokemon surprisingly still had it as a child. So let's crack this thing open. Before we get to the Pokédex itself, we'll read the book's preface, where the author, Alexander Shatinsky, writes, "Dear friends, I wrote this book for my daughter Nastya and her friends. They're very fond of Pokemon and buy the figurines, stickers, toys, and even a small Pokemon radio. They also watch the Pokemon cartoon, but there's nowhere they can read about where Pokemon live, how they behave, or what they do. To find out, I met with many Pokemon, talked to them, studied the press, then I wrote this encyclopedia and asked the artist Dmitry Gorchev to draw Pokemon illustrations for it. Just like people, Pokemon are all different, good and evil, calm and chaotic, honest and utter liars. Just like us, they want to find happiness and don't know where to look. But they'll be pleased if this book helps you understand them better. And if it helps you understand humans better too, the artist and I will be pleased as well. And now for the Pokédex entries. The first couple aren't too bizarre, but they get pretty weird pretty quick. And it'll get even weirder the deeper we go. It begins, of course, with number 1, Bulbasaur. It says, Bulbasaur are a cross between plants and animals. Green bulbs grow on their backs that open at night and bloom big poisonous flowers. These are Bulbasaur's main weapon. If you sniff one, you'll die. That's why no one smells Bulbasaur. They also attack with sharp leaves. Bulbasaur likes sleeping in warm swamps. They feel at home there and eat water lilies. They're pretty stupid, but don't mean any harm. Other Pokemon treat Bulbasaur with sympathy, and their owners like to teach them useful skills, like cleaning rooms, because Bulbasaur are happy to serve as vacuum cleaners. Their voices are quiet and their tempers are meek. They're also quite touchy. Eventually, they'll turn into Ivysaur, then into Venusaur. Number 2, Ivysaur. If you feed a Bulbasaur mushrooms, it'll turn into Ivysaur. The buds on their backs are very beautiful, and they mostly live in forests and swamps. They get around by hopping, which makes a gross squelching sound. If you're trying to find an Ivysaur, just follow the gross noises. They're sentimental and usually pretty whiny. Ivysaur are smarter than Bulbasaur, but not by much. Several attempts were made to train Ivysaur for use in wedding ceremonies, but the brides were afraid of them. And every venture ended in failure. Recently, they've been getting invited as guests on the TV show To Help the Florist, where the hosts try to combine them with pineapples in front of a live studio audience. Ivysaur actually enjoys it, which proves how stupid they are. Number 3, Venusaur. These massive Pokemon are helpful around the house, like carrying heavy objects and guarding the home, but their favorite thing is acting like a flower bed in the front yard. At the opening ceremony of the Seoul Olympics, 2,000 Venusaur formed a giant living bouquet in the middle of the soccer field. But don't be fooled, they're very fearsome in battle. Their favorite trick is jumping on their foes and flattening them with the weight of their 100-kilogram bodies. And they don't hesitate to poison, bite, and scratch them too. Venusaur are trustworthy and kind, giving their masters rides on their backs and letting them sit between the leaves of their flowers. But Venusaur erupt into rage as soon as they see an enemy, so be prepared. Venusaur will not show mercy. Number 4, Charmander. Charmander are so cheerful and playful that they get careless with their tail flames. They light up anywhere, anytime, which causes wildfires. One time, a Charmander burned down a clothing store in Tokyo when accidentally brushing its tail against a wedding dress. Another fire happened in a bank when Charmander tried to light a cigarette for a security guard, but miscalculated the strength of its flame and set fire to the cash register. $3 million turned into ash. Charmander refuel by drinking 1 liter of gasoline per day. If there's not any gasoline available, they'll refuel with alcohol instead. But their tails don't burn as well with alcohol, and Charmander gets really drunk and stumbles around. Number 5, Charmeleon. Charmeleon are much more dangerous than Charmander, and their tails burn like a welding torch, which is why they're often employed by welding companies. A couple years ago, a team of 20 Charmeleon cut the USS Missouri battleship into pieces so it could go to the smelter. Charmeleon are great against ice-type Pokemon, but powerless against water types, since water can extinguish their tail flames. Charmeleon also serve as lamps in small towns as a replacement for streetlights. They also make good movie actors, cooks, and policemen. Well, until they turn into Charizard, the Flying Terror. Number 6, Charizard. Charizard, who people call the Flying Terror, are notable for their ferocity and extraordinary gluttony. When their bellies are full, they can't fly anymore and just wander around, waddling from side to side. That's a good time to try and catch one with a net. Charizard are kept in fireproof cages. Before they're set free, Charizard are given gas cans to drink, but they can explode from a single spark, so it's dangerous to smoke around a gas-filled Charizard. Charizard serve as watchmen for television towers and skyscrapers, but you have to be careful. The Ostankino television tower in Moscow burned down from the flames with the Charizard guarding it, so nowadays it's guarded by Zubat and Golbat. Number 7. Squirtle. Cute little Squirtles are usually handled by beginner trainers, but they're hard to train because they don't have ears, so they can't hear their master's orders. Squirtle's diet consists of earthworms and tadpoles that they catch in ponds. They're so peaceful that it's hard to believe that they eventually become ferocious Wartortle and Blastoise. Squirtles do not bite because they don't have teeth. They like doing puzzles and crosswords, taking pictures, and they especially like watching TV and lying on the bottom of aquariums, looking through the thick glass with their round, shiny eyes. Squirtle's voices are hoarse and rough, which hints at the antisocial behavior that they exhibit later in life. Number 8. Wartortle. As soon as Squirtle grows ears, it turns into Wartortle, a creature of a completely different character, behavior, and even education. Wartortles are cocky, vicious, and even vengeful. There's always one or two Wartortle at every street fight. Then the police get involved, then court, then prison. Every single Wartortle is registered with the police, and half of them wind up in jail for hooliganism. Still, these quick-witted and daring Pokemon are fun to have around. They're great swimmers and skilled with a wide variety of firearms. Don't be surprised if you see Wartortle attacking their own masters. They're really quite nasty little creatures. Number 9. Blastoise. Eventually, Wartortle turn into Blastoise. Disgusting predators with the height and weight of a man. Blastoise's main weapons are the water cannons on their backs that shoot water like fire hoses. For this reason, Blastoise are often used to disperse protesters in Southeast Asian countries. In Europe, they're used to water lawns, but they need to be fed on time, otherwise hungry Blastoise can kill the entire population of a small town. When they're not working or committing atrocities, Blastoise read magazines and newspapers and like car races and paintball. They also love dumplings filled with cabbage. Number 10. Caterpie. These cucumber-sized caterpillars are the most useless Pokemon. Caterpie can't fly, can't swim, can't run, can't shoot, and can't spit fire. All they can do is crawl. But it'd be a mistake to think they're completely useless. They have thoughts rolling around in their heads that are sometimes quite sensible and unexpected. One time, a Caterpie startled the Pokemon community with a simple question. It went on TV and asked, "Why do we exist?" Then it answered its own question. It said, "There is no reason." Then it crawled away to eat fern leaves. Caterpie are very thoughtful. They're friends with singing teachers, plumbers, and soldiers who got drafted. They ask Caterpie how to live, and it tells them. Caterpie gives different advice to everyone, and that's why they actually do have some value. Number 11. Metapod. In wintertime, Caterpie roll up into big green bags and turn into Metapod. They only retain their eyes and a small nose, although they lose their nostrils. Metapod don't eat or even breathe. They just sit there thinking and waiting to become Butterfree. Experienced trainers hang groups of Metapods over stoves and radiators so they ripen faster. Unfortunately, it's quite painful for Metapod. They sweat and suffer. You can see it in their eyes. It's best to put a Metapod under your bed and forget about it until spring. Then, on the first sunny spring day, you'll suddenly see a big Butterfree the size of a TV jump out and flop down on the windowsill, basking in the sunlight. Number 12. Butterfree. Butterfree have very hard wings, which they use to beat small animals to death, like rabbits and goats for example. But these butterflies are rarely used for battling. Instead, they're mostly employed as mailmen. Butterfree can be found in the finest homes of California, where they're fashionable to use as fans. Rich people have flocks of Butterfree in their houses and arrange them in circles in their living rooms to blow fresh, cool air on their guests. The most intelligent Butterfree can parrot commercials they see on TV. Made wisely. Don't wait, grab a Snickers. Russia, the generous soul, they sing, flying around the mansions of millionaires and Hollywood movie actors. By the way, these popular slogans were from Russian commercials back when this Pokédex was written, so now it makes sense. Number 13, Weedle. Another type of caterpillar Pokemon, Weedle, are very different from Caterpie in their mobility, determination, and arrogance. Weedle are fast as bicycles when they're chasing mice. Then it puts the mouse in a shoebox but doesn't eat it. Weedle mostly eat fried potatoes and green peas. They're poisonous, and if they bite you, it won't heal for a long time. It's strong enough to kill small birds and animals. To become Kakuna, Weedle has to take a warm shower and drink a glass of milk while listening to relaxing music. So if you see a Weedle looking for milk in the fridge, you should know it'll become a Kakuna soon and won't bother you for a while. Number 14, Kakuna. Kakuna are 10 kilogram chrysalises who are completely motionless and look like they're dead. They're also covered in hard shells that protect them from predators. The fields of the Chinese Xinjiang province are littered with Kakuna. Peasants collect Kakuna to make kakukala, a healing drink that soothes stomach aches. And they also make buttons and jewelry out of their shells. You have to be careful in July when Kakuna turn into evil Beedrill. It happens as a sudden explosion. The shells burst and a hungry Beedrill crawls out with a terrible howl. If you can't immediately smash it with a shovel, you need to run inside or jump into the nearest river. Number 15, Beedrill. Beedrill can drill holes through tank armor, factory smokestacks, asphalt, and even icebergs. They don't care where, they just like drilling. The needles on their front paws aren't just drills, they also use them as syringes to inject poison. When an angry Beedrill rushes at an enemy, it makes a disgusting buzzing sound similar to the squeal of an electric saw. When that happens, try to make sure the enemy isn't you. Beedrill's thin neck is its weak spot. You can easily tear its head right off its bodies by using both hands to yank its antenna. If you can do that before Beedrill delivers a fatal injection, you win. If not, you lose. Number 16, Pidgey. Pidgey look like a cross between sparrows and parrots. They fly in packs and scream loudly. Team Rocket keeps a large flock for scouting, using them to report where Pikachu, Arcanine, and other valuable Pokemon can be found. Pidgey eat millet, waffles, and cookies. They can peck a small mouse to death, but generally speaking, they're cowardly and traitorous. Pidgey are so stupid, it's become an expression. Stupid as a Pidgey is what other Pokemon say. Most Pidgey are journalists and businessmen. When more than 3 of them get together, you need to plug your ears with cotton and crawl quietly to the other end of the field, forest, lake, or wherever you happen to be. Better yet, just call a Charizard who can swallow an entire pack of these adorably cute Pokemon in one massive bite. Number 17, Pidgeotto. The most impressive Pidgey turn into Pidgeotto. They're usually used to fight Ekans, who are Pidgey's biggest rival. Whole flocks of Pidgeotto track down Ekans, pull them out of their holes, then carry them high into the sky and let go so they fall to the ground. It takes 24 Pidgeotto to catch one Ekans. These Pokemon are very arrogant. They think they're very beautiful, and it's difficult to convince them otherwise. They love to fly in flocks over the smooth surface of a lake, admiring their own reflections. Sometimes it costs Pidgeotto its life when it's focused on its reflections, then crashes headfirst into a cliffside and dies in terrible agony. Several Pidgeotto are United States congressmen. Number 18, Pidgeot. Even though they come from Pidgeotto, Pidgeot have completely different personalities. They're quiet, reserved, and don't like society. Usually they sit on road signs all alone, and drivers ask them for advice like, "How do I get to Paris?" And they squawk, "I don't know, leave me alone." The drivers try to feed Pidgeot cheese and meat pate, but they're very proud creatures who refuse to eat out of people's hands. Notable Pidgeot include 1 writer, 2 clowns, and 7 hairdressers who live all around the world. Sometimes hunters shoot Pidgeot because they make for easy targets when they're sitting on poles and road signs. Number 19, Rattata. Rattata are young cat-sized rats with very sharp teeth. They can bite through thick books or the sole of a boot. More than anything, they love dancing at techno nightclubs. Usually about 300 Rattata show up and dance till they drop. After they wear themselves out, predatory Fearos swoop in and gobble them up with their long beaks. Rattata make for good friends. They like to climb on their master's knee and sit there snoring. They'll eat anything, gnawing on books, boots, dishes, closets, and chairs. And they especially love money. If you've lost any money, you should know it was probably a Rattata who stole it. Some have managed to squirrel away as much as $15,000 in their holes. Number 20, Raticate. Raticate are only slightly bigger than Rattata, but much heavier. Imagine an 80 kilogram fluff ball with sharp teeth and a long tail. That's Raticate. With a running start, they can break through brick walls. Raticate's main occupation is unloading wagons with washing powder, toothpaste, and deodorants. 150 Raticate can unload a wagon in a single hour. But you should never hire them to unload wagons of food. They'll gobble up every last crumb. In wintertime, Raticate hide in deep holes and eat their stashes of cereal and crackers. Sometimes they fight to get back stolen dollars from their Rattata relatives to buy themselves their favorite food, which is yogurt. Number 21, Spearow. Spearow are like Pidgey, except they're even dumber. But they make up for their stupidity by being extra cruel. Despite their small size, one Spearow can easily peck a sheep to death. They usually win in fights against Pidgey, but they don't fight to the death because they secretly love each other. After the fight, they drink Fanta and sing songs. Some people train their Spearows for no-holds-barred cockfights. They toss two Spearow into a big cage where they peck at each other, feathers flying everywhere. Spectators throw down bets on who they think will win, but it's all a scam. The fights are usually fixed, and afterwards the owners split the profits. Spearow's most hated enemies are Nidoran, Nidoqueen, and Nidoking. They can't defeat them in battle, but they do lots of dirty tricks like crapping on their heads. Number 22. Fearow. Fearow hover in the sky for long periods of time searching for prey, then swoop down and snatch them with their sharp talons. They live in mountain caves and rock cliffs, and their long beaks are sharp enough to impale a small calf. Fearow eggs weigh 5 kilograms and the shells are so thick that Fearows and their babies can't even break them. So a mother Fearow grabs the egg with her feet and throws it off a cliff down onto the sharp rocks below. Then the egg breaks and a baby Spearow pops out. Fearow live a very long time, maybe forever. No one knows for sure because there's never been a recorded case of one dying of old age. They've died in battles to be sure, but not of old age or disease. Number 23. Ekans. Ekans are quiet, long killers who live in deep holes. Their burrows have 2 exits because when Ekan slithers inside, they can't turn around and have to crawl out from the other end. They feed on Fearow and Pidgeotto eggs. Ekans keep their own eggs underground and only bring them out once a year during Easter. They lay them out on the grass and paint them different colors using their tails like paintbrushes. Ekans saw this Christian custom on TV and adopted it as their own. Ekans' spit is deadly and their bites are instantly fatal. Their tails have sharp stingers which are also poisonous. In short, they're very dangerous fighters. In civilian life, they like to read books about history and philosophy, turning every page with their tail. Number 24. Arbok. Arbok are giant serpents who weigh almost half a ton and are as long as buses. They use poison and bright beams of light to paralyze their enemies. When they do that, they hiss and remain completely still. After their victims die of fear, Arbok swallow them whole. They could swallow a whole cow if they wanted to. Their only weakness is that they slither very slowly. Arbok can only slither a distance of its own body length per hour. Fearless Arbok hunters sneak up behind them and bash their heads with clubs, stunning them, then shove Arbok into a metal pipe and roll it away. But if a hunter fails to stun Arbok, he usually gets strangled to death. Number 25. Pikachu. Pikachu are cheerful and very famous. They're known all over the world and presidents and kings come to meet them. But their owners love them for other reasons as well. Pikachu is the most famous electric Pokemon. Their tails produce shocks like the naked wires of a transformer. Sparks fly and fires flare. Some of them can even make thunderstorms. You can charge a Pikachu with ordinary batteries which last for a week. When the charge runs out, Pikachu gets lazy and irritable, crying a lot and wiping away their tears. After a Pikachu gets some new batteries, it'll bounce up like a ball and sing songs. They love singing on stage and shooting small lightning bolts at the audience. Number 26. Raichu. Here's a little translation note for you. The symbol on Raichu's belly says, "Do not touch, deadly." A standard electric shock warning on Russian Transformer boxes. Anyways, okay, here's the Pokédex entry. If you replace a Pikachu's batteries with a 220 volt power source, it'll turn into Raichu, a powerful electric fighter who can strike with lightning at a distance of 20 meters. Raichu often serve as power plants in rural areas. They're charged once a month and sent on buses to rural transformer stations, where their paws are attached to wires. Dealing with them is a dangerous job that only specialists in rubber boots can do. A single Raichu can charge a TV, a refrigerator, a washing machine, and an iron. But you should never connect Christmas tree lights to Raichu. They might just burn out. In general, be careful. If you're gonna play with Raichu, make sure to wear rubber gloves and boots. Number 27. Sandshrew. Sandshrew are heavy and dumb. Only 2 or 3 of them know the multiplication table, and the rest can't even count the claws on their own paws, even though they only have 2. Sandshrew are covered with scales similar to floor tiles. When they move, the scales make an awful crunching sound. But if you listen for the crunching, you can figure out where they're hiding and catch one. Sandshrew are one of the few species of Pokemon you can eat. They taste like crab meat and highly prized in Japanese restaurants. Professor Oak is an activist who leads the fight against the barbaric custom of hunting Sandshrew. Despite their stupidity, many Sandshrew are good at directing traffic and use their tails as signposts and their eyes as traffic lights. Number 28. Sandslash. Sandslash are like hedgehogs, but much bigger. And those aren't needles on their back, they're scales. When they're in danger, like getting chased by a Nidoking, they curl into a ball and roll down the road. When that happens, be careful. There were a few times a rolling Sandslash flattened an entire company of cadets on their way to a steam bath. They like to eat peanuts, sugarless orbit gum, and Tide washing powder? It's really hot in Madagascar, so Sandslash who live there have scales made of paper. In the springtime, they shed their scales and stay naked all summer. When they're naked and vulnerable, they're often preyed upon by Nidoqueen and Nidoking, fearsome jungle unicorns who catch Sandslash and devour them to the last bone. And sometimes they eat their trainers too. Number 29. Nidoran Female. Unlike other Pokemon, the Nido family are divided into males and females. The small and pretty female Nidoran are quite rare and have poisonous teeth. They strike up conversations, flirt, and give provocative looks, then suddenly pounce on their chatting partner and bite their neck. Nidoran like to eat cakes, sweets, and lipstick, and love flowers and perfumes. They only read fashion magazines and watch TV, and they love to daydream. You should always be careful around these charming females, though. They're not just toxic, but also huge liars. A few Nidoran work as TV presenters, but more commonly employed as department store clerks. Number 30. Nidorina. After maturing, Nidoran turns into Nidorina, evil and grumpy creatures who bite and scratch. They're always mad about something, irritable, and always criticizing the government of the countries they live in, as well as all other governments. But in spite of that, they're actually quite useful around the house. They like growing tomatoes and cucumbers and selling them at the vegetable market. They often read newspapers and go to protests and demonstrations. Trainers can easily tame their Nidorina by giving them fake jewelry, rings, earrings, and pendants that Nidorina wear on holidays or when they go to protests. Nidorina are loyal to those trainers till death and happy to cut the throats of their rivals. They're very caring. Number 31. Nidoqueen. Some especially vicious Nidorina turn into Nidoqueen, who are as tall as ceilings and heavy as cows. They're the queens of the Nido family, and despite their weight, they're very agile and dance beautifully, waving their thick tails around. But it's not a good idea to approach one when she's dancing. One time at a party, an overenthusiastic Nidoqueen crippled 17 teenagers with her tail. Nidoqueen likes to drink, especially champagne with gin and tonic. Some of them smoke pipes. After a Nidoqueen's been tamed with gin and tonic, you can use her to carry food and water, agricultural work, and removing pavements from roads, which they break open with their tails. They make for good mothers and grandmothers. Number 32. Nidoran Male. Nidoran are the males of the Nido family, although they don't really deserve that title. Small, suspicious, and cautious, they don't trust anyone and always hide behind rocks, sticking out their huge ears to listen for danger. Nidoran are convinced everyone's out to get them, even though for the most part, no one cares about them. Even female Nidoran prefer Charmeleon, romantically speaking. Nidoran have actually grown pretty bitter about that fact and dig their horns in the ground with impotent rage. They often work as journalists writing about new video rentals, books, and theatrical productions. Their articles are cleverly written but filled with pessimism. If a male Nidoran ever manages to pull a female Nidoran, the two make a great married couple. Number 33. Nidorino. Nidorino like being bachelors, eating delicious food, and watching soccer on TV. They also love singing folk songs, but it's best not to listen because they don't have any musical talent whatsoever. Nidorino make for good friends and great conversationalists on any topic, although they're most knowledgeable about sports, food, and politics. They attack suddenly, like all Pokemon of the Nido family do. If you're talking to one and let your guard down, he'll pounce on you, bite, trample, scratch, and stab you with his horn. But they're also forgiving. Their fits of rage last no more than 15 or 20 minutes. And after that, you can go back to hanging out peacefully. If you're still alive, that is. A lot of them work in the military to attack enemies. Number 34. Nidoking. Huge as hippos and tall as trees, Nidoking are the kings of battling Pokemon and capable of spreading terror among civilian populations and the police. As their heavy stomps echo through the streets of a sleeping town, the residents hide under their beds and pray to God for salvation. Nidoking can demolish two-story houses with their tails. They feed on domestic geese and chickens, devouring them by the dozen, feathers and all. They swear incessantly, but their language is unintelligible. However, a skilled trainer like Ash knows how to make these Pokemon docile and even affectionate. You just need to scratch their bellies with a special wooden comb similar to a rake. That makes Nidoking purr and roll over on his back and wiggle his paws up in the air. Number 35. Clefairy. Clefairy are rare and harmless Pokemon who live in steppes and deserts, where they roll long distances in the wind like tumbleweeds. No one knows what Clefairies eat, or for that matter, why they even exist. Some scientists believe they're actually space dust that fell to Earth and populated the deserts. It's quite a beautiful sight to see a huge herd of Clefairy cross the Arabian desert. Looking down from a helicopter, they look like a living pink carpet pushed by the wind, flowing slowly over the sands. Bedouins riding camels chase them down and catch them, dry them out, and sell them to foreign tourists as souvenirs. Clefairies know how to imitate birds, TVs, and tape recorders, but they're very unhappy in their personal lives. Number 36, Clefable. Clefable aren't much heavier than Clefairy, so they have to use their little legs to walk since the wind isn't strong enough to carry them. They eat mollusks and insects and drink beer. Clefable's bodies are very bouncy, and when they fall, they bounce off the ground like balls. That peculiar trait is why you'll often see them at the circus, working in small troops, jumping and flipping around on wooden boards. Clefables communicate with ease and are skilled at learning foreign languages, which allows them to work as tour guides in Italy, Spain, and Portugal. There are hardly any Clefable in the northern countries because it's cold up there and Clefable doesn't have any fur to keep them warm. Clefable are all religious. Most are Buddhists, but some are Catholics. Number 37. Vulpix. Vulpix are little horses with fiery tails, slightly reminiscent of the humpbacked horse, but more dangerous. Vulpix are amateur terrorists who use their sense of smell to find fuel tanks, weapon warehouses, and if they can't find anything better, fireworks stands. Then Vulpix sets them on fire. They're not pursuing any commercial or political interests, they just like seeing fire and explosions. Only Blastoise with their water cannons can fight Vulpix, but unfortunately, Blastoise are quite clumsy and Vulpix runs circles around them, overjoyed at the prospect of starting fires. They also love children and setting fireworks off for them. Number 38, Ninetales. Ninetales are horses who can fly like rockets. Their fiery tails act like engines and their manes like rudders. People often mistake them for shooting stars and wish upon them, but their wishes are rarely granted, except on very moonlit nights. A herd of Ninetales can serve as a powerful weapon capable of burning out a small island nation in the Pacific Ocean. And they've done it a few times, but newspapers stay quiet about it since reporting on those kind of stories make Ninetales angry. People say a few Ninetales managed to fly to the moon, but they all died there due to lack of oxygen necessary for fire. When they're not being used in wars, they like to set off fireworks on holidays. Number 39, Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff are adorable and love singing more than anything in the world. Once in the company of other Pokemon, Jigglypuff grabs something that looks like a microphone and breaks into song with a gentle voice. However, Jigglypuff's voices are so gentle that other Pokemon quickly drift off to sleep. Jigglypuff gets very offended by this, so for revenge, they draw on the sleeping Pokemon's faces with markers. The Jigglypuff Opera House has a very unique layout. Instead of seats like a normal opera, it's filled with beds so the audience can drift off in comfort. Jigglypuff are also used medically for hypnotic sessions. They're amorous, shy, and often blush with embarrassment. Jigglypuff loves it when fans give them flowers. They smell them, then they eat them. Number 40, Wigglytuff. When Jigglypuff reach a certain age, they turn into Wigglytuff, who are soft, good-natured Pokemon, but with subtle signs of insanity. When Wigglytuff are in danger, they'll inflate like balloons, sometimes as big as a blimp. No one's scared of them though, and some people use inflated Wigglytuff as toys in the pool or ocean. Kids love to roll around on them, climb on top, and jump off into the water. Wigglytuff pretends like it makes them mad and puffs up even more, but actually they secretly enjoy it. They love collecting stickers and sticking them onto their naked bodies. A Wigglytuff covered with stickers is a comical but spectacular sight. Some prefer painting themselves with advertisements though. Number 41, Zubat. Zubats do not have any eyes, only teeth. They don't need eyes because they live in caves and find their way around with echolocation, like bats do. Zubats like to feed on tourists and cave researchers. When they see an opportunity, they dive with lightning speed at unsuspecting cavers and bite their necks. Their sharp teeth are venomous, but not fatal. They're more like tranquilizers. Zubats swoop down and suck the blood from sleeping researchers and tourists, then fly away satisfied. It's unpleasant for their victims, sure, but not life-threatening. What's even worse is a chorus of Zubats singing in a dark cave. Their voices sound like vacuum cleaners and echoes carry the sound deep into every nook and cranny. They only sing the classics like a march from the opera Aida, Ride of the Valkyries, and Ode to Joy by Beethoven. Number 42, Golbat. No one knows how these strange Pokemon fly. They're the same size as Zubat, but heavy as pigs. They flop about, drink blood, swell up, and wander around caves dragging their wings. Basically, they're just deplorables and nobody cares about them, not even cops or journalists. They like telling stories about their younger days, like when there were army Zubats who could drink 3 buckets of blood. They're probably lying, but no one cares enough to look into it. Actually, Golbat are pretty pitiful when they're stumbling around their caves, no good to anyone living way past their prime and mumbling their favorite song. Golbat Dad, Dad Golbat, you didn't hide your wings behind boys' backs. Although, what boys' backs? There's no boys in the cave, only tourists. You didn't hide your heart behind boys' backs. Okay, this definitely needs a bit more explaining. Golbat singing is a reference to an old Russian military song. This is the kind of thing where if it was a video game, localizers would just swap out the joke with something completely different, but we're trying to stay as true to the source material as possible here. There's certainly some wordplay here, but it's too hard to explain and doesn't really make any sense in English. It's just too confusing. On to the next one. Number 43, Oddish. Oddish are optimists with dark senses of humors and distant relatives of the Italian Cipollino. That's an Italian fairy tale, by the way. The leaves on their heads are poisonous, although some Oddish with edible leaves were recently discovered. They make for delicious salads. These strange Pokemon don't have arms, so you have to spoon feed or give them pacifiers. In Japan, they have Oddish feeding stations with plastic pacifiers stuck on the walls. Oddish like to drink fermented milk, coffee, and Japanese sake, then sing songs as they march off on a violent raid. Oddish know lots of jokes about Pokemon. They can live anywhere, even in garbage cans. If you hear laughter coming from a garbage can, there might just be an Oddish in there telling jokes. Number 44, Gloom. In the Pokédex artwork, Gloom's shaking hands with Kolobuk, a ball-shaped character from Russian folklore who's made of dough. He's probably just here because they kinda look similar. Anyways, Gloom's dex entry says, if you water the leaves on an Oddish's head with potassium, eventually spicy mushrooms grow sprout and it'll turn into Gloom. Gloom like to mock and antagonize people, so they tend to get slapped a lot. Then they stumble down the street crying about their fate, even though they've got no one to blame but themselves. Most Gloom like writing poetry, which is why they have such tiny hands. But their poems are terrible. They're written in Japanese though, so hardly anyone understands them since Gloom live in the United States. That's because all Oddish grow up dreaming of moving to America. Americans make Tabasco sauce out of Gloom spicy mushrooms, but the mushrooms themselves should never be eaten. Number 45, Vileplume. Vileplume live in poor neighborhoods. They hardly move and just bask in the sunlight squeaking. They try to garner sympathy from people walking past telling stories about how they become edible mushrooms, after being poisonous and inedible in their younger days. People in those neighborhoods all got used to having Vileplume around and use them as chairs in cafes and restaurants and sometimes get into conversations with them. Vileplume speak English with such terrible accents that everyone laughs at them and gives them sips of their Coca-Cola. Vileplume's mushrooms are edible though, but everyone's afraid to eat them because Oddish and Gloom have such bad reputations. That's what happens when you take too long to get your act together. Vileplume stops sharing their old poems from when they were young and don't write any new ones either. Number 46, Paris. Paris are relatives of mushrooms and everyone loves them, even though they have steel claws sharp enough to cut through a human leg. Instead of ears, they have poisonous mushrooms that can inflict paralysis. So it's a mystery why people love them so much. Maybe for their big, beautiful eyes. They look so kind. Paris sidle up to people and Pokemon they like, look up trustingly from below, since they're only as tall as a stool, then shoot out spores. Then they bite the limbs of the lifeless body. In their free time, they like to talk about non-resistance to evil and secrets of the psyche. Paris are quite clueless. Number 47, Parasect. Parasect like to hide in cellars, although there are some cellars they can't fit in because they're huge and as heavy as hippos. They use their claws to catch mice, rats, and cats and then eat them. The giant mushroom serves as both a Parasect's head and its hat, which is pretty convenient. Parasect are all blind. Many crimes weigh on a Parasect's conscience. When approached by young Paris, it'll tell them about the worst crimes it ever committed, like how it turned into a Parasect, for example. To evolve, it had to eat all the employees in a Miami insurance company after putting them to sleep with poison. 75 human lives. They just wanted to help Parasect by selling it life insurance, but ironically, it turned out that they were the ones who got killed. Number 48, Venonat. Venonat lives in hollow trees, that's where they're born, live their entire lives, and eventually die. They never leave their tree unless they turn into a Venomoth one day. They like listening to the radio, especially the latest news. When the news is over, Venonat poke their heads out of their tree and start yelling at the whole forest. They're always yelling about the same thing, that the end of the world is coming. They end their yelling with, "Don't forget what I told you," then go back to hiding in their trees. Venonats are poisonous, but nobody knows why. Their voices are nasty and their eyes are bloodshot from constant screaming. But if you approach one in the evening, light a fire under its tree, and speak to it calmly, it'll act like a completely different Venonat and open up to you, revealing its sad and lonely side. Number 49. Venomoth. If you've laid eyes on this giant butterfly and survived, count yourself lucky. Venomoth weigh 300 kilograms and can bite the head off a dog or even a horse. Only a few Venonat manage to eat enough honey to turn into Venomoth. They can't fly very well, 3 or 4 wing flaps, and then they flop to the ground. Some people tame Venomoth and put them on trucks to show them off to their neighbors. An adult Venomoth sells for $500 on the open market. They work as nannies taking care of babies, the sick, and the elderly. Venomoth have no interest in politics. Tame Venomoth feel contempt for their wild relatives, who resent that contempt. And at least once a month, a wild Venomoth murders a tame one. Number 50. Diglett. Small Diglett grow in ditches and roadsides. They don't have mouths, but they can absorb nutrients from soil. And they like to hide underground and dig passages. If you're careless and accidentally step on a Diglett, it'll explode. If that happens, Diglett's roots remain in the ground and eventually Diglett grows back, good as new. An exploding Diglett can obliterate small Pokemon like Pidgey or Clefairy or even a human leg. People with domesticated Diglett plant them in windowsill pots and water them with Sprite or sometimes Fanta. Sometimes their owners use them as fireworks or to blow up cars with loud car alarms that won't stop wailing. If you hear a car alarm going off in the middle of the night, a Diglett will probably come along soon enough to blow it up. Number 51. Dugtrio. 3 Diglett can combine to become 1 Dugtrio. They may be small, but they have a terrible explosive power. On a few occasions, Dugtrio blew up entire trains. This makes them useful for military purposes, similar to landmines. But their nature is really quite peaceful, and more than anything, they like discussing movies and gossiping about actors and pop stars. Dugtrio chats ceaselessly, all speaking at the same time, but able to understand each other perfectly. Once they've had their fill of gossip, they'll find a bank, burrow underneath, and blow it up. They're often employed by robbers who say they'll pay Dugtrio once they've regrown from the roots, but it's a trick. By the time they've grown back, the robbers already ran off. Dugtrio don't like their work, but they don't have much choice in the matter since they don't know how to do anything else. They're quite cute and very friendly. Number 52. Meowth. Meowth are very enterprising cats, and friends with Team Rocket. They're terrible scoundrels, frankly speaking. Their main weapons aren't claws or teeth. It's espionage, betrayal, slander, and deceit. Meowth know how to earn the trust of government officials and ministers, then tell them false stories, make them afraid of peaceful Pokemon, and play treacherous games, which results in unethical laws getting written. Meowth can even fool presidents, but not for long, of course. Eventually Meowth get exposed and deported to another country. Then they start the horrible cycle all over again. It actually starts to get annoying after a while. 7 Meowth hoard almost the entire Pokemon money supply, a total of about $3 million. That's why other Pokemon hate Meowth and try to assassinate them, although they rarely succeed. Okay, we need to cut in here with some bad news. This Pokédex only featured original artwork for the first 52 Pokemon and a few others, but the rest just used their official artwork made by Game Freak. So far, I've been referring to this Pokédex as a book, but it was actually spread across 5 editions, with each one covering about 30 Pokemon. It seems the lawsuit we mentioned earlier is why the Russian artwork wasn't printed in later editions. We wanted to reach out to the book's author and illustrator to confirm that fact and find out if the rest of the Pokemon had Russian artwork made that just never got published. We'd really love to see them all. Unfortunately, contacting them proved impossible for reasons we don't want to get into now. So we'll talk about it at the very end. We managed to collect a few missing pieces from the illustrator's website. For now, though, let's just say that if there were ever a full set of 151 illustrations, a good chunk of it appears to have been lost to time. Okay, let's continue. Number 53, Persian. Millionaire Meowth turn into Persian, who ride in armored cars with primate bodyguards and get interviewed by newspapers. But they're terribly unhappy, always calculating something in their minds and convinced they've been robbed somehow. They lash out at everyone around them and scratch them with their claws. They apologize later, but by then it's too late. Their victims press charges and Persian get dragged into court where they spend a fortune on lawyers and bribing judges, but still have a hard time avoiding prison. Alas, this is no way to live. A wise Psyduck once said, "To be a Persian is to never know happiness." Occasionally, Persian pay for the construction of a new McDonald's and everyone's happy for a few days. They all get burgers and Happy Meals that come with little plastic Persian toys. Number 54. Psyduck. Psyduck are clumsy fat platypuses who everyone thinks are dumbasses and mockingly refer to them as psycho ducks. They radiate psychic energy when they get hit on the head. They rarely get angry, but when they do, they can paralyze people. Psyduck are actually the wisest of all Pokemon, but they're careful to conceal their wisdom. They lock themselves in attics and write thick books only to bury them deep in the sands of a beach. They like to think maybe someday some kids will dig in the sand, discover their books, and read them. Psyducks spend their entire lives in poverty. They can only afford to survive because their friends give them food, and sometimes they wash cars to earn a little pocket money. Trainers don't think they have any use as fighters. Number 55. Golduck. Psyduck who get tired of being poor and hungry eventually sell out and lend their writing talents to corporations like Galena Blanca or Blenda Med to get rich. Then they turn into Golduck, which means golden duck. They spend their newly earned cash on refrigerators and TVs, make friends with people who work in newspapers and television, and then try to break their bad habit of waddling when they walk. They yell loudly in English, "I can afford to buy whatever I want." They've given up writing books. Now they only write articles and advertisements. They're always muttering under their breath, swearing quietly and shaking their heads in disapproval. They try to be like Wartortle, but don't have what it takes. Wartortle can fight, but Golduck can only beat around the bush. Number 56. Mankey. Mankey are personal bodyguards, usually for movie stars, pop idols, and middle-class businessmen. But they're lazy and don't know how to do anything besides wave their fists around. Police departments never employ them. Mankey run a bit of a side hustle exchanging gum for cigarettes, cigarettes for Coca-Cola, then Coca-Cola for beer. They don't trade the beer though, they just drink it themselves in large quantities. When they're drunk, they start talking crap about their trainers. That's when Mankey's petty nature is on full display, so it's best to just tune him out. They love reminiscing about that time they killed a bunch of terrorists in the mountains of Nepal. The story was actually written by a poor Psyduck in exchange for a bottle of Coke, but nowadays Mankey act like it really happened. They're so unsympathetic and don't feel sorry for anyone. Number 57. Primeape. As soon as Mankey starts working for Persian, it turns into Primeape. They wear iron bracelets on all four paws to look cool, even though it makes them 20 kilograms heavier. One time, a gang of Alakazam robbed a rich Persian by installing a huge electromagnet outside its cottage. When Persian walked out, flanked by 6 Primeape, the gang switched on the magnet, and all the bodyguards got stuck to it by their bracelets. The Alakazam tied up Persian with ropes as it meowed pathetically. The Primeape were helpless to watch while the cottage was ransacked for all its valuables. After that, all the Primeape got fired and replaced with Machamp. Number 58. Growlithe. People say these little Pokemon are prodigies. Growlithe can read, count, and draw beautifully. And they can even understand computer language. But they're very pampered and kind of lazy. They usually guard kindergartens and schools, and the children love playing with them. Despite their small size, Growlithe can fight off any predator with their teeth, spitting fire from their mouths. They like to eat condensed milk and chocolate. A lot of Growlithe grow up to become programmers, but their habit of spitting fire interferes with their work. And they burn up a lot of computers. Some train in martial arts to become Arcanine. They're very skilled and determined fighters. Number 59. Arcanine. Almost every Arcanine is a police lieutenant. They're very reliable and can solve many of the crimes perpetrated by Wartortle, Blastoise, Alakazam, and other dangerous Pokemon. Arcanine bite criminals, tear them to shreds, incinerate them with fire from their mouths, and relentlessly pursue them for many kilometers. When there's a soccer game coming up, the cops send a bunch of Arcanine to the stadium on buses to hold back the most violent fans. The cops thank them with sausages, and when they're especially brave, they're awarded medals of courage. After they retire, Arcanine write books about police work, cop dramas for TV, and teach other Pokemon martial arts. They're honest, loyal, and remarkably intelligent. Number 60. Poliwag. Poliwag live in the lakes of Scandinavia and northern Canada. They usually swim in shallow water, feed on tiny fish, and wait for their arms to sprout. Trainers catch Poliwag with fishing rods using Poliwag's favorite food as bait, Stimorol sugar-free chewing gum. They keep the Poliwag they catch in barrels of rainwater. No one has any need for them yet because without hands, Poliwag are practically useless. Sometimes, though, barrels of Poliwag are sold off to fishing boat captains who use them to drive schools of herring into fishing nets. Poliwags surround the herring in a chain and start trumpeting. Their voices sound like car horns, which for some reason herring are afraid of. Number 61. Poliwhirl. As soon as a Poliwag grows arms, it jumps out of the barrel or lake it's in and becomes a Poliwhirl. They may be small, but they're dangerous fighters. Trainers usually train Poliwhirl to shoot submachine guns, then sell them in the Caribbean islands for a high price. Armed troops are always in demand there. A single squad of Poliwhirls capable of overthrowing the government of a small country like Haiti? Then they install a new president. Usually it's a huge, clumsy water-type monster known as Poliwrath. Then the Poliwrath president eats all the food reserves and hides the country's gold underwater. After that, the Poliwhirl organize political rallies, then a revolution, and finally, a carnival. They're very cheerful. Number 62, Poliwrath. Poliwrath live without a care in the world, just swimming in warm pools and eating sausages and bananas. They don't care about anything else. There are only a few dozen Poliwrath in the entire world. They like to arrange small parties for themselves, all fly to one location and call it a summit. The source of their power is their immense wealth, which they stash underwater. Poliwrath collect weapons like pistols, machine guns, bombs, and cruise missiles. They sit in their underwater palaces, always hatching some new scheme. The US government is constantly at war with the Poliwrath and sends ships to hunt them down and bomb them. When a submarine approaches, Poliwrath fire torpedoes and are very happy when it impacts. Jesus Christ, man. Number 63, Abra. Abra are sly and deceptive and run Pokemon dating agencies. They always know what everyone's up to. They're friends with everyone, always kissing them and sharing gossip. Talk to an Abra and you can find out who Blastoise killed, how many eggs Fearow laid, and where Ekans slithered off to. Thanks to Abra's agencies, every adult Pokemon can find a partner. Whether they're looking for friends, someone to battle, or someone to eat. Abra refuses no one. Abra likes doing aerobics, driving cars, and skydiving. They're very modern and love politics and kickboxing. One enterprising Abra organized an ice cream festival in Greece, another climbed a pyramid in Egypt, and one ate an entire plate of dried ants on a dare. They have no friends, only acquaintances, but they know pretty much everyone, almost the entire Pokemon community. Number 64, Kadabra. Abra became Kadabra by turning off their phones, throwing out their phone books, and cutting off communication with the outside world. Everyone asks each other, what happened to our sweet Abra? But by then, it's already Kadabra. They wear red stars on their foreheads, grow long mustaches, and hang portraits of Buddyonny on their walls. In case you didn't know, Buddyonny was a mustachioed cavalryman who fought in the Russian Civil War. Kadabra love to fight, but they're not allowed to, so their minds are always full of violent thoughts that ripple out like waves and leak into people's minds. It's best to just get up and leave if there are a lot of Kadabra around. Don't try to argue with them or they'll tear you apart. Number 65, Alakazam. Alakazam are absolute bastards for 3 reasons. First off, they think themselves and a select few Kadabra are far superior to all other Pokemon, which gives them moral authority to control others. Second, they're convinced that anyone who disagrees with them should be shot. And the third reason is that they always want to eat but never have any money, and no one gives them any. To be fair though, Alakazam have some good qualities too. Their brains are very powerful and computer-like. They can do huge calculations and predict the weather, so they're occasionally used in space centers. But most of them hate that job, so they blow up all the rockets and eat all the astronauts. After that, they're hunted down and locked in cages. Number 66, Machop. These agile little Pokemon are very talented. Machop can draw beautifully, compose music, and know mathematics and physics. They're also very good actors, but physically they're pretty weak, which hurts their self-esteem. Still though, everyone thinks Machop have promising futures ahead of them. They like to eat fruit and watch cartoons. Machop live in attics where they paint and put on plays. Their worst enemies are Mankey, who are jealous of Machop and beat them up a lot. So lots of Machop take up bodybuilding to defend themselves, but some just skip town and move to little villages. Those villager Machop are beautiful creatures who make friends with beasts, birds, and pets. They love milking cows and riding dogs. Number 67, Machoke. Machop who get into bodybuilding turn into 100 kilogram Machoke. They have more muscles on their bodies than trees have leaves. An adult Machoke can easily bend a tire iron. But instead of bending it, Machoke usually use it to bludgeon the Mankey and Primeape who beat them up when they were kids. Machoke don't draw pictures, compose music, or put on plays. They don't have time for that anymore. They're too busy working out. They stand in front of a mirror for hours, flexing their muscles, striking poses, and smiling handsomely. They spend a lot of time training for bodybuilding championships. They usually win, and for first place, they're rewarded with boxes of chocolate and bags of apples. Then they give it all to Nidoran, who they're in love with. Machoke are happy creatures, and even though they're grown-ups now, they still love watching cartoons. Number 68, Machamp. You might be wondering why Machamp have 4 arms. Well, here's the story. One day, some African Mankey captured a Machoke, tied him up, and threw him down a well. Machoke was surely about to die, but by sheer strength of will, he managed to sprout 2 more arms and untie the knots, and thus he'd become a Machamp. He climbed out of the well, tracked down his abusers one by one, then threw them all in this same well and poured boiling olive oil down on them. This was the very first Machamp to ever exist. They're highly valued as laborers and usually work in construction and mining where they can dig with 2 shovels at a time. There's a Machamp who's famous for playing piano with 4 hands and another one who juggles. Number 69, Bellsprout. Bellsprout are poison bells who love kissing, but their kisses are poisonous, so if you get kissed by one, you'll die. They usually sprout up outside your house, then in the morning when you walk out, Bellsprout will say good morning and reach for a kiss. If you ever find yourself in that situation, just bonk it on the head with a briefcase so it stops tempting you with its dangerous pleasures. It might feel rude, but it has to be done. Otherwise, you'll be dead as a doornail. Bellsprout are used by doctors as anesthesia. If they kiss your ass instead of your lips, you'll just fall asleep for a few hours, then wake up perfectly fine. Bellsprout are affectionate, charming, and honest. Number 70, Weepinbell. Weepinbell never stop crying. They cry in the rain, they sob in the sunshine, they wail like beluga whales when sailors walk down the street. And if they get a C in math class, 2 buckets of tears. And all their tears are poisonous. People collect their tears in bottles and sell them to South American natives in the rainforest who soak their arrowheads and spears in the poison. Weepinbell work as loudspeakers at train stations, broadcasting arrivals, departures, and making announcements. But they never stop crying, and everyone who hears them cry too. Crowds of passengers stand on the platform sobbing as Weepinbell cries from above. The train will depart in 5 minutes. Number 71, Victory Bell. Victory Bell usually hangs silently, and they're very arrogant. If you ask one for a favor or ask a question, it'll never answer. They appear to hate everyone, and they'll eat anything thrown into their big mouths. So they usually work as garbage disposals in restaurants, hotels, and stadiums. Candy wrappers, banana skins, empty cans, apple cores, and cigarette butts are thrown into their mouths and they digest every last morsel. Imagine that was your life. Now, you understand why they hate everyone. Some Pokemon collectors, especially girls, give Victory Bell baths, wash their leaves, and let them eat cake. Then they turn into pleasant and intelligent companions, true friends, and connoisseurs of beauty. Number 72, Tentacool. Tentacool are big tadpoles, always searching for happiness. Crowds of them swim in warm ponds, and if you ask, what are you doing here? They'll all squeak in unison, we're searching for happiness. And they ain't joking. But finding happiness in a pond is no easy task. There's very little of it to go around, not enough for every Tentacool. So Tentacool have no choice but to go ashore and look for happiness on land. But their legs are too frail. It's painful to watch a bunch of struggling, staggering Tentacool stumble down a dusty road trying to push each other forward on the search for happiness. Tragically, they don't even know what happiness looks like. But they deserve respect for their determination, and Pokemon help them out with money and food as best they can. Number 73, Tentacruel. If a Tentacruel ever finds happiness, it'll spout a dozen more legs and 2 strong claws for snatching prey. Now, it's a Tentacruel. They don't believe in anything, not in friendship, and not in love. They're angry at the whole world. Most of them even hate the tentacle from which they came. Tentacruel grab them with their tentacles, tear them in half, and gobble them up. Sometimes journalists search out Tentacruel and interview them about how they manage to find happiness. Everyone really wants to know, but Tentacruel eat them too. They're terrible villains. Tentacruel have an anthem they sing every morning and every midnight. I, Tentacruel, proud and brave, will take many Pokemon to their grave. That's a bit of an exaggeration though. They'll kill any Pokemon, but not many. Number 74, Geodude. It's easy to mistake Geodude for small boulders. They lie peacefully in fields and forests, hiding their stone hands under their bodies, but if you accidentally sit on one, you'll immediately feel the impact of a stone fist punching your gut. Ew. If that happens, run. They're slow runners, so they can't catch you. So long as you don't touch them, Geodude are quite friendly. They've got a lot to talk about because they've lived 1,000 years and seen so much in their lifetimes. They like to lie at forks in the road with tattoos on their foreheads saying, "Death to the right, swamps to the left, and who knows what's straight ahead." The choice is yours. One time, someone carved a Geodude into a sculpture of the Roman god Apollo and erected it up in a park. But the next morning, it ran away. You might see it someday walking around, looking like Apollo. Number 75, Graveler. A dozen Geodude can merge to make one Graveler, but only at very high temperatures. So the Geodude have to build a huge bonfire. It takes a long time for Graveler to cool down, then they go out to wander the earth. They're pretty typical wanderers, always stomping around and muttering prayers under their breath. Sometimes they fight in wars and form impenetrable walls with their stone fists. No one's ever successfully stormed a Graveler fortress. Graveler also know a lot of stories. In Denmark, they organize fairy tale festivals, and 5 or 6 sit in a big meadow and tell stories to crowds of children. There are rumors that Hans Christian Andersen stole all of his fairy tales from Graveler. Number 76, Golem. Golem are living rocks, monuments to themselves, unbreakable, stubborn menaces. They usually lie in swamps and insist they used to be better, but they refuse to elaborate. Under no circumstances should you ever tease one. They are powerful enough to flatten armored vehicles full of soldiers. They shriek in anger, grind their stone teeth, and brandish their war medals. Some especially famous Golem hang themselves like marble plaques with their accomplishments written in gold. They make for good tourist attractions. Interestingly, Golem are all hollow. If you hit one with a log, it'll sound like an empty barrel. But don't do that though. It's dangerous. Number 77, Ponyta. Ponyta are little horses who are very romantic and constantly burning with love. If you see a Ponyta with a burning mane, tail, and torches on all 4 legs, that means it's in love with Pikachu. Ponyta always fall in love with Pikachu and give them rides on their backs. Sometimes Pikachu get burned and end up in the hospital. Ponyta work as secretaries, but they always screw everything up and lose money and paperwork. They're kept on staff though for their eternal flames, sparkling eyes, and because they're the ones who pop open champagne bottles at office parties. Ponyta are always ready for self-sacrifice. One time, a young Ponyta was so hot in love, it burned down a huge warehouse full of stationery worth $5 million. Pikachu didn't even notice. Number 78, Rapidash. Male Ponyta turn into Rapidash when they grow up. The ground burns under their hooves. They're always running somewhere with bulging eyes and blazing fire. People ask, "Where are you running? Please tell me." But they never answer. There's no end to the trouble they cause firefighters, so they're usually kept in swimming pools to make their flames go out. Rapidash swim and curse through their teeth because all they want to do is burn and gallop. Suffice it to say, they cause a lot of damage and don't have much benefit to society. But for some reason, everyone loves Rapidash and think of them as heroes and flaming freedom fighters. It'd probably be better if they stuck to warming up northern cities during cold winters, but Rapidash get bored of that. So they run in a fiery herd, neighing about freedom and happiness, and all the other Pokemon admire them and cheer, yelling, "Never change, Rapidash!" Number 79, Slowpoke. Slowpoke are so slow and dumb that they're impossible to talk to. You'll say, "Good morning, Slowpoke," then hours later in the evening they'll nod and say, "Good morning." And it'll take 3 days for them to laugh at a joke. Then, when they finally do, they laugh for a really, really long time. Slowpoke make excellent production managers, and many have climbed up the ranks of the army all the way to colonel. A few have even been promoted to general, but they understand nothing and just blink their eyes. Slowpoke are kind fathers and devote a lot of energy to raising children. They're generally positive so long as you're patient with them. You should never hit one on the head. They don't like that. And an hour later, they might cry. And a Slowpoke colonel bawling his eyes out is a pitiful sight. Number 80, Slowbro. Slowbro have strange bodies with metal tails covered in spikes. Even Golem are afraid of their tails. Slowbro work in several countries' intelligence services, catching spies, decrypting codes, and monitoring phone calls. They do it very slowly, but speed doesn't matter. only results. They speak many languages, but all very slowly and with weird accents. At first, it's kind of annoying, but eventually people get used to it. Slowbro love hunting, fishing, and bathing in saunas. When they retire, they move to countryside cottages and take up flower gardening, and some of them write books on how to hunt spies. In short, these Pokemon are very useful, so don't kill them. Number 81, Magnemite. Magnemite look like car parts or transformers. They have magnets in place of hands and 3 screws instead of a head. They do occasionally have thoughts though, and they're attracted to metal, sparkles, and buzzes. Magnemite are useful for finding metal objects like needles, paper clips, forks, and knives, but they're mostly used as minesweepers in the military. They detect mines hidden in the ground and rush at them. The mines explode, but Magnemite are made of iron, so they're not easily killed. They're mutilated and deformed beyond recognition, sure, but the mines don't kill them. Wounded Magnemite are awarded medals and share stories of their military exploits at elementary schools. Number 82, Magneton. 3 Magnemite connect together to make 1 Magneton. These Pokemon have magnetic forces so powerful they can raise sunken submarines from the bottom of the ocean. Magneton can also transmit radio signals, so they're frequently launched into space as spy satellites to orbit the Earth and send intel to the military. American Magnetons sometimes get into disputes with Russian Magneton, but they never fight. They just buzz at each other and eventually calm down. Sometimes 2 Magnemites' orbits cross in space and their magnets make them stick together. Then they just swap electricity back and forth. When that happens, it can cause magnetic storms and other phenomena on the Earth's surface. Eventually, Magneton fall out of orbit and crash into the Pacific Ocean. Number 83, Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd are terribly abrasive. They think everyone's always laughing at them and never show them any respect. So if a Farfetch'd runs into someone, it'll immediately melt down in hysterics, hurling insults and trying to slap them, so even trying to make friends with one is dreadful. "Where'd you go to school?" it'll ask suspiciously. And before you can even answer, it'll yell, "You're an ass!" And sometimes it's right. But other Pokemon don't take it personally. Farfetch'd are fat and short of breath, and it's hard for them to fly. So they work as newspaper journalists, writing articles and making up lies. Their diets consist of frogs and oysters. Farfetch'd are all convinced they're smarter than everyone else. They like snapping photos of wild and powerful Pokemon like Blastoise and selling them for $1. Number 84, Doduo. Scientists have long debated what a Doduo is. Is it a family or just a single Pokemon? Well, it was recently proven it's actually a family consisting of 2 heads, 1 torso, and a pair of legs. They can run incredibly fast when searching for food. Doduo are considered flying Pokemon even though they can't fly. They simply don't have any wings, but their passports categorize them as flying. The truth is, they bribed the Ponyta that issued their passports, and that's how they got the flying designation. Ponyta didn't have any qualms about taking the bribe, but that still wasn't good enough for Doduo. So they run around the world bragging about how they flew in the mountains, above the clouds, high in the sky. When someone asks to see their wings, Doduo get offended and run away to another country. Then they do the same thing all over again somewhere else. In the agriculture industry, these inseparable Pokemon are used to pluck weeds. Number 85, Dodrio. Sometimes a 3rd head sprouts in the Doduo family and they become a Dodrio. They can run incredibly fast and win every race they enter, but it's difficult for Dodrio to feed themselves since they have 3 mouths but only 2 legs. When they find a worm, they argue for a long time who should get it. But it's actually pretty pointless since they all share the same stomach and the worm ends up there regardless. Perhaps it's a matter of who gets to taste it? Dodrio make excellent mailmen, messengers, and advertising peddlers. They have thick, calloused feet that are so strong, sometimes they kill tigers with them. When Dodrio get tired, they sit on a stump and sing the baby head to sleep. It's a beautiful sight. The baby head falls asleep, bowing to the mother head, and the father head guards it while it sleeps. Number 86, Seal. Seal are fat and live on polar ice floes and eat fish. They're friendly, curious, and handsome. It's difficult for them to move on land, but they're skilled in water thanks to their flippers and tails. They can jump out of the water 3 meters high like a dolphin. Some seal move to the city and learn how to read and talk, then usually find jobs in the radio business because of their rich, velvety voices. Covered with ice, they sit in front of a microphone and work as disc jockeys on Radio Maximum and Europa Plus. These seal have lots of fans and make tons of money. They drive silver Mercedes with air conditioning, and some become movie stars. Seal usually have large families with lots of children. Number 87. Dugong. Dugong eat nothing but ice cream. Barrels of it, in fact. Because they're so big, white, and cool, they mostly lie on icebergs in Greenland where ice cream is brought to them on tanker ships. Then the citizens of Greenland shovel ice cream into barrels for dugong. Feeding them gets expensive, but ice cream companies are willing to foot the bill because dugong give them the rights to use the footage in ice cream commercials. They don't just eat in the ice cream commercials though, they also sing songs about ice cream with their thick baritone voices. They're harmless really, wouldn't hurt a fly. Not that there are any flies in Greenland anyway, just ice and polar bears that lick dugong's leftover barrels. Number 88. Grimer. Grimer live in ditches, swamps, septic tanks, and anywhere else sewage gets dumped. They feed on the filth, which makes them smell terrible and have a pessimistic view on life. But despite all of that, Grimer are actually very smart and even wise Pokemon. They don't pretend to be anything they're not, don't have any hopes or dreams, and they don't expect anything good out of life. They look like floor rags made out of old bathrobes. All that said, no one knows how to find joy in the little things the way Grimer can. Sometimes they throw parties in seaports where the water's full of oil links, garbage, and various other kinds of pollution. Grimer splash around, giggling in a layer of rainbow-colored oil on the water's surface. There's floating garbage, dead rats, fish heads, and crumpled soda bottles. Grimer loves all of it, and onlookers are amused as they happily splash around in the filth. Number 89. Muck. Muck look like giant stinky jellyfish with huge mouths that suck in slime and sludge like garbage chutes. They live under the piers in resort towns, and sometimes they crawl out and scare tourists. Muck's slime trails are poisonous, so people have to wash it off the ground with bleach. More than anything, they like to drink crude oil. If more than 5 muck gather in one spot, the government declares an ecological state of emergency, bring in helicopters, and pour tons of dishwashing soap down onto the muck. They can predict the weather with 100% accuracy, foreign exchange rate fluctuations, and even election results. Anytime you see one of these dirty freaks, there's always a crowd of journalists right there next to it. They listen to Muck's predictions and record them on tape, then plagiarize and pass it off as their own work. Number 90. Shelder. Shelder are notorious clowns. They do Pikachu impressions, aren't afraid to laugh at Golem, and even make fun of the Rolling Stones. They're quite small, and when they float in the water, they look like naval mines. If you accidentally hurt a Shelder, it'll jump out of the water 2 meters high, stick out its tongue, and start laughing nastily and calling you dirty names. Shelder love rock music, and thousands gather at concerts screaming, sticking their tongues out, and swearing a lot. But they can also be very sentimental. When Shelder hear a sad song, they fall silent, hide their tongues, and light matches. Those are tears of tenderness in their eyes. They really like eating Snickers. And there are a lot of drug addicts and vandals who spray graffiti in the Shelder community. Number 91. Cloyster. Shelder who can't break their drug addictions turn into Cloyster. Their bodies are full of holes and covered in spikes, and they look like bizarre meteorites. They fly around with no idea where they're going and never know joy. Cloyster live at the bottom of the ocean, occasionally coming to the surface to search for food and heroin. The police round them up and force them to get jobs or educations. One Cloyster learned how to open bottles so skillfully with its spikes it got hired as a bartender. More often, they become road workers, parking lot attendants, or construction workers. But usually, they just sink back to the bottom of the ocean. Cloyster are actually pretty smart and fun to talk to. Despite their hardships, they're quite optimistic and believe in their own inner beauty. Number 92. Ghastly. These rare Pokemon are ghosts that roam Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. Ghastly never go to Antarctica though because it's too cold. Ghastly look like purple clouds with evil-eyed black balls in the center. Sometimes they bite, which is pretty weird for ghosts. They live in ancient castles, dungeons, and fortresses. At night, Ghastly go out to frighten pedestrians and extort money and jewelry from them. The only thing they're afraid of are vacuum cleaners because the newer models can suck them up. But it's futile to try to shoot them with guns or beat them with clubs. If you tame a Ghastly, you can go for walks together in the evenings and visit your friends. Number 93. Haunter. Ghastly turn into Haunter when there's a full moon on a warm August night. The purple cloud shrinks and turns into a round head with paws and ears, which is somehow able to fly. Haunter are soft like cotton, only their teeth are sharp. They hate large crowds of people. Soccer fans, protesters, disco heads, etc. Haunter drop down on them from above and bite. Their victims fall asleep, but unlike Zubat, Haunter don't drink their blood. Instead, they pull out their souls. But only if they have one, of course. Haunter eats people's souls, and don't even shy away from little souls. Vile, pitiful souls are Haunter's main form of sustenance, because there are few noble and honorable souls in this world. Well, at least not at discos, soccer games, and protests. Number 94, Gengar. When a Haunter gets a belly full of human souls, it'll turn into Gengar. They're very energetic, sentimental, and airheaded. They dance in the clouds, singing songs about different races of people. Gengar's favorite are the Neapolitans. That's people from Naples, Italy, by the way. Gengar trainers love flying on them by tying a basket underneath and using them like hot air balloons. Gengar are hard to control, so it's dangerous but incredibly thrilling. They're very greedy when it comes to young women. If they see one while they're out flying around, Gengar will drop like a stone to suck out their soul. The trainer in the basket usually gets killed when that happens. In Sweden, people hold annual Gengar races, but make sure to hide every young woman in restaurants and cafes first. There's no shortage of them in Sweden. But the girls get curious and lean out their windows to take a peek, and that's when Gengar gets their chance to pick off a few victims. Number 95. The one, the only, Onix. Onix are huge rockworms who can block traffic by stretching themselves across roads. They're very dangerous in battle, attacking with lightning speed and strangling their foes with stone nooses. For food, they eat raw cement. Onix's brains are made of concrete, so they make horrible creaking noises when they're thinking. But it's pretty rare a thought ever enters their stupid brains. Onix reproduce by division. They split into two halves, then a stone head, mouth, and eyes immediately appear on the tail end. It's especially scary when it happens in battle, because now you're fighting two Onix instead of one. If left alone, Onix will lie peacefully on a road for years on end, pretending to be rocks and creaking their brains, wondering where it can find a bucket of fresh cement. Number 96. Drowsy. The friendly fatso Drowsy will stare at you for a minute without blinking. Then you'll realize you're completely under its control. It'll make you hand over your wallet, your keys, house keys, and write a will that says Drowsy gets everything when you die. And you'll be perfectly happy to do so. Drowsy have lots of admirers who want to learn their methods. They live in huts on the beach and eat shellfish, and Drowsy drive around in their cars and eat black caviar at their expense. That's the power of Drowsy's gaze. So if you ever run into one, you need to kick it right in its fat belly and walk away with a proud air about you. Drowsy won't be offended, quite the contrary actually. They'll respect you for it. They make for good friends and loyal Pokemon. Number 97. Hypno. Drowsy change drastically after they turn into Hypno. They sleep for weeks in the mountains, lying in sleeping bags and catching humans' dreams. Every night, people produce millions of dreams, and Hypno eats so many that they will gain a lot of weight. When a Hypno finally wakes up and descends from the mountains, you should avoid it. Otherwise, it'll torture you with nonsensical stories. Those are the dreams leaking out of its mouth. The most talented Hypno become authors, but the ones who can't write just sit in bars and chat with people over coffee or beer. People are happy to pay for Hypno's drinks because their stories are so fun to listen to. Number 98. Krabby. Krabby are just ordinary crabs that, for some unknown reason, wanted to become Pokemon. It seems that even crabs want to feel special. Krabby live in streams, small rivers, and channels. They eagerly read every scrap of newspaper that floats by, so they're very knowledgeable. Krabby used what they learned to become Pokemon, which made the rest of the crabs jealous. Krabby are philosophers and deep thinkers. They only crawl sideways because of their philosophy. They believe it's impossible to go forward and there's no use going back. Going sideways reveals new perspectives on what they already have. Despite their philosophical depth, Krabbies still get canned along with all the normal crabs. People don't care if they're deep thinkers. But even this harsh reality makes sense in Krabby's philosophy. Number 99. Kingler. Kingler are Krabby who lost faith in philosophy and crawled into the sea to make money. Their claws are so powerful they can cut through metal. Kingler find shipwrecks, negotiate with scrap metal companies, then cut up the ships and sell them piece by piece. It's a very profitable business for Kingler. It turns out there's no need for philosophy if you've got huge pincers. But actually, Kingler don't have much use for money. They don't eat much, don't play cards, and don't drink expensive wine. So they use their money to sponsor ballet competitions. The sad truth is that Kingler never learned to walk straight or throw their legs up high. They spent their whole lives crawling sideways, so now they want to help young ballet dancers do what they couldn't do themselves. dance beautifully. Number 100, Voltorb. The electric ball Voltorb have such piercing screeches when they're attacked that it's best not to mess with them. It's not dangerous, just painful to listen to. It's much better to use Voltorbs as bowling balls. You just need to cover their ears with tape and make a deal for how much electricity you'll give them for each pin they knock over. Voltorb never miss. They'll knock down every pin and you will win. Then you need to hold up your end of the bargain and plug Voltorb into an outlet, just to make sure not to give them too high a voltage. It could make them insane. Hordes of insane Voltorb roll down the streets and destroy everything in their path. They're a huge problem in Canada, France, and Great Britain because people in those countries always give Voltorb the wrong voltage. Number 101, Electrode. Electrode are huge pranksters. They have 2 metal coils growing on their foreheads with a combined power of 12,000 volts. Electrode like to quietly roll up to a friend and touch them on the arm, stomach, or neck with one of their whiskers. The friend's life can be saved, but only sometimes. Electrode are incredibly stupid. They believe 12,000 volts gives them the right to talk about anything and everything. They like to argue in a very idiotic manner, but they're only useful for reviving young women who fainted. An electric shock through their coils instantly zaps the girl up to her feet, then she'll smile and even thank the Pokemon. That's all it takes. Then Electro will roll up and try to touch her with its whiskers, but that's when she really needs to run. Number 102, Execute. Execute are actually just swarms of small eggs who always stick together. There are several hundred of them in the swarm. Many have been dead for a long time, empty inside with broken heads, but still part of the team. Execute pile on top of their victims, sticking all over them until they lose the will to resist. Bears, tigers, and even heavyweight wrestlers will be left lying helplessly, eyes darting around, unable to move. The eggs crawl all over it, rolling, rustling, hissing. They can only be stopped by spraying them with a fire extinguisher to get them all stuck to each other. Fried Execute are still capable of thought, but they don't make for a good meal. They're very bitter. Sometimes people throw Execute at theater actors. Number 103, Executor. The biggest miracle in the Pokemon world is when a swarm of Execute turn into an Executor. Well, except maybe Machamp's second pair of arms. Suddenly, the Executes surround a lilac or buckthorn bush, stick to it, and legs grow out of the bush. After that, the bush goes on a walk, but it's not a bush anymore. It's an Executor. They're often used for street advertising, walking up and down the sidewalk chanting slogans like, "The new generation chooses Pepsi!" Some political parties hire them during election season. These Pokemon have a lot of mouths, but no brains. All they have in their heads are leaves, so they just yell out whatever they're told. And they're convinced they're fighting for truth, even if they're not. Number 104, Cubone. Cubone chew their opponents down to their bones, then use those bones to scare away other enemies. They wear their skulls and mumble threats and curses. At home, they have entire warehouses of bones covered with dust and cobwebs. It's pretty creepy, actually. When you see a Cubone sitting in a broken old recliner watching television covered in bones, it doesn't inspire much sympathy. They work as night shift security guards, janitors, and warehouse managers, scaring off thieves by banging bones against their skulls. Cubone are very upstanding citizens who never steal anything themselves. They don't have any relatives or friends except some kangaroo buddies who occasionally visit from Australia, who just come and hop around a while before they fly back home. Weird kangaroo lore. It's not even a Pokemon. Number 105, Marowak. Marowak are nicknamed the Bone Collectors and live in abandoned cemeteries, digging up graves and stealing the bones inside. They piece them together into bizarre skeletons of people, animals, and Pokemon that never even existed. Like a skeleton with 3 heads, 8 arms, or a leg on its shoulder. Oddly enough, some people actually like those bone monsters. They're often hired to plan expos, and they're often written about in newspapers, even though they're objectively hideous and insane. If you find yourself in a cemetery at night and hear sniffing sounds in the bushes, don't be frightened. It's just Marowak digging up graves. They're no threat to the living. They're only interested in the dead, or to be more precise, their bones. Just leave them about their business. No one cares about Marowak anyway. Number 106, Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee have springy legs with terrifying strength. One kick can knock the teeth right out of an opponent's mouth. They're very irritable, impressionable, and mentally unstable. Hitmonlee work in advertising agencies, drive taxis, and service slot machines. When they talk to clients, sometimes they'll lose their temper and start kicking wildly. As a result, they tend to spend more time in jail than they do working. A few Hitmonlee have gone on to build successful careers in breakdancing, hip-hop, and other popular forms of dancing, where they use their springy legs to move rhythmically and jump high as a ceiling. The secret to dealing with Hitmonlee is actually pretty simple. You just need to lubricate their springs with machine oil on a regular basis. Then they'll be on their best behavior. Number 107, Hitmonchan. These extremely weak Pokemon of Chinese origin are natural-born boxers. They lift weights only as heavy as mosquitoes. Their fists fly by so fast, it looks like they have 100 of them. Hitmonchan are insanely brave. They'll rush fist first even at Graveler, Golem, and Nidoking. They barely even notice the blows, but Hitmonchan keeps pummeling them till it eventually faints from exhaustion. Hitmonchan live in Chinatowns, form gangs of about 300, and brutally beat large cockroaches and mice. Hitmonchan fall over if you blow on them too hard, and a flick on the forehead knocks them out for 2 weeks. Body blows are fatal, but despite their frailty, they're bold, cocky fighters. The pride of Chinese fighting Pokemon. Number 108, Lickitung. Lickitung's defining features are their tongues, which can stretch up to 2 meters. In battle, they wield it like a club, and in day-to-day life, they use it for communication. It's not uncommon to see two Lickitungs licking and hugging each other with their tongues, and using them to give each other gifts. A lot of Lickitung work as window washers. They can wash windows with their tongues in an instant, and for payment they only ask for peaches and oranges, then grab them with their tongues and toss them into their mouths. Lickitung's odd behavior gave birth to the expression, "to run your tongue," and "my tongue is my enemy." They get tangled up in their tongues a lot, and they occasionally get killed when their tongue gets wound around the wheel of a passing car. Wound around the wheel. Number 109, Coughing. Coughing are dug up from abandoned mines where they lie around in darkness. They're filled with methane, a gas that's as poisonous as it is explosive. That's why terrorists use coughing as car bombs, shove them into garbage bins, or leave them on buses. Coughing just sit wherever they're put until they eventually explode. They have thin shells so they don't leave any remains or cause any casualties. It can be pretty terrifying though. If the methane's carefully let out of a coughing and replaced with hydrogen, it'll just float slowly and sadly. Coughing are rarely given jobs. They can be found at kindergartens where they accompany children on walks, and a couple of coughing work as chemistry teachers. One even became a school principal. Number 110, Wheezing. Wheezing love car exhaust. They crawl up to a Mercedes from behind, shove the exhaust pipe in their mouths, and inhale. They get high off the fumes and roll around the streets yelling, "We've been betrayed, dudes!" When that happens, a special wheezing mobile comes to pick them up and take them to a dump where they can eat garbage and come to their senses. Wheezing are all filthy, disgusting, and unshaven, but a few wheezing manage to climb their way to the highest rungs of society and become bankers and businessmen. They have a whole staff of servants who wash them, feed them vegetables, and spray them with deodorant. But a couple times a year, even rich wheezing can't resist the urge to find an old Zaporozhets and spend 2 weeks in its garage huffing exhaust. That's a popular Soviet-era car made in Ukraine, by the way. Number 111, Rhyhorn. Rhyhorn are simple-minded bandits who carry out their gang's orders without hesitation. If a Rhyhorn's ordered to dig a ditch, it'll keep digging until it eventually reaches the ocean. A combat squad of 5 or 6 Rhyhorn can rob a bank, kidnap an Asian prince, and shoot up an airport. Rhyhorn can't read, not even advertisements, but they love watching Mexican soap operas and cry heavy lead tears at the emotional parts. When the show's over, Rhyhorn turn off the TV and set out to kill. They're difficult to deal with. It's impossible to explain anything to Rhyhorn, so you can only give them commands, but they'll only take orders from their gang leader. Rhyhorn spend all their money on slot machines, dreaming of making millions, but they never win because they're idiots. Number 112, Rhydon. Compared to Rhyhorn, Rhydon are true intellectuals, and proud they can walk upright. They live in subway tunnels, mines, and catacombs. For vacation, they go to active volcano craters in Kamchatka in Peru, where they spend a month swimming in molten lava. They're sort of like fireproof safes, and heavy as one too. Nothing can dent a Rhydon, which is why the military use them to test experimental weapons. They shoot them with flamethrowers, drop nuclear bombs on Rhydon divisions, and blast them with rockets. Rhydon barely feel a thing. They like it, actually. They draw straws for the chance to get shot with nukes and very happy if they win. Number 113, Chansey. Chansey are kind and caring, carry bars of soap in their pockets, and work in Pokemon centers. A lot of Pokemon get their arms, legs, and tails torn off in battle, so Chansey tend to them after their surgeries. And of course, wash them with soap. Chanseys themselves never fight. Instead, they persuade their opponents with words and smiles. In addition to caring for Pokemon physically, Chansey are also good listeners and happy to listen to their patients talk about their loved ones. Chansey's favorite hobby is photography. They take pictures of people and Pokemon and post them on the internet. Every picture's taken with love. Even stupid Rhyhorn, dim-witted Pidgey, and hot-tempered Charizard like Chansey. They're like mothers to each and every Pokemon without exception. Number 114, Tangela. Tangela live in African jungles. They're covered with vines instead of hair, and they're always worried about where to get the cheapest haircuts or perms for their vines. Female Tangela dye their vines red, curl them, and style them into updos. African tribes hunt these Tangela and sell them to American tourists. Tangela have a lot of problems, like giraffes eating from their heads and elephants feasting on their vines. Tangela are terrified of elephants, so they don't fight back. They've got no choice but to sacrifice their appearance in exchange for safety. Tangela go bald and their vines fall off when they get old. Then they're just naked balls with eyes and feet who hide from hunters and wild animals in burrows and use combs to brush the few vines they still have left. Number 115, Kangaskhan. Kangaskhan are marsupial Pokemon, similar to kangaroos, who raise their young in belly pouches. Most Kangaskhan are bosses, like CEOs or governors. Their babies inherit their management styles. They shout out everyone from inside their pouch, giving orders and behaving without shame. None of it bothers their mamas though. Kangaskhan and their babies love celebrations in their honor, complete with shows, songs, flags, and banners. Mama will stand on a platform with the baby sticking out of her pouch, both wearing general's caps. They wave their arms to greet the crowd, and the crowds chant, "Kangaskhan! Kangaskhan!" It's a marvelous sight to behold. Number 116, Horsey. Horsey are seahorses who gain the affection of gullible water Pokemon by professing their love for them. Horsey revel in the drama and lying to all their lovers. They have countless relationships, one in every sea, while their husbands sit in the Amur River catching tadpoles. The moment you come across a Horsey, she'll shoot ink from her nose and you'll be stuck in it up to your ears. So it's important you immediately snap off her horns and swim to shore. Horsey love money, spectacle, wine, and a beautiful life on coral islands. But more often than not, they live in musty bays overgrown with algae and make one of their lovers, a Bulbasaur or whatever, clean it up. Most Pokemon think Horsey are sophisticated and deep, but they're actually pretty shallow. Number 117, Seadra. When they grow old, beautiful Horsey turn into bitter old Seadra, the menace of shallow straits and sandbars. They swim around all day searching for food and former lovers who sailed away to destinations unknown. Seadra teach young fish and crabs how to live. They also work for trainers and nannies for young Pokemon, ironing their shorts and washing their clothes. It's important for Seadra to distract herself with work. In the evenings, Seadra crawl ashore and watch the sun set over the ocean. They reminisce about all the lovers they had in their youth. Sharks, dolphins, tuna, and so on. They like to think that old life wasn't in vain. Then Seadra dive into the waves again and chase after passing ships, hoping to catch some potato peels and dinner crumbs thrown overboard. Number 118, Goldeen. Goldeen are goldfish that people call the Sea Queen. They're cute, flirtatious Pokemon with poisonous spikes on their head. If you get stung by one, you'll get muscle cramps. Like most species of water Pokemon, Goldeen love going to annual carnivals in the Red Sea. The rest of the time, Goldings sell jewelry to rich tourists in Mediterranean resorts as a way to save money for the next carnival's lighting budget. They hunt for jewelry in sunken ships and occasionally find valuable treasures. Rich tourists have a hard time haggling with Golding because they have to dive underwater with their money. Often, there's simply not enough time. They have to come up for air and then dive back down to continue bargaining. Number 119. Seeking. Seeking are all bullies who prey on young female swimmers off the Spanish coast. Seeking sneak up and rip off their swimsuits with their sharp horns, then swim off as the girls are left totally naked. If you see a naked swimmer coming ashore, try not to laugh at her. She must have been the victim of a seeking attack. But a lot of swimmers actually like it. After having their swimsuits stolen, they get interviewed, become famous, and do nude photo shoots for magazine covers. Seeking gather near the island of Mallorca to show off their stolen swimsuits and have competitions for most successful hunt. Long story short, it's a win-win for Seeking and the swimmers. Number 120. Staryu. Staryu are large starfish with suction cups who lie at the bottom of the ocean and think. They think about who to give awards to and what for. Once a month, the Council of the 12 Smartest Staryu gathers. They debate for a long time without words, conveying thoughts using only their suction cups, and then, having agreed on the awards, they crawl out of the sea and stick themselves to the winners. But they don't reward people or Pokemon because they couldn't bear Staryu's weight. So they stick themselves to famous planes, outstanding tanks, high-rise buildings, and TV towers. They've also awarded a bunch of museums and ancient castles, and one time they awarded a bathhouse. But that was an exceptional occurrence. Staryu hang on and are proud of themselves and the award winners. Unfortunately, they don't stick on for very long. Staryu's suction cups dry out and eventually fall off. Number 121. Starmie. Dried up Staryu becomes Starmie. They're not as big, but they're a better design, and people can wear them thanks to their smaller size. So Starmie award themselves to millionaires who wear them on holidays and display them under the back windows of their Mercedes. Policemen salute when they see a Starmie. Sometimes Starmie awards can be a problem though, like when they're hanging on the neck of an old general. Of course the general's pleased, but Starmie weigh half a pound. After standing for a while, he'll fall down and the Starmie flies off. It's an embarrassing situation for everyone involved. Therefore, generals don't like being awarded with a Starmie and rather just get some cash. Starmie have good senses of humor. Number 122. Mr. Mime. After graduating from Marcel Marceau's famous mime school in Paris, Mr. Mime performed in circuses all around the world. But there aren't enough circus jobs for all of them, so many have no choice but turning into pickpockets. A lot of them hang out on the streets of Hong Kong. Mr. Mime can pick your pockets so smoothly you won't even realize till a month later. The most skilled ones can even steal money sewn into people's shorts, undershirts, bras, and other underwear. No one knows how that's even possible. Some people think Mr. Mime do it by hypnotizing the victim. Curiously though, their tricks don't work on Pokemon. Mr. Mime get beat up a lot by Squirtle and Psyduck, who take their money and spend it at pubs. A little bonus trivia here, this Pokédex says Mr. Mime trained at Marcel Marceau's mime school. Marceau was a famous real-life mime who took off the makeup to join the French resistance to fight Nazis in World War II. Then, after the war, he opened his own mime school. There are a couple Mr. Mimes nicknamed Marcel in red and blue and Sword and Shield as clear homages to the legendary French mime. Number 123. Scyther. Scyther are hybrids of dinosaurs and locusts. They're tall as human men but even heavier and much more dangerous thanks to their razor-sharp wings. The expression close shave comes from these Pokemon because when they're flying, they can cut tops off trees, telephone poles, and if they're angry enough, human heads! But Scyther aren't dangerous if you give them some gingerbread, waffles, and cookies to eat. Most work as hairdressers. In the city of Oslo, there's a barbershop where 15 Scyther give haircuts and shaves. The shop is thick with the sound of chirping and metallic wing flicking. Hair flies in all directions and from time to time an ear or two or the tip of someone's nose. Norwegians love getting their haircuts there because it adds some excitement into their otherwise boring lives. Number 124. Jinx. Jinx are very unusual Pokemon, seldom studied by science. They're descended from genies in bottles and always drunk on gin and tonic. Small in stature with long hair, Jinx wander around subway stations reading people's palms and telling their fortunes with tarot cards. Jinx's fortune tellings are incredibly accurate in a way, but what will happen is always the exact opposite of what Jinx predicts. Jinx's icy nature only manifests itself in the glacial calmness they have filling out paperwork and trying to obtain identity cards. The police frequently round up Jinx and deport them to the Middle East. Then they gather on the border between Israel and Egypt and have no idea where to go next. Number 125, Electabuzz. Electabuzz charge themselves at power plants, turbines, and transformers. Once they're fully charged, they find some high voltage power lines to work across. Electabuzz have jobs supplying electricity to isolated mountain villages, drilling rigs in Siberia, and Arctic outposts. Teams of them are parachuted wherever they're most needed. They shoot out sparks non-stop, which is a beautiful sight to behold in the sky when they're parachuting into the tundra. As soon as they land, the electric currents immediately start flowing. Boilers come to life and everyone's happy. When Electabuzz run out of electricity, they're put in clear plastic bags and sent to power plants to recharge. Number 126, Magmar. The entire surface of Magmar's bodies are on fire. Their tails, legs, and sometimes even their heads. It all depends on Magmar's mood. When they're angry, their hands flare up, and when they're embarrassed, it's their cheeks. Magmar live in fire pits. In Russian villages, people put Magmar in their ovens to use their fire and bake pancakes and pies, which Magmar love to eat. Unfortunately, it's difficult to get a real Magmar in Russia because they come from Africa and it's almost impossible to transport a burning Magmar such a long distance. There's only one way to do it. Transporting them by sea in water-filled containers, just like dolphins. Magmar's flames are extinguished underwater, so when they arrive in Russia, they have to get dried out for a long time, given moonshine to drink, taught Russian expressions, and then finally, they're ready to get stuffed in the oven. Number 127, Pinsir. Professor Oak created Pinsir in his laboratory using wire cutters that were fed screws and nuts for a long time. It's advised not to engage in battles with Pinsir. They can pierce train cars with their horns and break cast iron pans with their teeth. Around the house, Pinsir can be useful as top-notch can openers. They're also used as jaws of life to cut car crash victims out of their mangled vehicles. Despite their menacing appearance, Pinsir are really just good-natured goofs, so long as you don't touch them. They like aluminum tools and other non-ferrous metals. Aristocratic Pinsir like to eat gold jewelry they acquired by cutting into bank vaults. Number 128, Tauros. Tauros are basically just ordinary bulls, but bigger and with 3 tails. The whims of fate turned them into Pokemon, otherwise they would have been used in Spanish bullfights and quickly killed. The mystery of why they have 3 tails confounds scientists, but doesn't bother Tauros. Pokemon have a lot of fun with them. If you ever go to Mexico, you'll see Tauros running down the street pulling 3 kids on roller skates, each one holding onto 1 tail. Kids also like tying pans on Tauros' tails and making them run down cobblestone pavement, which makes an unbearable clanging sound. When cows meet Tauros, they lose their minds and fall head over hooves in love. Number 129, Magikarp. Magikarp are so cynical, it's actually disgusting. They know someday they'll turn into Gyarados, terrifying half-serpent, half-dragons practically unmatched in the sky and underwater. So Magikarp sail the seas and demand protection money from their future wrath. There's a word for that. Extortion. Other Pokemon don't like being extorted, so they slip dead worms in a Magikarp's lunch. But they're still afraid that after they become Gyarados, they'll get revenge on them. Magikarp gangs hang out in the Sea of Japan, demanding protection from Japanese fishermen and making fun of them. Usually they demand their favorite food, crab sticks. They swim underwater and laugh amongst themselves about their shakedowns and extortion. The scumbags. Number 130, Gyarados. Gyarados are 10 meters long and terrifying and jump out of the water like rockets into the sky. They stretch themselves to maximum length and fly off, eyes bulging. Usually their opponents die of horror just from laying eyes on them. Gyarados are proud of their coloring and spend a lot of time curling their mustaches and trimming their fins, which also serve as wings. But they can't do anything to you if you're not afraid. You just need to yell loudly and clearly, "Get out of here, Gyarados!" and they'll fly away in shock. But most people don't know that, and entire herds die simply out of fear. They mostly live in New Zealand, and when they're not spreading terror, they like to dance in the sky. When a Gyarados reaches old age, one day, it'll suddenly burst like a balloon and its empty skin will slowly waft down to the ground. Number 131, Lapras. These giant Pokemon look like boats and work in transportation, carrying teams of Pokemon and trainers on their backs across the ocean. Along the way, Lapras tell tales of the sea and ask for advice about who they should marry. Lapras have a hard time finding mates due to their massive size. Other Pokemon love Lapras for their directness and sincerity. They're often asked to judge legal disputes, like outstanding debts, reasoning with clients, and dealing with fraudsters. Lapras listens to the details of the case, think for a couple minutes, then issue an impartial judgment. If Lapras decide you're right, they'll drown your debtor or partner in the sea. But if they decide you're wrong, it'll be you who gets drowned. Lapras will tie a Geodude around your neck and you'll sink to the bottom of the ocean. Lapras refuse to be paid for acting as judges. They only care that justice is served. Number 132, Ditto. Ditto look like huge pieces of chewing gum and can change into any shape. They sculpt their fellow Pokemon, artists, football players, and politicians from their own bodies. One moment they'll look like pillows, and the next they'll look like small copies of Zhiranovsky. That's a right-wing politician who died in 2022, by the way. Sometimes people beat Ditto with sticks. It doesn't bother them though. It feels nice actually, and the sticks bounce right off. Ditto will even transform into various bastards to encourage people to beat them even harder. Ditto started a small business called Beat Your Enemies' Heads In. They'll come to your house and transform into someone you hate. And you can beat them up with red-hot steam irons. For your pleasure, Ditto will scream, "I give up! Oh no, I'm so sorry!" It's a great way to blow off some steam for their customers. Number 133, Eevee. Eevee are little squirrels who have the unique ability to transform into one of 3 different Pokemon depending on their personality and behavior. They get really annoyed that everyone's always talking what they'll evolve into, but they don't care and only live for their own pleasure. In the daytime, Eevee sit in burrows and listen to music with headphones, and the evenings they go out and have fun. You can usually find them playing slot machines where they try to win money to spend on nightlife. Eevee beg for a single coin, then they get really lucky with it. By midnight, they'll have a big bag of money and spend it in nightclubs dancing till dawn. If they're low on cash, they'll just get some ice cream or go to a movie theater. That's what they do every day. Music, movies, gambling, and clubbing. All the other Pokemon are jealous of Eevee's fantastic luck. Number 134, Vaporeon. Eevee who drink too many cocktails turn into blue sea cats called Vaporeon. Vaporeon live off the coast of Crimea and the Black Sea. At night, they crawl out of the water and onto battleships in the Black Sea Fleet. Late at night, there's usually only one officer on duty who's either sleeping or watching TV, and Vaporeon bribe them so they can stay on board. Vaporeon are born sailors and love standing on watch. The whole night, Vaporeon sail across the Black Sea, shining their searchlights and occasionally launching torpedoes. Torpedoes are expensive though, so the officer on duty charges Vaporeon $3,000 for the privilege. After having their fun on battleships all night, Vaporeon jump overboard to get some sleep in the ocean. Number 135, Jolteon. Eevee who play a lot of roulette turn into electric goats called Jolteon. They're always nervous and shoot off sparks with their hair standing on end. Unlike Eevee, Jolteon are very unlucky gamblers. They lose their entire savings, then the savings of their family and friends. Entire herds of loser Jolteon live in Las Vegas, scraping together a living by charging batteries and licking cars. Jolteon who hit rock bottom work as lighters, lighting people's cigarettes or gas stoves for a penny. A lot of rich people in Florida keep Jolteon as house pets, where they run from guest to guest, lighting their cigars and pipes. Sometimes they commit suicide by setting their master's house on fire and burn to death inside, along with all their master's possessions. And we're just gonna end it on that, huh? Number 136, Flareon. The few Eevee who manage to overcome their gambling addictions turn into flaming squirrels called Flareon. But even without all the gambling, the life of a Flareon is quite dangerous. They're so attractive and flammable that their whole lives are spent in chaos. Flareon meet an Abra or Horsey, fall in love, and light up like a torch. If they accidentally get too hot, Flareon and their lovers both catch on fire. Flareon's not bothered by the flames, but their lovers are burned alive and turn into piles of ash. Flareon cry and bury their beloved, and all their tears put out their flames. But as soon as the tears are dry, Flareon chase after a new lover. If they're smart, they'll spray Flareon with a fire extinguisher first before getting too close. Number 137, Porygon. Porygon are sold as a kit. If you build one from all the little pieces and say the magic word, it'll come to life and be your friend. The word's written on the inside of the box, it's usually bonsai. Porygon are all naggers. They're always nagging you to wash the dishes, brush your teeth, and do your homework. They'll follow you around the house stomping their wooden legs to make sure you do your chores. If it gets annoying, you can always take your Porygon apart and put it back in its box. Porygon's heads and bodies are transparent and it's plain to see there's nothing inside. No heart, no liver, and no brains. But they're actually quite intelligent and capable of suffering, which proves they do have souls just like any other Pokemon. Number 138, Ammonite. Ammonite are all jokesters who work as presidential advisors. They often appear on TV talking about the economy and snickering behind their mustaches. Ammonite are nothing but heads. Sometimes they have bodies, arms, and legs attached through surgery, but those sort of operations are expensive, so they're usually only possible in richer countries. Ammonite skulls look like snail shells. Their eyes are expressive, but their main strength lies in their mustaches. They're detachable and come in different styles and colors, which can be used to gauge the state of a nation's economy and which direction the political winds are shifting. If an Ammonite puts on a black mustache, that means things aren't going too well. When they wear blue mustaches shaped like combs, that means the economy is improving. And a red curled mustache means the country's on the knife's edge of a political crisis. Number 139, Amistar. When Ammonite outlive their intelligence, they become Amistar. They're completely insane, constantly quoting Vladimir Lenin, Mahatma Gandhi, and Saddam Hussein. They slither down the road, leaving slime trails that drive janitors and cops crazy. They like to drop hints that they know government secrets but won't tell anyone what they are. Young Pokemon make fun of Amistar, giving them beer and prodding about their past. Amistar have strong shells, and some say they're filled with valuable treasures that they've collected over their long lifetimes. Those are just empty rumors though, they're not true. One time an Amistar accidentally fell out of a 12th floor hotel window. Its shell broke open and everyone saw the only thing inside was old newspaper clippings, certificates of honor, and an excellence in combat and political training badge. No treasure. Number 140, Kabuto. These Pokemon suffer from constant misunderstandings. People ask, are you a Pokemon? Kabuto says, Kabuto. No, are you actually a real Pokemon or just something like a Pokemon? Also, this is some more Russian wordplay that doesn't really work in English. Basically, Kabuto sounds like the Russian words kakbudo, which means similar to or kind of like. So anyways, Kabuto screams, Kabuto! We don't have any use for a fake Pokemon, so what are you? Kabuto, Kabuto! It whimpers. They're generally peaceful. From above, they look like boulders, and below, they look like beetles. So they're kind of beetles and kind of boulders? That's probably why they call it Kabuto. Japanese people use them to build rock gardens. They find a flat spot, put down 7 Kabuto, surround them with a fence, fill it with sand, then sit and admire them for hours. The Kabuto put up with it. They don't try to escape because they probably couldn't survive in the outside world anyways. Number 141, Kabutops. Kabuto turn into Kabutops very suddenly. Their shells burst open and out pops Kabutops. They look terrifying with sharp scythes instead of hands and iron claws in place of legs. But they're actually very sophisticated Pokemon. They love nature and beautiful works of art. Their horrifying appearance was just a bit of bad luck. A lot of Kabutops give lectures about Renaissance artists. Their audience trembles with fear for the first half hour, then they get used to it. Eventually, they start laughing at Kabutops. Look, they say, it looks so scary, but it doesn't attack anyone or do anything weird. But you have to exercise some amount of caution. Kabutops' patience is long, but it's not infinite. One time in Chile, a crowd of screaming executors pissed off a Kabutops so bad, it cut off all of their heads. Number 142, Aerodactyl. You can find these handsome Pokemon in the resorts of Cyprus and Turkey, where they soar over sea dragging tourists on parachutes. After they make enough money off the tourists, they go rogue. Aerodactyl use the money to buy weapons, then a dozen of them join forces to attack villages of Brazilian peasants and steal their bags of coffee. They load it all on their backs and fly to Europe to sell the coffee at a high price. But not every Aerodactyl turns to a life of crime. Some fly the straight and narrow their entire lives, giving tourists and children parachute rides and flying cargo around. But they have terrible reputations because so many are robbers, so even the nice ones sometimes get shot down with missiles. Number 143, Snorlax. Snorlax are like big haystacks who sleep in fields and next to lakes. Children jump on top of them, crows sit on their backs, and sometimes tractors run over them. But Snorlax just keeps on sleeping without a care in the world. They're incredibly smart and would make great scientists and writers, but unfortunately, they're too lazy. They don't care about anything. All they want to do is sleep. Sometimes they wake up, open their heavy eyelids, and sigh, saying, "Nothing ever changes in this world," then go right back to sleep. But once upon a time, they were still young and had hopes and dreams. One Snorlax became a sumo wrestling champion. No one could push his half-ton weight off the mat. But he fell back asleep before he could accept his championship belt. Snorlax's long-suffering wife pounded her fist on his huge back, demanding he wake up, but he just kept on snoozing. Number 144, Articuno. Articuno are blue ice roosters, a rather unpleasant type. Braggarts and deceivers. They fly all over the world marrying doves. They have wives and children in every country. Articuno have cold hearts, cold hands, and cold wings. From top to bottom, all cold. They're very wise, but also terrible cheapskates. They won't even buy their children Kinder Surprises. They make good money, though, by charging people a fee to see their gorgeous tails, which they claim have the power to heal people's ailments. Their little children in different cities stare at the sky hoping, wishing, "Is that Papa flying over?" Meanwhile, Articuno's sitting on a fence somewhere in Saratov, letting his tail hang down so some sick old ladies can touch it and be healed. What a fraud! Number 145, Zapdos. Zapdos charges cell phones in Holland. That's their job. They sit on the streets in small booths, charging people's phones for a small fee. It's a boring job, so for fun, Zapdos likes to gather in flocks of 1,500, all connected to each other with their feet and wings for a total of 100,000 volts. If the Zapdos at the end of the chain touches anything with its beak, it'll cause a short circuit and a cloud of sparks. Zapdos loves pop singers. They always flock to their performances, sing along, dance, and participate in light shows. In America, sometimes Zapdos executes criminals if an electric chair isn't working. Number 146, Moltres. Moltres fly around on fire, looking like planes that got hit. Wherever they land, it causes fires. Farmers with water hoses follow them around, shouting swear words. Old women cross themselves, whispering, "Fiery angel, might of the heavens." But Moltres aren't angels, they're just useless, although admittedly spectacular Pokemon. Like all birds, Moltres lay eggs, but they're immediately cooked by Moltres' flames and turned into boiled eggs. That makes it exceedingly difficult to breed them. So you need to spray Moltres with a hose before they lay their eggs. Then take the eggs to an incubator. Moltres chicks are already on fire when they're born. Scientists can't understand why because the eggs don't have any gas or kerosene inside. Moltres like to nest on top of fire towers. Number 147, Dratini. Dratini live in Italy, have Italian surnames, and are descended from the 50th richest families in Italy. Martini, Fellini, Dratini, there's a lot of them. Like other Italian millionaires, Dratini are all mafia bosses. But Dratini's mafias are small and only consist of Dratini, Charmeleon, and a Sicilian guy named Giuseppe, all armed and extremely dangerous. These mafias rob trains and buses throughout Europe. Dratini lies across a railroad track to get a train to stop, then Giuseppe and Charmeleon shake down the passengers. Then they jump on Dratini's back and ride off to casinos in Naples and Rome. Dratini are cheerful, always willing to help, and very reliable. Recently, they've been in talks with the Russian mafia headed by Zmay Gorinich. By the way, that's a dragon from Russian folklore. Number 148, Dragonair. After a while, Dratini give up train robbing and get into politics. They've made the city of Strasbourg their home, and it suits them well. Dozens of them crawl through the Strasbourg streets. You'll get exhausted having to constantly step over them. Dragonair sit on committees and subcommittees, reading and writing out reports. Sometimes they go to Angola, Iraq, or Bosnia to check up on them and bring back beautiful green-eyed snakes as souvenirs for their collectors. They also speak excellent French. If you know any Dragonair, you'll find it hard to believe they used to be the same Dratini who robbed trains and got thrown in prison. Dragonair are especially skilled at diplomatic schmoozing. They crawl from guest to guest, making small talk and gracefully holding glasses of champagne with their tails. Number 149, Dragonite. Only one out of every 100 Dragonair become Dragonite, a Pokemon of love and mercy. They can only reach their final stage if they realize before it's too late that their entire lives up till now were devoid of meaning. Dragonite are completely different to their younger selves. Instead of crawling, they walk on their hind legs and wings grow out of their backs. They're too small to fly with, but they signify holiness like an angel, and their gazes become very meaningful and wise. Dragonite can serve as an example to us all, showing that even a meaningless life can change so long as there's a will to do so. Dragonite work with the disabled, Pokemon that were injured after especially intense battles. They cook for them, take them to the store, bathe the armless, and give wheelchairs to the legless. Dragonite are very strong and could win many battles, but they choose not to fight. Number 150, Mewtwo. Mewtwo, or Mewtwo, is an artificial Pokemon created in a laboratory. It was created from the little Pokemon Mew, then its strength and combat skills were upgraded using a computer. Mewtwo has the height of a basketball player but doesn't weigh all that much. Instead of fingertips, it has the computer buttons Enter, Delete, and Backspace. It uses Enter to revive its enemies, and it uses Delete and Backspace to destroy them by pressing the buttons against their foreheads. Other Pokemon are all deathly afraid of Mewtwo because they don't understand how it works. When it's not battling, Mewtwo works as a computer salesman. It uses the Delete button to make a lot of its annoying customers disappear. So you should only interact with Mewtwo if you're serious about committing to a computer purchase. Number 151, Mew. Mew is frail and only capable of asking questions in a squeaky voice. The questions are stupid but tricky to answer, like, why is the sun round? Why do Pokemon fight? Is it possible to kill a thought? Mew's always wagging its tail and thinking up questions. A lot of Pokemon find it annoying, especially stupid Rhyhorn and Rhydon, who'd like nothing more than to crush little old Mew. However, Mew believes in progress and righteousness and reminds everyone of its duty to Pokemon, which is basically just annoying them forever with questions that are impossible to answer. As a result, only patient Chansey and Clefairy can talk to it. Other Pokemon just punt it like a soccer ball, then Mew flies through the air screaming, "What, oh what is the meaning of life?" Okay, that finally brings us to the end of the original 151. But there were actually 6 more Pokemon. We mentioned earlier this Pokédex had several editions. We don't want to overcomplicate things talking about all the reprints and all that, but long story short, they originally planned to make a full Johto Pokédex, but only ended up publishing entries for the first 6 Johto Pokemon. So here they are, starting with number 152, Chikorita. Chikorita like to follow the latest fashions and know everything about perfumes and cosmetics. Their favorite brand is Rocher, and they pour perfume all over themselves. Chikorita are professional intelligence officers. In other words, they're spies, especially in Latin America, where they extract secrets from Argentinians and sell them to Uruguayans, or vice versa. It doesn't really matter much to them so long as they're paid. Chikorita's attempts at spying in Europe didn't really work out because the only foreign language they speak is Spanish. Chikorita dance sexy sambas and rumbas for generals who are so enamored they become like obedient little bunnies for Chikorita and hand over all their secrets. They willingly unlock secret loot boxes and show Chikorita photographs of missiles that the Argentinian government bought from the Chinese. Number 153, Bayleaf. After Chikorita's identities are exposed, they turn into Bayleaf, changing their color, habits, and even their gender. In other words, they transform themselves, in a way, into young men. But they retain a lot of their girlish habits, like making eyes at people, wearing jewelry, and using lipstick. They inherited it all from Chikorita after she was captured by the Uruguay security services. Bayleaf never admit guilt, always deny everything, and call themselves prisoners of conscience, even though they don't have any conscience to speak of. You can tell just by gazing into their shameless lying eyes. Eventually, they're set free, then they make their way to the Atlantic Ocean, where they use the leaves on their head as antenna to continue transmitting information. Number 154, Meganium. Meganium can be tracked and caught by the scent of their cologne in Bolivian rainforests, where they go on goodwill missions for Colombian drug dealers. Goodwill is, after all, well paid. Meganium's massive size allows them to feel safe among the wild tribes in the Amazon. Sometimes the tribes even elect Meganium their chief and build nests for them made from eucalyptus branches and bring them mangoes. That doesn't last long though, because the United States intelligence agencies eventually catch Meganium and make them stand trial. Meganium trials always get a lot of press attention. They remind Meganium of their younger adventures as Chikorita and Bayleaf, but Meganium raises its hackles like a turkey and insists they're the legitimate leaders of the natives. In the twilight of their lives, they always end up spending their final days in prison. Number 155, Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil usually approach people sideways, slouching and looking pitiful, like they're in need of sympathy or some good advice. Then all of a sudden, they'll boldly ask, "Want to see how my back burns?" Out of surprise, people say sure. Then Cyndaquil sneeze twice and little yellow flames light up from their spines. Then they have the audacity to demand money for the performance, insisting they have the best backfires. If you're in Russia, you shouldn't pay any more than 10 rubles, and if you're abroad, you shouldn't pay anything. In China, Cyndaquil get fined for panhandling, and in Iran, they get deported for it. They are useful though for getting rid of mosquitoes. Number 156, Quilava. Quilava are proud, independent Pokemon with burning tails and torches on their heads who volunteer as soldiers for justice. Since justice is being fought for all across the world, Quilava can be found on any continent in any country under any flag. Usually they form into squads and drop from helicopters onto the base of separatists or mercenaries. Quilava burns through them all like napalm, but they're not as expensive as napalm. Recently, it's become fashionable to keep Quilava as house pets instead of cats. They're very entertaining, but their masters never get a moment of peace and quiet because they have to chase after Quilava with buckets of water wherever they go. If they run into the closet, you'll have to call the fire department. Also, all 6 Johto Pokemon use their official artwork except for Typhlosion, which it seems just a random image was taken from the internet. Last but not least, number 157, Typhlosion. It's very easy to piss off a Typhlosion. If that happens, it'll explode like a landmine. Or at least that's what it looks like. Typhlosion literally disappears in a huge fireball. But if you wait around until the smoke clears, it'll still be there. But most people never get a chance to see it because their explosions are so huge. Every building within a 300-meter radius gets destroyed. And beyond that, there's another kilometer of broken glass and people injured so badly they'll be deformed for the rest of their lives. Typhlosion are pretty scary Pokemon. People treat them nicely out of fear, feeding them popcorn, letting them sleep on rugs in their bedroom, and catering to their every whim, especially in hotspots. But those morons still blow themselves up over the smallest of problems, just on a whim. Sometimes, several times in one day. It's very annoying. And that's it. That's the final entry. Not long after the Pokédex's first edition was published, the book's author and publisher got threatened with a lawsuit and the circulation got cut. But by then, they were already pretty widespread. As we noted at the beginning of this video, our Russian translator Annette told us, by this time, many children already had it. I asked friends and even those who were not into Pokemon surprisingly had it as a child. The Pokédex book was so popular that the publisher wanted to keep selling them, so to dodge copyright issues, they set up a fake publishing house called Pokemon Press and kept on printing them. Around the time Pokemon Go was at its height in 2016, the book was illegally reprinted once again, and was even sold in some of Russia's biggest bookstore chains. It'll probably get reprinted again someday, if it's not already happening as we speak. Almost half the Pokemon in this book have original artwork, but the rest just use their official art. We would have liked to get in touch with Dmitry Gorchev, the artist who made the Russian versions, to see if he'd made more, but sadly he passed away in 2010. We also wanted to interview the book's author Alexander Zhatinsky, not just about the art, we have so many questions we want to ask, but he died in 2012. A sad ending to a fun story. Dimitri, Alexander, we hope we did your book justice, and you would have liked the idea of it being shared with Pokemon fans around the world. Rest in peace.
Did you know Feraligatr slaughters Protestants, Sudowoodo cheat on their taxes, and Aridos are all fascists? A few years ago, we translated a Pokedex book widely distributed in former Soviet countries in the early 2000s. The Gen 1 games were officially localized in 6 languages, but Russian wasn't one of them, leaving the world's largest country out in the cold. Kids were playing Red and Blue anyway, but they couldn't understand the text. One was a little Russian girl named Nastya, who loved Pokemon but couldn't find out much about him. Her father was Alexander Zintinsky, a well-known author and publisher who wanted to make his daughter and friends happy. So he studied the franchise and resources available to him, wrote a Pokedex in Russian, and published it as a book. For many kids, it was the only Pokedex they could understand, and it became incredibly popular. But it painted a bizarre picture of the Pokemon world, much different to what we got everywhere else. A world of politics, espionage, death, and almost every Pokemon having to work a job to make ends meet. To be clear, the book was not sanctioned by the Pokemon Company, and eventually got hit with a lawsuit. As a matter of fact, the day after we uploaded our video translating it, Pokemon lawyers saw it and raised a bit of a stink. But despite all that, the book's still been printed and sold in major Russian bookstores into this decade, possibly to this day. And you guys really seem to enjoy our video about it. So after we found ourselves with an unfinished, unpublished second-generation Russian Pokedex, our curiosity was piqued. Fans tirelessly archive the Japanese and Western sides of Pokemon, but it's worth preserving other cultures' history as well. Fun too. Before we get to the entries, we want to thank Annette Ilvers, a prominent member of the Russian Pokemon fandom who brought this to our attention, and did the grueling work of translating both Pokedexes. Originally, it was Nob Agasawara that put us in touch, who was the official English localizer of the first 4 generations of Pokemon games. None of us can say with certainty why the Gen 2 Russian Dex was never finished, but from what Annette's gathered, it seems to have already been in the works when Zintinsky started getting sued over the first book. As a result, he barely got more than halfway finished, up to number 206. Since publishing it was impossible this time, instead of letting it go to waste, he decided to post it on his website. One of the highlights of the Gen 1 Russian Dex was the original artwork, but unfortunately, none was made for Gen 2, because it was never completed. You may recall our last video ended with the first 6 Jodomon that were included in the Kanto book, as a teaser for the cancelled sequel decks. We'll include them here too, so all the Jodomon are together. But if that video is fresh in your memory, you could skip to the timestamp on screen and get right to the new stuff. Okay, all that said, let's get to the Gen 2 Russian Dex. Number 152, Chikorita. Chikorita like to follow the latest fashions and know everything about perfumes and cosmetics. Their favorite brand is Yves Rocher, and they pour their perfume all over themselves. Chikorita are professional intelligence officers, in other words, they're spies, especially in Latin America where they extract secrets from the Argentinians and sell them to Uruguayans, or vice versa, it doesn't matter much to them as long as they're paid. Chikorita's attempts at spying in Europe didn't work out well because the only foreign language they speak is Spanish. Chikorita danced sexy sambas and rumbas for generals, who were so enamored they become like obedient little bunnies for Chikorita and hand over all their secrets. They willingly unlock secret lockboxes and show Chikorita photographs of missiles that the Argentinian government bought from the Chinese. Number 153, Bayleaf. After Chikorita's identities are exposed, they turn into Bayleaf, changing their colors, habits, and even their gender. In other words, they transform themselves, in a way, into young men. But they retain a lot of their girlish habits, like making eyes at people, wearing jewelry, and using lipstick. They inherited it all from Chikorita after she was captured by the Uruguay security services. Bayleaf never admit guilt, always deny everything, and call themselves prisoners of conscience. Even though they don't have any conscience to speak of, you could tell just by gazing into their shameless lying eyes. Eventually they're set free. Then they make their way into the Atlantic Ocean, where they use the leaves on their heads as antennae to continue transmitting information. 154, Meganium. Meganium can be tracked and caught by the scent of their cologne in Bolivian rainforests, where they go on goodwill missions for Colombian drug dealers. Goodwill is, after all, well paid. Meganium's massive size allows them to feel safe among the wild tribes of the Amazon. Sometimes the tribes even elect Meganium as their chief, and build nests for them from eucalyptus branches and bring them mangoes. That doesn't last long though, because the United States intelligence agencies eventually catch Meganium and make them stand trial. Meganium trials always get a lot of press attention. They remind Meganium of their younger adventures as Chikorita and Bayleaf. But Meganium raises its hackles like a turkey and insists they're the legitimate leaders of the natives. In the twilight of their lives, they always end up spending their final days in prison. Number 155, Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil usually approach people sideways, slouching and looking pitiful, like they're in need of sympathy or some good advice. Then, all of a sudden, they'll boldly ask, "Want to see how my back burns?" Out of surprise, people say sure, then Cyndaquil sneeze twice and little yellow flames light up on their spines. Then they have the audacity to demand money for the performance, insisting they have the best backfires. If you're in Russia, you shouldn't pay more than 10 rubles, and if you're abroad, you shouldn't pay anything. In China, Cyndaquil get fined for panhandling, and in Iran, they get deported for it. They're useful though for getting rid of mosquitoes. 156, Quilava. Quilava are proud, independent Pokemon with burning tails and torches on their heads, who volunteer as soldiers for justice. Since justice is being fought for all across the world, Quilava can be found on any continent, in any country, under any flag. Usually they form into squads and drop from helicopters onto the bases of separatists or mercenaries. Quilava burn them all like napalm, but they're not as expensive as napalm. Recently, it's become fashionable to keep Quilava as house pets instead of cats. They're very entertaining, but their masters never get a moment of peace and quiet because they have to chase after Quilava with buckets of water wherever they go. If they run into a closet, you'll have to call the fire department. Number 157, Typhlosion. It's very easy to piss off a Typhlosion, and if that happens, it'll explode like a landmine. Or at least that's what it looks like. Typhlosion literally disappear into a huge fireball. But if you wait around until the smoke clears, it'll still be there. But most people never get a chance to see it because their explosions are so huge. Every building within a 300-meter radius gets destroyed, and beyond that there's another kilometer of broken glass and people injured so badly they'll be deformed for the rest of their lives. Typhlosion are pretty scary Pokemon. People treat them nicely out of fear, feeding them popcorn, letting them sleep on their rugs in their bedrooms, and catering to their every whim, especially in hot spots. But those morons still blow themselves up over the smallest problems, just on a whim. Sometimes several times in one day. It's very annoying. Number 158, Totodile. The little crocodile Totodile loves to bite and is quite skilled at it. It doesn't discriminate. Parents, teachers, the police, no one is safe. Trainers keep Totodile in metal muzzles and only take them off for biting royales. Biting royales are held in Brazil at Maracanã Stadium, where about 300 Totodile are released into the field behind thick 2-meter tall glass. The last one to survive is deemed the winner. Usually it lasts about 4 hours and draws massive crowds that scream and go wild, and by the end start biting each other as well. Lots of blood, ambulances, and doctors. It's a pretty chaotic spectacle. To prepare for biting royales, Totodile sharpen their teeth with a file and memorize some useful prayers. Number 159, Croconaw. Biting royale champions evolve into the fierce Croconaw, possessing 48 teeth that regrow whenever one falls out. A lot of Croconaw get hired by dental schools, where students practice by pulling their teeth. By morning, Croconaw's teeth grow back and they're ready for more. Their teeth are removed under general anesthesia, of course. Otherwise, Croconaw would tear the students to pieces. But despite those precautions, casualties are inevitable. Typically, only 80 students out of 100 end up as dentists, while the remaining 20 are maimed for life. The few Croconaw who don't work at dental schools find work delivering Sunday sermons at churches, where thrill-seekers gather. After wrapping up the sermon, Croconaw charges at the parishioners, at which point, well, God help them. Number 160, Feraligatr. Feraligatr could have been the most terrifying Pokemon of all, but chose the path of humility and mercy just in time. Tall, dignified, and clad in a cassock, Feraligatr are a living testament to what Catholicism can do for battle-hardened Pokemon. The brutal battles at Maracanã, the mauled dentists, the partitioners trembling in fear, those days are behind them. That said, you should never bring up the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre in their presence. That doesn't go over well with Feraligatr. I'm gonna cut in real quick here for some brief context. The real-life massacre was part of the French Wars of Religion in the 16th century. Long story short, Catholics got upset that France's princess was marrying a Protestant, so they hunted Protestants in the street and killed about 20,000 of them, including women and children. Okay, back to the Pokedex. When they think of the slain Catholics and suffering infants, Feraligatr sees the first Protestant they can find and tear them to shreds. Afterwards, they spend 3 days repenting in prayer. Incidentally, Feraligatr's teeth still grow back, though there's little use for them. Unless, of course, someone mentions St. Bartholomew. Number 161, Sentret. These petite, tail-headed Pokemon are famous for the ability to stand on their tails and bounce, squealing like a siren. Sentry's skills are put to use in big city streets where they work to replace traffic lights, standing in intersections, towering on their tails, and screaming at the top of their lungs, "Go! Go! Go! Move! Move! Move!" and twitching their ears to direct traffic. It's a pretty tense situation, but at least it's cheaper than installing conventional traffic lights. "Pedestrians, your turn! Go, go, go! I'll teach you to love freedom!" they yell. The people scurry in every direction, feeling thankful to Sentret for creating order out of chaos. Number 162, Furret. Furret have the face of a cat, long fluffy tails, and small paws for running fast and hunting Rattata. They live in nests, drain pipes, and love car trunks. They make excellent companions who love talking about their favorite foods, chips, waffles, and caramels. The chip company Estrella hires Furret as consultants who taste test and rate every batch that comes out of the oven. Hunting Furret is banned worldwide, except in Pakistan, where it's fashionable to wear bathrobes with collars made from furret tails. In retaliation for these atrocities, Furret wage war against the Pakistani government, blowing up trains, cars, and bicycles. Number 163, Hudud. Custom dictates addressing Hudud as comrades. Comrade Hudud are disciplined and precise creatures who, despite having two stubby legs, always insist on standing on just one, often swaying side to side like a pendulum. Comrade Hudud's steady swaying makes them natural timers, prompting phrases like, "I'll be there in 10 Hudud," or "A Hudud in time can save 9. It'll happen just before you could say Hudud Robinson. It only takes 5 Hudud. Some distinguished Hudud conduct military bands. It's a remarkable sight to behold. Hudud in a general's uniform swaying rhythmically as brass instruments gleam in the sun during a parade in Red Square. Number 164, Noctowl. Noctowl, with their relentless observation skills, pierce through darkness, deep water, armor, and even concrete with their unyielding gaze, which make them unpopular with some folks. These incorruptibly honest Pokemon excel as prosecutors, proofreaders, bulldozer operators, and any other career that demands a sharp eye and unwavering conscience. Before Noctowl can be appointed prosecutor, first it has to get caught in a net. Sneaking up on one is nearly impossible due to their 360-degree vision and sharp perception, but a few cunning trainers manage to master the art of capturing Noctowl, then sell them for a hefty sum to the Ministry of Justice and the FBI. Number 165, Ladybug. Ladybug are quite cautious little bugs, about the size of dining tables, who have an insatiable love of perfumes and cosmetics. Stores selling fragrances, shampoos, and creams are always swarming with Ladybug, jostling at the counters, sniffing bottles and proclaiming, "Because I'm worth it." They suffer greatly from their lack of eyelashes, but compensate by painting their little horns with nail polish, while the trendiest get gold lip earrings or forehead tattoos. All dolled up and scented with perfume, they fly in small flocks to London and Paris, casting flirtatious glances at young men of diverse nationalities with eyes as big as saucers. Number 166, Ledian. Ledian are mysterious little bugs who excel at charming admirers, with glistening dust from their wings enchanting gullible Slowpoke, hot-headed Hitmonchan, and even Giant Lapras. Pokemon snip Ledian's photos out of magazines and then pin them up in their burrows. They work as fashion models, strutting down catwalks on their 6 gilded legs, but more often they don't work at all, instead serving as live decorations in the villas of Greek and Italian millionaires. Extremely delicate creatures, they adore pineapples and fireworks, roller coasters, and strawberry ice cream. You can find them at the Cannes Film Festival, on the beaches of Florida, or in Las Vegas casinos, gambling away their admirers' fortune at roulette tables. When a Ledian gets old, she flies into a flame and kills herself. Number 167, Spinarak. Spinarak lie still, bothering no one, idly twitching their fangs, then without warning spring into the air to ambush their prey from above. More often though, they hunt with their webs. They can stretch wide as soccer goals, trapping flying Pokemon like Pidgey and Fearow, putting them to sleep with bites from their venomous fangs before sucking their blood. Spinarak make a living trading stocks, speculating currency fluctuations, and lending out high-interest loans. They're bloodsuckers in every sense of the word. Many are unimaginably wealthy, stashing their fortunes in Swiss banks and attending annual Spinarak summits in the Canary Islands. That's where the fearless vigilantes like Vulpix track them down and blow up as many Spinarak as they can. In case you forgot, the Gen 1 Russian decks, Vulpix are described as amateur terrorists who delight in blowing things up. Number 168, Ariados. Mean-spirited and armed to the teeth, Arados are fascists who revel in parades, anthems, and banners. When a formation of Arados soars through the sky, buzzing Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries, other Pokemon spit in disgust and newspapers denounce them. Arados adore law and order, children, and liverwurst. Most of them are devoted family Pokemon, tending to their vegetable gardens, fixing the roofs on their nest, and patching holes in their webs. But as soon as the Arados hear the anthem blare, they rear up, bristle, and rush into formation. They all shout, "Hail!" at the top of their lungs, without the slightest clue what it means. If someone explains it, they refuse to believe it. Deep down, they suffer from being unloved, but don't know what to do about it. The thought of befriending flies or mosquitoes never even crosses their minds. Instead, they just keep shouting that Arados are superior to all other insects. Before we get to Crobat, we should remind you that last time, Golbat was established as a washed-up has-been, an army veteran who reminisces about his younger days as Zubat, but now past their prime and no use to anyone. A newly discovered Pokemon, Crobat's a remarkable example on how Pokemon can overcome illness and old age. They evolved from weary old veteran Golbat, who seemed destined for a quiet, fading end. Until out of nowhere, suddenly they grow another pair of wings and turn into Crobat. What gave them the strength to fly again? A strict routine? Medicine? A special diet? No. Golbat can only evolve if in the depths of a dark cave, it meets a loving little bat who kindles its cold heart and dries its tears. Most Golbat never meet that special someone. But when they do, they're granted new wings to fly through the skies once more. Number 170, Chinchou. Chinchou are notorious pranksters who live deep in the ocean's depths, wielding two electrically charged antennae they use for tickling whales, dolphins, and even sharks with little jolts of electricity. They recharge themselves by leeching power from passing submarines. Naval intelligence agencies around the world eagerly recruit them, but they shamelessly juggle alliances to multiple countries at once. For example, one Chinchou was leaking classified information to the US, Russia, China, Indonesia, and Paraguay, until it eventually got caught by Paraguayan spies and drowned in the Caribbean Sea. Sometimes Chinchou sell hot tea in train stations as a side hustle. It really doesn't suit them though, as they much prefer underwater Morse code and Duracell batteries, which they eagerly accept as bribes for state secrets. Number 171, Lantern. Lantern are jesters, clowns, and tricksters, with two little lanterns resembling jingle bells. It's quite a sight to see an entire school of Lantern gathering in the deep sea, flickering their lights. You can find them in Poliwrath's underwater palaces, amusing their gloomy rulers, or in the Barcelona aquariums, where they're admired by tourists, or in the lakes of Finland. Everywhere they go, they dart through the water, laughing, leaping, teasing crowds, and brimming with mischief. Under the cover of night, Lantern dim their lights, slip into the cracks of underwater cliffs, and finally become their true selves. Quiet, wise, sorrowful Pokemon who know everything about life but choose not to tell anyone. You'll recall, by the way, that Poliwrath are super wealthy and live in underwater palaces where they collect heavy weapons and wage war on the US Navy. Number 172, Pichu. Not long ago, the world was shocked when a baby Pikachu was discovered on the slopes of Mount Fuji. They named it Pichu. They're curious creatures whose electricity's pretty weak, just enough to power a small flashlight, as a matter of fact, and they also read a lot. Keeping a Pichu at home instead of a cat's become trendy lately thanks to their small size. Pichu eagerly play with children and quickly learn to talk. They love waking up their owners in the morning with their cheerful little voices. If they see mice or rats in the master's house, Pichu negotiate and persuade them to leave. No threats, no harsh words, just simple, logical arguments that the home's only big enough for one rodent, Pichu. They drive the message home by giving the mice a tiny shock which sends them packing. Number 173, Cleffa. Cleffa are young Clefairy who lazily drift through life, riding waves and jumping from branch to branch without a care in the world or a thought for the future. Cleffa go to school in Japan where people tell them it's time to grow up and come to their senses. How can I come to something that isn't there, wonders Cleffa, then heads off to visit their Russian friend Ladrionia Fenya. Gotta hop in for context again. Ladrionia Fenya's a Russian idiom that's hard to translate, but basically a way of telling an annoying person to get lost. Zitinsky's adapted the expression into a Russian Pokemon. I guess because Fenya sounds like it could be a name. He invents Russian Pokemon a couple more times throughout this Pokedex, though we don't get any art for them. Okay, back to it. The friendship between Cleffa and Fenya deserves a chapter of its own, but unfortunately, not much is known about Russian Pokemon, as hardly anyone's interested in studying them. Cleffa and Fenya don't care though. They spend their days lazily cracking sunflower seeds and pine nuts together in the Siberian taiga, where Fenya lives, while Cleffa teaches it programming languages it learned in Japanese school. Number 174, Igglybuff. Igglybuff, the fluffy, weightless offspring of Jigglypuff, looks like cotton candy the size of basketballs. It soaks up sounds like sponges absorb water. You can find them in conservatories, music schools, and backstage at pop concerts, where they lie quietly in a corner, absorbing music they'll sing after they grow into Jigglypuff. Igglybuff argue amongst each other what's better, classical or pop music. Their arguments get so heated and loud that someone eventually shoves them into a bag and carries them into the wilderness. When they get there, they wiggle out, calm down, agree to disagree, and go their separate ways, some to symphony halls and others to discos. Number 175, Togepi. Togepi are often mistaken for Kinder Surprises, which they find very insulting. They're magical Pokemon, not chocolate shells with ridiculous toys inside. Togepi bring happiness, so parents put them in their children's rooms, where they not only make the kids happy, but also make sure they get their homework done, pack their books for school, and put their clothes away. Children argue with their Togepi a lot, despite all the happiness they bring. Happiness is intangible and invisible, but their constant nagging's hard to overlook. Togepi don't take offense though, and stand firm, knowing discipline paves the way for contentment. When those kids grow up, most thank their Togepi, unless they're morons, and then pass them on to their own children. Number 176, Togetic. Just like Togepi, Togetic bring happiness too, but in a more tangible form, granting wishes. If you see a Togetic, it's customary to make a wish, since there's a chance it'll come true. Togetic can be seen in the early mornings gliding over rooftops. They have wings, but fly without flapping them. Where they disappear during daytime remains a mystery, perhaps to secret offices where they catalog wishes and orchestrate their fulfillment. Some people tried taming Togetic and keeping them at home like Togepi, so they can get an endless supply of wishes, but so far, no one's done so successfully. Togetic are stubborn and refuse to grant wishes people demand of them. It only does so out of friendship and affection, and even then, only when they're in the right mood. Suffice to say, they've got a bit of an attitude problem. Number 177, Natu. The little hopping, pecking birds Natu are nature's sanity test. Encountering 2 or 3 Natu in a day is perfectly normal, but a dozen is cause for concern. If you stumble into a public square swarming with Natu, you should probably see a shrink, especially if they're green or purple. Trying to talk to Natu leads nowhere, and trying to convince them of anything's a waste of time. Catching them is pointless too. If you see a flock, don't bother trying to scare them away, and won't help your sanity. Instead, take a vacation to Crimea. Swim, sunbathe, hike, and leave those pesky birds behind. Number 178, Xatu. Xatu are one of the rare Pokemon categorized as mysticals. At a glance, they look completely deranged. Their eyes stare in different directions, and they're dressed in the traditional attire of some ethnic group like Celts or Evenki. Xatu can see the past and future simultaneously. Their right eye sees the future while their left sees the past, but they can't see the present, even what's happening right in front of them. How Xatu's mind works is anyone's guess, but their appearance is otherworldly, and their speech incomprehensible. They love the band Aquarium and write lyrics to the lead singer Boris Grebenshikov. In other words, Xatu sees what he'll sing in the future and tells him in the past. If there are several Xatu in the same room, you'll feel like you're walking on the ceiling. Number 179, Mareep. Mareep are electric sheep that are far more dangerous than they appear. Try to pet one and you'll be shocked, literally. Their wool's highly electrified, which is what makes them so fluffy. In summer, they shed their wool and become thin as pencils, with legs like matchsticks. In this naked state, Mareep launch raids on power plants, searching for generators they can use to recharge. It doesn't last long though, as their wool grows back before the week's end. Electric sweaters crafted from Mareep wool have therapeutic health applications. Mareep can also be found working in candy factories, where they stir caramel with their tails, or in cafes serving as waiters. Mareep are known to be rather narrow-minded. Number 180, Flaffy. Flaffy are habitual hoarders who have absorbed so much electricity from generators they can't grow wool on their bodies anymore, so they only have fluffy collars and fancy hairdos. Flaffy lead double lives. By day, they work as interior or floral decorators, arranging bouquets and picking out dishware and matching curtains for clients. At night, they run out to shady parts of Hong Kong to indulge in debauchery. A mere dozen Flaffy can wreak havoc aboard American aircraft carriers docked at port. There's a well-known story about a Russian admiral who renounces his ranks and honors just to remain with a single Flaffy in Singapore, where these sheep are a dime a dozen. A year later, she dumped him, then he shot himself. Quite a few newspapers reported on it. Number 181, Ampharos. Ampharos is the only ancient Greek Pokemon. No one knows how, but it knew Odysseus personally, spoke with Socrates, and attended Euripides' plays. Ampharos isn't too special itself, but its acquaintance with famous Greeks allows it a comfortable life, making TV appearances and writing memoirs. Ampharos take advantage of one indisputable truth, that the longer you live, the more claims you can make. After all, who's left to fact check? It boasts numerous academic degrees, an honorary doctorate at Sorbonne, and credits as a Hollywood consultant. Ampharos' world-famous memoir opens with a bold claim, saying, "Odysseus and I first landed in Colchis about 3,000 years ago." It's worth noting, however, that ancient Greek historians suspiciously never mention Ampharos. Number 182, Blossom. More than anything, cheerful, plump Blossom love to dance. Their petal-like skirts sway on beat, while the two flowers on their heads make music, without having to use CDs or cassettes. Maybe they pick up the music through radio waves, which would mean they're basically living radio towers. But asking Blossom to explain themselves is impolite. Regardless, one way or another, Blossom dance to their own music and thoroughly enjoy themselves. Male Blossoms sing protest songs, though their language and nature of their protests are unknown to humans. They're probably concerned with environmental issues or maybe globalization of the economy. It doesn't really matter though, because no one listens. Let them sing. Who cares? Number 183, Maril. The biology of these aquatic mice is rather amusing. Their tails are floats filled with oil that keep Maril from drowning. But on land, they're a nuisance, dragging behind, constantly filthy, getting caught in bicycle wheels and tripping pedestrians. Mischievous kids kick them like soccer balls, sending Maril tumbling head over heels, dragged along helplessly by its own float. Despite all that, no one's ever heard Maril complain. They bear their burden, and by that, I mean their floats, with unwavering resilience. Some people recommend plastic surgery to remove the tail, but not a single Maril's taken them up on it. Even Maril who have never set foot in waters refuse to cut it off, which is pretty respectable. Nature doesn't make mistakes, or at least that's what Maril believe, as they drag their floats around wherever they go. Number 184, Azumarill. Azumarill differ from Maril only in their height and large ears, which they use to navigate the open sea. Azumarill work as skippers in ports around the world, guiding ships through safe waterways. They swim ahead of ships, ears sticking out of the water, showing captains the safest route to docks. Unfortunately, Azumarill floats are a delicacy for sharks, which leaves a lot of elderly Azumarill tailless or sporting prosthetics, and living off disability checks from the International Skippers Association. They tell countless stories of the sea, puff on pipes, and sip rum. I guess you could say they devote themselves to carrying on English skippers' time-honored traditions. Number 185, Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo genuinely believe they're trees. They dig their feet in the ground, hold out their arms like branches, and don't move a muscle. If you ask where their leaves are, they'll just silently rattle their orbs, as if it says they're its nuts. In reality though, Sudowoodo are secretive shaman who refuse to pay taxes. They're often hired to disperse clouds, halt storms, secure victories in battle, and help people win the lottery. They forget their tree act entirely, and leap, wail, and shake their Morocco orbs. That's where their sorcery power comes from, by the way. Sudowoodo only accept cash for their services, then don't report the income on their taxes. That's led to tax authorities making lists of every Sudowoodo and closely monitoring their every move. All in all though, they're pleasant Pokemon, and if they drop all the sorcerer nonsense, they'd be even better. Number 186, Politoed. Politoed are botched evolutions of Poliwhirl. Instead of fighting, some Poliwhirl lay down their arms and declare themselves pacifists. That's when they become Politoed. They're not especially fun to talk to as they're constantly extolling their pacifist ideals. Truth is though, they're really just too chicken to fight. Such Pokemon usually slink into politics and end up in US Congress, Russian Parliament, or Swedish Riksdag. They've sent their Poliwhirl brethren into brutal wars under the guise of political necessity, but on the plus side, they do champion Pokemon rights. Side note, the reason Zatinsky says they go into politics is because their name is Politoed, in case you didn't pick up on that. Number 187, Hoppip. Hoppip are so light, even the faintest breeze can carry them off to who knows where. That's why they stick together, holding hands so they don't get blown away one by one. Hoppip like nature reserves, hiking trails, campfires, tents, kayaks, and canoes. They gently water one another, nurturing the flowers that bloom on their heads once a year. The sight of any malice always makes them weep. They could be useful, if only they weren't so light. Detractors call them shallow, but Hoppip take offense, insisting they're simply unburdened by mundane everyday worries, like most everyone else. Hoppip are kind and gentle, endlessly fascinated by anything they lay their eyes upon. They chatter away about the smallest details, holding hands and gazing into each other's eyes with deep care and connection. Number 188, Skiploom. As soon as Hoppip's flowers bloom, they turn into Skiploom, who protect their flowers as if they're the holy grail. They're very careful with them, obsessively monitoring the temperature, shielding them from breezes, and gently washing their petals with warm water. Skiplooms are absolutely obsessed with getting media attention for their flowers. If they see another Skiploop's flower in a magazine, they pout and grumble about the system being rigged while they sip valerian tea. But when their own flower graces a magazine cover or a greeting card, they beam with pride, smiling ear to ear and signing autographs. Skiploom typically lives solely off other people's charity. Number 189, Jumpluff. When Skiploom's flowers wilt, they turn into Jumpluff and sprout airy seeds that fly away in the wind and eventually grow into young Hoppip. Jumpluff are very argumentative, bickering endlessly with anyone who doesn't like American movies. Jumpluff watch them on VHS every day and know the name of every actor. It's pretty silly, but that's Jumpluff for you. Their seeds are spicy and make great pizza toppings. Selling them is against the law, but some Jumpluff are willing to part with them for $10 each, though they're embarrassed if anyone finds out. Number 190, Apom. Apom have paws on their tails, which they use to snatch everything that isn't nailed down. Unfortunately, the natural skills led to Apom's moral undoing, as many turned to pickpocketing. They simply can't resist the temptation of slipping a paw into a stranger's pocket. Usually they loiter outside shops, eating ice cream, smacking their lips, and humming a tune, while their tails vigorously rummage through passerbys' pockets and purses. If they get caught, Apom run away and leave their tails behind. No one can get justice from a disembodied tail, after all. And besides, Apom grow new ones, much like a lizard. Some Apom give up their lives of crime and tie their tails in knots to resist the temptations of thievery. Number 191, Sunkern. Sunkern are charming nuts with leafy propellers who fly through the sky like tiny helicopters, always ready to respond to distress calls. If you're ever in serious trouble, just chant the magic word 3 times, and countless Sunkern will rain from the sky like hail, ready to help. The problem is, hardly anyone knows what the magic word is. People scream help and save me, but that's not the magic word, so their cries fall on deaf ears. And even if you do know the magic word and Sunkern do appear, they're pretty useless anyway. All they can really do is sympathize, but at least they can sympathize loudly, all together, in perfect unison. Number 192, Sunflora. Sunflora are obsessed with getting tans. They scurry around all day on their green legs, chasing every sunbeam, tilting their faces toward the light. So much so, they have to put cream on their face, then weep when their skin peels. At night, they wrap their face in their petals and doze off. Go to any beach and you'll find countless Sunfloras squinting up at the sun. But they're not completely useless, because just like any other flora, they produce oxygen. And instinctively, as a habit from their youth, they offer sympathies to anyone in need. Footballers who lost their games, boxers who got knocked out, bankrupt businessmen, underachieving students, and weary police officers. But they're terrible gossips. They also love getting married and having messy divorces, always remembering that the most important thing in life, the top priority above all else, is maintaining a good tan. Number 193, Yanma. Yanma are like zippy little sport planes that buzz in the sky and spin their big eyes in circles, looking for caterpillars to munch on. In eucalyptus groves, Yanma weave grand homes that sway from branches like wasp nests, fashioned from vines, planks from nearby fences, sheet metal, furniture, and old bicycles. That's why people who live in Yanma territory don't like them. They sometimes go as far as shooting them out of the sky with their hunting rifles. Yanma make side money wowing crowds at air shows, where squadrons of them perform acrobatic stunts that are the highlight of any celebration. In Brazil, wealthy coffee merchants build landing pads and hangars for Yanma on their mansions' roofs. All around the world, it's considered good etiquette to use Yanma to deliver gifts to lovers and friends. Number 194, Wooper. Whoopers spend all day listening to techno, rap, house, hip-hop, and chugging Coca-Cola. Their ears are equipped with FM antennas so they never have to go a single minute without music, but the constant racket's a nuisance to everyone around them. Their antennae also tend to poke people's legs and sometimes rip their tights, since Whooper's about knee height to humans. Every night, flocks of Whooper gather together, tune their ear antennae to the same station, and dance like there's no tomorrow, shouting, "Whooper is super!" between songs. Their bodies are covered in slime, consisting of layers of sweat from dancing late into the night. It makes Whooper so slippery that they can squeeze through any crevice, slip past police, barricades, and picket lines. Whooper have miles of rap lyrics memorized, but are clueless about most everything else. If they hear someone mention Eminem, most Whooper swoon and sway blissfully in place, even if they're blocking an intersection. Number 195, Quagsire. Once Whooper eventually get tired of upbeat music, they turn into a Quagsire and are always happy, so long as they've got chips and tadpoles to snack on. They sell their antennae to young Whooper and forget the lyrics to all their favorite songs. They're fulfilled now, but don't feel their old lives were lived in vain. Quagsire loves swimming in warm lakes filled with algae and pod scum, bumping their heads into sunken boats. They smile blissfully, content in this simpler way of life. Most Quagsire find this paradise enough, but some are more ambitious and work as harbor pilots, which earns them decent money and respect from their superiors. Still, come the weekend, they slip away to their favorite swamps and dive into the murky warm waters, purring with delight. Number 196, Espeon. Espeon's a new evolution of that little squirrel Eevee, who before could only evolve into Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon, but now can turn into Espeon if they win the super game on Polchudes. Polchudes was a long-running Russian game show kinda like The Price is Right, where contestants could win household appliances as prizes. Okay, back to it. The transformation occurs live on air, right there in the TV studio, leaving the show's host Leonid Yakubovich scrambling trying to cut to commercial break. But Espeon's in pure ecstasy, hugging Yakubovich and kissing his assistants with its long forked tongue, then bolts out the door. If you spot a little creature with big ears and a star on its forehead, carrying a fridge and microwave running through the streets of Moscow, it must be an Espeon fresh out of the super game. After pawning their prizes, they try to find work on a variety show. Before this next one, I should refresh your memory that in the Gen 1 decks, it said Eevee are big-time gamblers with fantastic luck at slot machines. Number 197, Umbreon. It rarely happens, but when gambling-addicted Eevees lose their last cent, they turn into Umbreon. Their fur goes dark, spots emerge, and they vanish into the night, considering suicide. Or maybe just robbing a bank instead. In this state, Umbreon are as much a danger to others as they are to themselves. When the morning comes, they begin a new life, conning people at currency exchanges by trying to pass off $1 bills as hundreds. Once they manage to pull one over, they run straight back to the slots. It's advised to never exchange currency with an Umbreon. You're better off throwing your money in the garbage, setting it on fire, or losing it at a casino yourself. If you ever run into one of these spotted black goats, don't hesitate to give it a good beating. Number 198, Murkrow. Little black crows known as Murkrow fly around at night, spreading bad news and calling misfortunes into being. Their rates are affordable. For just 100 or 200 rubles, they'll call up a whole heap of bad luck for you. Murkrow in Russia like to hang out with their Russian Pokemon friend Chemodont. In America or England though, they charge higher fees and the disasters they deliver are more substantial. For some reason, people don't like Murkrow, even though they're just doing the job they're paid to do. But their real passion is polishing shoes with black boot cream. They always carry a couple brushes and tubes of polish everywhere they go, and shine people's shoes free of charge. After calling the usual misfortunes onto their clients, like illness, hunger, and death, Murkrow polish their shoes and soar into the night. Number 199, Slowking. Some particularly chill Slowpoke managed to reach Nirvana and evolve into Slowking, known as the King of Calm. In this enlightened state, they care about nothing beyond their own belly buttons. Sometimes Slowkings spend days, weeks, even months just lying on pillows, gazing into little mirrors, admiring the curves of their navels, lost in serene contemplation. Other Pokemon gather around, hoping to catch a crumb of Slowking's enlightenment. They hang on to every word they utter, trying to interpret meaning, but their words are only about a dozen, like eat, drink, and potty. When Slowking yawn, they say, hum. A word so potent it bestows listeners with a fearless tranquility. That single word fills Pokemon with such serene courage, they'll happily march into battle, fully prepared to face death without hesitation. Many fighting Pokemon do just that. Number 200, Misdreavus. Misdreavus are goofy little rascals who love scaring people, especially girls, by appearing in their bedrooms at night and screaming. Their eyes blaze, their ghostly locks thrash. The horror. Grown men collapse in fear. Young girls fall into convulsions. To fend off the ghostly menace, some people keep inflated balloons behind their beds. When Misdreavus show up, they pop the balloons with the pin before she screams. For some reason, they're afraid of loud noises, and a loud pop shocks them unconscious. Occasionally, both ghost and victim faint simultaneously. When this happens, the sleeping Misdreavus is thrown unceremoniously into a trash can. Now you know why girls always keep balloons in their rooms. Number 201, Unknown. The world's most peculiar and enigmatic creatures, Unknown, embody an uninterpreted alphabet beyond scientific understanding. Each living letter possesses hidden powers capable of influencing Pokemon and people alike. They appear on walls, fences, and sheets of paper as strange words, pages of mysterious text, and sometimes entire books. Anyone who reads a book of Unknown is either driven to utter madness or gains unfathomable wisdom. Even reading a short Unknown inscription on a fence can instill gloom and despair. Glowing Unknown on rooftops cause agitation, and only when they're printed on money can they uplift spirits. Their language defies comprehension, indecipherable to all. Number 202, Wobbuffet. Wobbuffet live in caves in order to hide their black tails from sunlight, venturing out only under the cover of night to gaze upon the stars. The reason they're so protective of their tails becomes clear when you learn what's inside. A valuable black diamond that, if exposed to light, secretes a gray sludge, and that robs it of value. When their diamonds reach maturity, Wobbuffet sell them to African tribes who prize them for their chief's talismans. The exchange is carried out solely by touch in total darkness. Wobbuffet tails are typically insured for $500,000 US. It's really quite strange their diamonds are valued so highly, considering they're always shrouded in darkness, and thus, no one's actually seen one. Number 203, Girafarig. Girafarig bear a slight resemblance to the famous Russian Pokemon Tyany Tolkai, due to the little heads on their tails, capable of independent thought. Side note, Tyany Tolkai is a creature from Russian kids' books whose two heads are forever arguing and pulling in different directions. The name translates to push-pull, and it kinda looks like that beta Girafarig design from Space World 97 actually. Side note over. Much to the small head's dismay, Girafarig's big head calls the shots, meaning the small head's just along for the ride. It's always in a foul mood, nagging the big head and insisting that if it could steer, it'd lead Girafarig to paradise. But the main head just laughs it off and doesn't listen. The tail's sour temperament spells trouble for anyone who dares ride a Girafarig. The entire ride they're showered with insults and bites. As a result, Girafarig can't make much money as a riding Pokemon. People recommend cutting off their tails, but the main head shrugs, smiles, and says, "You can't choose your family," while its tail continues raining down curses. Number 204, Pineco. Pineco are big pine cones who snare flies and mosquitoes on their sticky scales, then lick them up like living fly traps. In tropical countries, people hang Pineco up in kitchens and restaurants to keep pests away. They're well suited for the job, happily snacking on bugs while chatting with cooks and waiters. Pineco never shut up though, prattling on about the weather, politics, fashion, sports, scandalous ventures, and so on, as bugs fly into their mouths with no effort on Pineco's part. Some diners enjoy Pineco's banter, while others just grin and bear it. In Uruguay, one exasperated patron hurled a bottle at Pineco. In Texas, they just shoot them. Number 205, Fortress. Fortress are steel-clad mollusks who work for the Ministry of Defense. Their armored shells make them perfect punching bags for tank training. Cannons fire and shells explode, but Fortress shrug them off like nothing. Fortress have small cannons of their own as well, but instead of weapons, they shoot scented liquids more fragrant than sweet perfume. Rich, beautiful women around the world spoil them with pineapples and rose petals, and pay top dollar for Fortress to shower them from head to toe in their aromas. But sometimes they malfunction, and their liquids come out smelling like chicken manure. Fortress apologized profusely, but the damage is done. The odor sticks around and isn't easy to get rid of, leaving the stinky socialites having to soak in tubs for days, cursing Fortress with every swear word they could think of. Number 206, Dunsparce. Dunsparce burrow underground using their tails like corkscrews. They have wings but can't fly, though they claim it's because their wings are still growing. They brag in newspapers and TV about all the places they'll fly when their wings come in, and boast about someday making it into the Guinness Book of World Records. But their wings never seem to get any bigger, despite Dunsparce's promises the big day's coming soon. In the meantime, they pen books about epic aerial adventures and run expensive flight schools for birds. Dunsparce don't let their bird students fly, insisting it's better to train on the ground instead. Whenever someone accuses a Dunsparce of being a fraud, it'll spin up its tail and disappear underground, escaping accountability. And that's as far as Zatinsky got before his legal troubles. We would have liked to interview him for some behind the scenes, but sadly, he passed away in 2012, about a decade after writing these entries. We like to believe he'd be happy to see the Russian deck still remembered to this day, and enjoyed by a new audience around the world. Rest in peace, mate.
Did you know? There are 50 e-reader cards for Fire Red and Leaf Green that were never released outside Japan. A lot of the content the cards unlocked can't be accessed by any other means, and since e-reader cards are region-locked, most fans never got a chance to experience any of that content. Although it was eventually made compatible with other franchises like Mario and Animal Crossing, the e-reader was originally marketed as a Pokemon device called the Pokemon Card e-reader. Scanning the strips on select Pokemon TCG cards into the e-reader unlocked exclusive content for your Game Boy Advance, like a Space Invaders-style minigame where Tyranitar fights an active volcano. You could also scan e-reader cards into Ruby and Sapphire for trainer battles, unique berry types, and the Eon ticket that took you to the Southern Island. Most of the cards were released in the US, but due to the e-reader's lack of popularity outside Japan, functionality for the cards and international versions of Fire Red and Leaf Green were deactivated. As a result, this 50 card set remained exclusive to Japan, containing 37 trainer cards and 13 tower cards. Scanning a trainer card imports up to 3 trainers onto one floor of the trainer tower in the Sevi Islands, and the trainer tower is 8 stories tall, so you'd need to scan 8 trainer cards. Lots of these cards are themed, like shiny evolutions and Kanto starters. Each card shows you just a few of the trainer's Pokemon, and only a few of their attacks, so you won't know the rest until you battle them. Their Pokemon are all scaled to match the level of the strongest Pokemon on your own team, so they'll always be a worthy challenge. You can mix and match trainer cards to make any tower you want, but ideally, fans are encouraged to build towers curated by Game Freak themselves, which is where the tower cards come in. There are 13 different tower cards, and each one is ranked by difficulty: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. A tower card tells you to scan 8 trainer cards in order to build the tower shown on the card. Tower cards also have an option for time attack, which gives players the option to have an extra layer of challenge for thrill seekers and completionists. Climbing towers doesn't reward you with experience, but you can win some decent prizes like dragon scales, metal coats, and upgrades. Some of these trainers were incorporated into international versions of the game without use of the e-reader, but a lot of them weren't, which makes these cards especially valuable to collectors. 44 cards in the game set could be found in 5 card booster packs, similar to TCG cards. One promo card was also distributed to fans in May 2004's issue of Koro Koro magazine, and the last 5 cards could only be acquired through Club Nintendo. Nowadays, these 5 Club Nintendo cards, 4 trainers, and 1 advanced tower are incredibly rare, costing upwards of $2,000. Due to the card's rarity and difficulty, Fire Red and Leaf Green's ultimate challenge is building the Club Nintendo Tower and completing its time attack of 12 minutes and 47 seconds. In Japan, the original Game Boy games were red and green, but internationally the first releases were called Pokemon Red and Blue. Since most international fans never played green, the remake's director, Junichi Masuda, admitted that Water Blue would have made more sense than Leaf Green, but decided against it to symbolize the harmony of the Pokemon world. In 2004, Masuda wrote, "If we followed the pattern of the original series, the new games would be Fire Red and Water Blue. But I chose green as a leaf as a symbol of peace. Fire and water are opposing concepts that suggest conflict, but the real world is already full of conflict. So we decided on names that suggest a peaceful world." Just like every previous game in the series, Fire Red and Leaf Green were localized into English almost entirely by just one man, a Canadian freelancer named Nob Ogasawara. As a thanks for his years of service, and also to provide an Easter egg for fans, Nintendo of America named lots of NPCs after him, starting with Black Belt Nob and Gen 2's Cianwood Jim, as well as another Black Belt on Hoenn Route 115. Nob told us that in real life he'd make a terrible Black Belt, as he has the coordination of a mechanical monkey. Nintendo later found out he spent a lot of his time off work hiking, so for Fire Red and Leaf Green, they changed Nob from a Black Belt into a hiker on his way to Bill's house, and you can find him on Route 25 with 3 Geodude and a Machop. Nob was also included in the remakes Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, and Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. But after translating 25 Pokemon games almost single-handedly, Nob got laid off in the middle of Gen 4 due to contractual complications between Nintendo and the Pokemon Company, so unfortunately he didn't make his way into Sinnoh or any later iterations. Speaking of Nob Ogasawara, the Sebi Isles south of Kanto are based on the Ogasawara Islands that lie off the southern coast of the real-life Kanto region of Japan. They're actually named after Nob's ancestors, who claim to have been the first Japanese to ever set foot on these islands. The Ogasawara Islands were never geographically connected to the continent, and as a result, they're populated by plants and animals that are nowhere to be found on the Japanese mainland, which makes their in-game counterparts, the Sebi Islands, the perfect home for all of the Johto and Hoenn Pokemon found in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Some of the Sebi Islands represent specific Ogasawara Islands, like Deoxy's home, Birth Island, which is clearly modeled after Minami Torishima. In real life, the United States and Japanese governments fought over the strategic naval island for nearly 100 years. The US finally gained control of the island after World War II, but ultimately gave it back to Japan peacefully in the 1960s. There are over 30 Ogasawara Islands, and interestingly, the game's internal data shows a lot more Sebi Islands that didn't make it into the final game, including names and even some maps for Islands 8 and 9, as well as 22, 23, and 24. It appears Game Freak was originally planning on 24 islands, or possibly even more, but the internal maps are unfinished, so the islands count was probably reduced before too much time was spent in development. Some of the Sebis are also based on the Izu Islands, a volcanic island chain that inspired Mount Ember, the dormant volcano on one island, and also Naval Rock, whose winding passageways were formed by volcanic lava. In addition to the extra islands, another aspect of the Sebis never saw the light of day, and as a result, Fire Red and Leaf Green ended up with only 46 Johto Pokemon instead of the 59 Game Freak intended. Surfing north of 6 Island, players can find a small area called Outcast Island, whose only purpose is being home to Altern Cave. It's a small cavern about 4 screens large, and it only contains one Pokemon, Zubat. At first glance, it seems like a pointless local, but it's actually left over from a series of unused events. These events would have given fans a mystery gift that altered the Pokemon found inside, replacing Zubat with 8 Johto Pokemon: Mareep, Aipom, Pineco, Shuckle, Teddiursa, Houndour, Stantler, and Smeargle. Fans would have been met with the following text, which can still be found in the game's data. Thank you for using the mystery gift system. Recently, there have been rumors of rare Pokemon appearances. The rumors are about Altern Cave on Outcast Island. Why not visit there and check out if the rumors are indeed true? But unfortunately, Nintendo never got around to actually hosting any of these events, so these Gen 2 Pokemon and their evolutions, a total of 13 monsters, ended up unobtainable, and nowhere to be found in Ruby and Sapphire either. So fans were left with some annoying holes in their Pokedex that couldn't be filled until Emerald hit store shelves a year later. When Fire Red and Leaf Green launched, art director Ken Sugimori drafted a new art set to replace the series' original watercolor art, and in the process changed the number of fingers and toes on a lot of Kanto Pokemon. Haunter, Golem, and Raticate all had 4 fingers on each hand, but their updated designs had just 3. Meanwhile, Pikachu and Mr. Mime sprouted additional fingers, now giving them 5 on each hand. According to PokeBeach founder John Zahagian, at a 2009 Tokyo event, a Pokemon Company staffer told him, "The Pokemon Company has an internal list of every change ever made to a Pokemon's design. For example, he told me Mr. Mime gained an extra finger because Japanese parents wrote in to complain about its 4 fingers being associated with gangs. I later learned the Yakuza get their fingers cut off, so I guess parents thought Mr. Mime was a Yakuza reference." There's a taboo in Japan against cartoon characters with 4 fingers, not only because of the Yakuza, but also because it's considered offensive to lower class workers like butchers and meat packers who've lost a finger. Some Pokemon also sprouted extra toes, like how Zapdos and Dodrio went from 3 on each foot in Gen 1 to 4 on each foot in Fire Red and Leaf Green. But this probably had more to do with consistency than taboo. Articuno, Moltres, and Doduo had all 4 toes from the very beginning, so the designers probably thought it was weird that Zapdos and Dodrio only had 3, and revised their designs accordingly. All these Pokemon's original designs were never seen again, and future generations permanently replaced them with Fire Red and Leaf Green redesigns. According to Satoru Okada, the general manager from the DS games, the DS might not have had built-in Wi-Fi if it wasn't for Fire Red and Leaf Green. As you can still see on the game's box art, fans who bought Fire Red and Leaf Green also received a GBA wireless adapter, which allowed for trading in battles without a link cable. In an interview with Japanese Nintendo Online magazine, Okada said, "We we started development with a wireless adapter bundled with Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. When we saw it, we thought we can definitely make it happen. Some people find the cable annoying, and you can't really walk around or move when connected to another system. So we wanted to develop the wireless capability even further. We thought making it part of the system itself, rather than an adapter, would make it even easier to use. If Okada's team hadn't built Wi-Fi into the DS, many of the special events in Gen 4 and Gen 5 wouldn't have been possible.
This is Japanese scriptwriter and novelist Takeshi Shudo. Shudo was the head writer for the first 5 years of the Pokemon anime, as well as the first 3 Pokemon movies. His creative process was fueled by alcohol and tranquilizers, and in the last 2 years before his death, he became obsessed with the only Pokemon he ever created, Lugia. The full story behind the diving Pokemon's creation is a long and complicated story involving substance abuse, seizures, and contributions from just about every corner of Pokemon bureaucracy. To get the full picture, Did You Know Gaming searched through hundreds of Shudo's Japanese blog posts and translated everything he ever wrote about Lugia, along with some leaks and several other key documents. But before we dive into Lugia's bizarre origin story, let's talk about where Lugia wasn't created, at Game Freak headquarters. In retrospect, it almost seems inevitable that Lugia would appear in Pokemon's second generation, especially since Lugia's place as Silver's box legendary is nothing short of iconic. But Lugia's inclusion in Gen 2 wasn't originally part of the plan. The earliest builds of Pokemon Gold and Silver were shown to the public only once, at Space World 1997, an E3-style gaming expo held in Japan exclusively for Nintendo products. Gold and Silver's 1997 demos were very different to the game's final build, taking place in a region based on the entirety of Japan, and containing lots of Pokemon that eventually got cut from the game's final build. But after the expo, Nintendo and Game Freak locked those demos away in their vaults forever, leaving fans around the world wondering about all the secrets and lost Pokemon inside. It was one of gaming's biggest mysteries for over 2 decades, that is until 2018, when a hacker going by the pseudonym Wacko broke into Nintendo's servers and stole tons of development assets. Before getting arrested, the first thing they leaked was the now legendary Space World demo. Fans marveled at all the newly found lost Pokemon, but one very important Pokemon was missing from the Pokedex, Lugia. Later leaks stemming from the same hack revealed that Lugia's first appearance in Gold and Silver's development was dated June 1999. According to Shudo, that's because it wasn't Game Freak who created Lugia. It was him. He came up with Lugia specifically for the second Pokemon movie, which released 1 month later in July 1999. When he created Lugia, Shudo originally thought it'd remain exclusive to the film. In fact, he was actually surprised when it appeared in the games at all. Toward the end of his life, Shudo wrote on his blog, "Since Lugia was a Pokemon I designed myself solely for the new movie, I was surprised it ended up getting used later in the games and TV show. Actually, I thought of Lugia as a Pokemon exclusive to the movies." By modern standards, Shudo's expectation that Lugia would be a theater-exclusive Pokemon seems absurd. Of course it found its way into the games, but this was still early days for the franchise, and series standards were still being formed. And even knowing what we know today, it's worth pointing out that there are still Pokemon forms that appear in official media but never made their way into the mainline series, like Mecha Mewtwo from Pokemon Live, Primal Dialga from Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, and of course Shadow Lugia from Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. Gold and Silver's development began as soon as Red and Green were finished, with Game Freak originally saying Gen 2 would release in 1997, but their release date ended up getting delayed by a full 2 years, and according to Shudo, if it wasn't for that massive delay, Lugia's inclusion in Gold and Silver would have been impossible, which raises an interesting question. If that 2-year delay never happened, which Pokemon was originally planned as Silver's mascot? More leaks from the Wacko hack have since revealed an even earlier proto-Pokedex, in which Ho-Oh, Unknown, and a third Pokemon were all grouped together. This lost Pokemon ultimately got scrapped, but it appears to have been based on Shushu from Chinese mythology, also known as lion dogs. In China, they're considered guardians, and Shushu statues are often placed at the entrances of imperial palaces, temples, government offices, and the homes of the wealthy. Ho-Oh is clearly based on the Chinese phoenix Fang Huang, which suggests this pair of Chinese-inspired legendary beasts may have been the two Pokemon Game Freak originally planned for Gold and Silver's box art. The developers themselves never commented on the leak, however, so that's all just a theory, and you'd do well to take it with a grain of salt. With the sole exception of Lugia, every other Pokemon was made in-house by Game Freak designers, and it was a unique situation that allowed Shudo, the writer of the anime and movies, the opportunity to make a Pokemon of his very own. In fact, it was only possible because of a tragedy that took place in late 1997, what fans now call the Pokemon Shock. The anime's 38th episode, Cyber Soldier Porygon, contained a series of flashing red and blue lights that sent hundreds of Japanese kids into fits of seizures, and hospitalized almost 700 people. In the wake of the tragedy, every Pokemon episode was pulled from the airwaves, and Pokemon executives scrambled to deal with the situation, fearing it could result in the end of Pokemon altogether. So, with all his bosses distracted, Shudo took advantage of the situation to make the first Pokemon movie, Mewtwo Strikes Back, into a much darker film than his bosses would have otherwise allowed. Shudo says his bosses would have stopped him if they had the chance, but after Mewtwo Strikes Back broke box office records and became the highest grossing Japanese film to ever release in America, Shudo was given near total creative freedom to write the second Pokemon movie, and the first thing he did was crack open a bottle of booze. After retiring from the Pokemon franchise, Shudo admitted on his personal blog that he relied heavily on alcohol and pills to write both the Pokemon anime and the movies. He talked about it a lot, but just to illustrate the extent of it all, here's just one example of the sort of thing he was writing. If I can't drink, I take tranquilizers. Of course, the ones you can normally buy in a pharmacy, not illegal substances. When I get a little bit high, it helps me sort out all my confused thoughts. However, when it comes to alcohol and drugs, you need to know your limit. Like, if I start to think that 1 + 1 doesn't necessarily equal 2, when these become difficult, it means I'm drunk. If I get any more intoxicated after that, I won't be able to think productively, and there's also the danger of tripping somewhere and hurting myself. Shudo makes it undeniably clear he was under the influence pretty much the entire time he was working on the Pokemon franchise, and went into particular detail about his intake while he was writing the Pokemon second movie. So it's fair to say that Lugia wasn't just a result of the Pokemon Shock, but it was also born out of Shudo's substance abuse. Even before Shudo came up with the movie's plot, the first ideas he came up with were two main characters: the Collector, who went on to become Lawrence III, and what he called Pokemon X, a placeholder name for what eventually became Lugia. This is why, when Lugia later appeared in the anime, Dr. Namba refers to Lugia as Pokemon X.
What action do you want them to take regarding the mysterious Pokemon X?
According to Shudo, X was supposed to be a creature different from Pokemon, since it had to symbolize life for humans too. It's a symbol of life, but also a symbol of coexistence. Originally, Pokemon didn't have genders, but X symbolizes deep ocean currents and created life on Earth. It's a maternal Pokemon. Shudo originally wrote the movie based around Pokemon X, and purposefully excluded series regulars like Ash, Pikachu, and Team Rocket. He wasn't particularly fond of Ash, and wanted him written out of the anime, but Shudo's subordinates asked him to inject Ash into the script anyway, which he eventually agreed to as a way of showing his willingness to compromise. Pokemon X finally got an official name during an all-hands-on-deck production meeting. Staff from every corner of the franchise attended, including staff working on the film, Game Freak employees, and even distribution staff. Everyone in the meeting voted, and the winning name, of course, turned out to be Lugia. The most likely inspiration for its name is Lugio, a Latin word that means to lie dormant, probably chosen because the first time Lugia is ever seen by the public is 5 minutes into the film when it's lying dormant deep under the ocean. The name might also draw partial inspiration from the beluga whale, which Lugia bears some resemblance to. Lugia's role in the story has some parallels with the great white whale in Moby Dick, with Lawrence playing the part of Captain Ahab, but it's unclear if that was actually Shudo's intention. As far as lore inspiration, Shudo may have drawn from Japanese mythology's god of the sea, the benevolent dragon Ryujin. Not only does Lugia resemble a wyvern dragon, but in the Japanese version of the movie, Lugia is also called the god of the sea. Lugia has the power to summon storms, as does Ryujin, like when he used a hurricane to repel a fleet of Mongolian ships invading Japan. The Ryujin connection was eventually made even stronger with Lugia's shiny colors, which match those of Ryujin's legendary underwater castle. One key difference though is that while Ryujin is a male god, Shudo specifically created Lugia as a female god. But unfortunately for Shudo, Lugia ended up resembling Ryujin a little bit more than he might have intended. He created Lugia as the maternal symbol of life and deep ocean currents, but like many Pokemon, after coming up with the creature's concept, the details were out of the creator's control. Not just Lugia's name, but also its voice and gender. He felt strongly that as a maternal god, Lugia should have been voiced by a female actress, but the film studio went against his wishes and chose a male actor instead. In the final year of his life, Shudo wrote at great lengths about the anguish this caused him. Here's just a few excerpts from his final months. One of the regrets I have about writing the second Pokemon movie was that I didn't push back on the gender assigned to Lugia. Although its gender isn't addressed in the plot, it's given a male voice, but it's a maternal Pokemon. To make matters worse, using a male voice actor for Lugia was a decision made during a big meeting with many participants. Advertisements had already aired. It was too late. We couldn't suddenly change Lugia into a female. But the more I thought about it, the less I could imagine X being anything else but female. I was gulping down alcohol and drugs. I started to feel like I wanted to die. Not only was Lugia voiced by a man, but it was made genderless in the games. Shudo wrote a lot about Lugia in the year before he died, but it was the loss of its maternal identity that pained him most. In late 2010, he collapsed in the smoking room of a train station and was rushed to the hospital, but tragically didn't survive. The cause of death was a subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is essentially a brain bleed whose risk factors include cigarettes and alcohol. It was Shudo's substance abuse that fueled his writing and gave birth to Lugia, but sadly, it may have also been what killed him. This brings us to the end of Shudo's story, but it's far from the end of Lugia's. To continue, we need to rewind back to Gen 2's development. The first Lugia beta sprite ever found is dated back to a month before the second movie landed in Japanese theaters. It looks nearly identical to Lugia's final design, but has 6 dorsal spines instead of the 10 on the finished sprite. But there's an even older beta sprite dating back to the Shushu period that may have been an even earlier form of Lugia, an unnamed boat Pokemon, now known only by its proto-Pokedex number 344. Just like Lugia, 344 appears to draw partial inspiration from plesiosaurs, a type of marine reptile that went extinct 65 million years ago, along with the dinosaurs. Some of its physical details are similar as well, especially its dorsal design, long neck, and its tail, which has led some fans to speculate that after Shudo came up with the Pokemon X concept, Game Freak might have used 344 as a springboard to come up with a brand new design that ultimately became Lugia. As an apparent non-legendary, some fans also believe 344 may have been evolutionary related to 2 other lost Pokemon from that version of the Protodex. However, since that particular leak lacked evolution data, and the developers themselves have never commented on those lost Pokemon, any relation between Lugia and 344 is entirely speculative. It's unclear if Shudo made any sketches himself, and as a matter of fact, in 2009, Shudo said he doesn't know who all was involved in the design process. However, we do know who to credit for Lugia's final design. Like all Gen 2 Pokemon, Game Freak's art director Ken Sugimori made Lugia's final revisions and drew the watercolor artwork that became its official design. Although it's worth pointing out that even after Lugia landed on the silver screen, which by the way became the second highest earning Japanese movie to ever hit American theaters, there was one significant detail that wasn't truly cemented until almost a decade later. In the movie, Lugia was white with blue spikes, and its in-game sprites were white and blue as well. But Ken Sugimori actually released 2 contradictory pieces of watercolor artwork during Gen 2, one with blue spikes and another with black spikes. After that, Lugia's sprites switched to black in Gen 3 as well as in Gen 4's beta, but finally in Gen 4, the sprites switched back to blue spikes. This was also the case with Lugia's Gen 4 artwork, and after that, it was never seen with black spikes ever again. There's also the question of Lugia's elemental type, a topic that's caused some confusion ever since its inception. Neither the film or Shudo himself ever directly addressed Lugia's type, although presumably when Shudo created the God of the Sea, he probably intended her as half water type. But when Game Freak went to program it into Gold and Silver, they ended up making it dual type psychic and flying. According to programmer and designer Shigeki Morimoto, who's best known as the creator of Mew, Lugia was made half psychic simply because they wanted to make it strong. In the July 2009 issue of Nintendo Dream magazine, he said, "We wanted Lugia to give the impression of being a powerful Pokemon, so we settled on psychic for the second type instead of water type." In other words, Lugia is not a water type, despite being underwater, because due to its flying type appearance and psychic type being the symbol of a powerful Pokemon at the time. For some extra context to what Morimoto is saying here, it's worth noting that psychics were so powerful back in the 90s that Mew and Mewtwo were banned from all 3 World Cups, and even after the ban, nearly half the Pokemon used by the finalists were all psychic types. But what about Shadow Lugia, or as it's known in Japan, Dark Lugia? It made its first, and as of the making of this video, its only appearance in the 2005 GameCube title Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. In the game, Shadow Lugia is referred to by its codename XD001, which some fans believe is a reference to its origins as Pokemon X. Weirdly, the Pokemon Company never actually said what XD stands for, so fans have been speculating for the past 15 years whether it's Extra Darkness, Extreme Darkness, or some other abbreviation. Did You Know Gaming got in contact with Tsukasa Tawada, the composer who created Shadow Lugia's theme, as well as all the music in both Colosseum and Gale of Darkness. He told us the XD actually stands for Extra Dimension, and when we asked if the developers intended XD001 as a nod to Pokemon X, he didn't seem to even know what we were talking about. Just like the original Lugia, its shadow form wasn't created by Game Freak. Both its concept and its design were made by Gale of Darkness's developers at Genius Sonority. Lugia was the only shadow Pokemon in the game to receive a unique design, whereas every other shadow Pokemon retained their standard appearance, just with a purple haze. Shadow Lugia is often cited as the very first Pokemon ever designed by James Turner, the Englishman who eventually worked his way through the ranks to become Sword and Shield's art director. But just like the original Lugia, its dark side was really more of a team effort. According to James, Lugia was chosen as the star of the game by the writing team. He said he doesn't know why they chose Lugia, but presumably it's because Ho-Oh was the star of the Ore game that came before, Pokemon Colosseum. But James wasn't the guy who drew the first sketches either. It was the art director Hiromoto Shinichi, who's probably most famous as the illustrator of the Star Wars Return of the Jedi manga series. After Hiromoto hammered down the basic design, Shadow Lugia was finally handed off to James, who chose the colors and finalized the design. James also made Shadow Lugia's official art that appears on the box art, as well as the CGI cutscenes that featured Shadow Lugia. Shudo grew obsessed with Lugia, and similarly, James also had a great affection to Shadow Lugia. Both of them considered Lugia their baby in some sense. James calls it his dark child, and occasionally laments on Twitter that he'd love to see Shadow Lugia return someday. Unfortunately, the only way to transfer Shadow Lugia to a mainline Pokemon game is by purifying it, at which point it just becomes an ordinary Lugia, meaning Shadow Lugia is trapped forever on fans' GameCube memory cards. But now that James is working Game Freak proper and has a lot more clout as the art director, maybe someday we could see Shadow Lugia finally return to the series. In 2020, the Venusaur, Charizard, and Blastoise clones from Mewtwo Strikes Back made their way into Pokemon Go, so Shadow Lugia might someday make a comeback as well, even if it's only in a spin-off.
Did you know? Red, the main playable character from the first generation of Pokemon games, was originally known as Satoshi in Japan. However, this wasn't the character's first name. Thanks to the Pokemon fan site helixchamber.com, information from prototypes of the original Pokemon games have been published. This includes graphics and a name for the game's playable character, Yuichi. Multiple sprites for Yuichi have been found, including his intro animation from full to overworld sprite. Interestingly, Yuichi's full sprite depicts them with a whip, similar to the Team Rocket members in the original games. The prototype data also reveals a previously unseen early back sprite for Red. As a quick aside, there's also unused sprites for Red in the Fire Red and Leaf Green remakes. The player was originally intended to ride a Lapras during their surfing animation, instead of the simple blob the player rides in the final game. In the final build of the Japanese game, the character was implied to be named Satoshi. This was an homage to Satoshi Tajiri, the creator of the Pokemon franchise and co-founder of Game Freak. This is also reflected in the Japanese versions of the original games, which include the name Satoshi among the default player names. Similarly, the protagonist of the anime series was also named Satoshi in Japan, but was renamed Ash Ketchum overseas. Satoshi was subsequently localized as Ash in the names list by the time Pokemon Red and Blue reached Western shores. Despite their similarities, Red and Ash Ketchum are not the same character. While there is early concept art of Ash wearing a hat very similar to Red's, this was ultimately changed in Ash's final design, and the two would continue to drift further apart in the following years. One especially noteworthy difference between them is that, unlike Ash, Red has visibly aged over his appearances in the video games, most notably being portrayed as an adult in Pokemon Sun and Moon. This version of Red has its own little Easter egg as well. Red's shirt in Sun and Moon reads 96, which is likely a reference to 1996, the year that Pokemon Red and Green first released in Japan. The character wouldn't be officially named Red until the release of Pokemon Gold and Silver in 1999, where players could fight Red in a climactic final battle at the peak of Mount Silver. This battle holds a number of distinctions, such as being one of the highest leveled trainer battles throughout the entire series. This is especially true in the Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver remakes. In fact, Red's level 88 Pikachu is the highest level Pokemon owned by an NPC that a player can normally face in mainline Pokemon games. Another interesting fact is that each member of Red's Pokemon team, consisting of Pikachu, Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, Snorlax, and either Espeon in the second generation games or Lapras in the remakes, reflects a part of Red's journey through Pokemon Yellow. The connection with Yellow is further supported by the fact that Red's sprite in Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Crystal is a mirrored and slightly altered version of his sprite in Yellow. Furthermore, the Snorlax that originally blocked Route 16 in the first generation games is missing entirely from the second gen titles and their remakes. This has led some fans to speculate that Red captured this missing Snorlax, explaining its appearance on his team. Meanwhile, although Espeon obviously can't be obtained in the original games, a Pokeball containing Espeon's pre-evolved form, Eevee, can be found in Celadon City. Nevertheless, Espeon was ultimately replaced by Lapras in the remakes, possibly to round out Red's team with exclusively first-generation Pokemon. However, fans have recently found evidence that Red may have been planned to have a bigger role in the second-gen games. This evidence comes from an early prototype build of Pokemon Gold and Silver, known as the Space World 1997 demo. This prototype of Gold and Silver was showcased back at Nintendo's 1997 Space World trade show, a full 2 years before the game's initial release. Although the demo was thought to be lost for over 2 decades, on May 26, 2018, an anonymous user uploaded it to the Pokemon Reverse Engineering Tools Discord channel. Thanks to the efforts of a dedicated fan group known as Team Space World, the demo's long-hidden secrets have been revealed. Among them is the discovery that players can't name their character in the demo, and instead, the trainer is always named Satoshi, Red's canon name at the time. While this could suggest that the main character of Pokemon Gold and Silver was originally intended to be the same trainer from the first generation games, Team Space World has found evidence to the contrary. It turns out that the Space World 1997 demo was a carefully curated slice of the game that included many aspects that were touched up or completely altered specifically for the show. However, by editing a single byte of the game's ROM, it's possible to see the actual build of Pokemon Gold and Silver Game Freak had at that time, pulling back the curtains on even more surprises. Did You Know Gaming reached out to Samuel Obscure Mesner, one of Team Space World's leading hackers and translators, for an explanation. Mesner stated, "The fact that the player can't name their character was thrown together specifically for the Space World demo. If you disable demo mode, you get to name your trainer as usual. The default names you can choose from for the player are Gold, Satoshi, and Jack. And for the rival, they are Silver, Shigeru, and John. My educated guess for why they chose Satoshi and Shigeru for the demo is that they wanted to ride the hype of the anime, which had been airing for a few months at the time. On top of that, there's definite evidence that the player character in the early Gen 2 wasn't meant to be the same trainer as in Gen 1. This evidence can be found when the ROM is edited. When players walk into the tall grass at the start of the game, they are stopped by their rival, Blue, and taken back to the lab. After the player receives their starter Pokemon, Blue hands them a Pokedex, saying, "I used to want to be the world's best Pokemon trainer. When I got too arrogant, there was one who showed me humility. Somehow, you remind me of him. Thanks to him, I was able to mend my ways." If that isn't enough, a debug mode can be accessed in the Space World 1997 demo by pressing Select on the title screen. This debug mode includes a number of unique differences that set it apart from the other versions of the demo. The player's default name is set as Koji, whereas their rival's name is Red. This may be in reference to Koji Nishino, a designer at Game Freak, who was also the inspiration for the Pokemon Snorlax. Messner told us this could mean that, at an even earlier stage in Pokemon Gold and Silver's development, Red was slated to be the rival. However, it's more likely that the programmers just chose some arbitrary names. Secrets have also been found in the debug modes of other Pokemon games too, even those that reach store shelves. For example, the debug mode of the English versions of Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow changes the player's default name to Ninten, and the rival's name to Sony, a reference to Nintendo's bitter rivalry with Sony's PlayStation at the time. Those aren't the only hidden player names in the original Japanese games. When debug mode is enabled in Pokemon Red and Green versions, the player is named Yamaguchi. This pays homage to Wataru Yamaguchi, who received a special thank you in the game's credits. Meanwhile, the player's rival is named Ishihara, referencing Tsunekazu Ishihara, who is now the president of the Pokemon Company. In the Japanese Blue, the player is named Gefuri, an abbreviated play on Game Freak, and the rival is called Kuricha, a nod to the game's co-developers Creatures Inc. Red's reputation as a silent protagonist has become something of a staple within the series, often only responding with ellipses when spoken to in encounters from the second-gen games and onwards. Despite this, there's evidence that Red has in fact spoken in a Pokemon game before. One example of this can be found in the original games in Saffron City, where the player meets a character known as Copycat. Speaking to Copycat reveals a peculiar conversation, where Red says, "Hi, do you like Pokemon? No, I just asked you." "Huh? You're strange." Then, the Copycat says, "Quit mimicking? But that's my favorite hobby." The distinction between the player character's dialogue and Copycat's indicates that Red did indeed speak. Moreover, Copycat needs something to mimic in the first place.
Did you know? Dozens of Pokemon are based on prehistoric animals and other extinct species. Lots of Pokemon have some dinosaurian inspiration, though many are filtered through a lens of monster movies and TV shows that Game Freak watched as kids, especially Ultraman and Godzilla. Nidoking looks a bit like a dinosaur, but he was probably inspired by Baragon from Frankenstein Conquers the World. And of course, Tyranitar was modeled after Godzilla himself. But for the most part, we'll leave the monster movie references for another video. Today we're just going to focus on a few of the Pokemon based on specific animals that have gone extinct. So let's dig in and explore how paleontology shaped the world of Pokemon. The Dragapult family, and in particular its final evolution, draw inspiration from Diplocaulus. These were amphibians with boomerang-shaped skulls that existed even before the dinosaurs. All three stages of the Dragapult family exhibit the theme of amphibian metamorphosis, the way real-life amphibian bodies transform as they grow older. Dreepy has visible gills and only 2 underdeveloped arms. Dracloak loses the gills and starts growing a second pair of legs. And Dragapult completes the metamorphosis with fully developed legs. These Pokemon also pay homage to Diplocaulus via their elemental types, being half dragon and half ghost, to reference the extinct amphibian. Yanmega is based on prehistoric giant dragonflies called Meganeura, with massive wingspans up to 28 inches wide. These ancient dragonflies were 7 times bigger than the largest dragonfly living today. Yanmega being inspired by a Meganeura isn't only hinted at by them both having Mega in their names, but also by its method of evolution. Yanma evolves into Yanmega when it levels up, knowing the attack Ancient Power. As mentioned earlier, Game Freak were hugely influenced by giant TV monsters, who in Japanese were called kaiju. Game Freak's long-held affection for kaiju helps explain how Meganeura, out of the countless different prehistoric animals, came to have a Pokemon based on it. This is because there's an actual kaiju who is a mutated Meganeura. It made its first appearance in Godzilla vs. Megaguirus, a film released in late 2000. just 6 years before Yanmega made its debut in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Aerodactyl, or Terra in Japan, is based on a pterodactyl, or to use the scientific term, pterosaur. Aerodactyl is about 6 feet tall, but pterosaurs could grow to 20 feet tall. They weren't all that big though, with some pterosaurs being tiny. In fact, in 2014, a new kind of pterosaur was discovered that was so small it could actually fit in your pocket. The paleontologist who discovered this pocket monster named it Aerodactylus, stating, "The name derives from the Nintendo Pokemon Aerodactyl, a fantasy creature made up of a combination of different pterosaurian features." In addition to their confessed love for Ultraman and Godzilla, Game Freak were also influenced by the movie Jurassic Park, which debuted halfway into Red and Green's 6-year development. In the games, scientists say Aerodactyl is extinct, but if you give them an old amber, they can bring Aerodactyl back to life. Examining the official 90s artwork for the old amber reveals that there's an ancient mosquito trapped inside, referencing how dinosaurs were resurrected in Jurassic Park. With the exception of Aerodactyl, all fossil Pokemon from the first 3 generations were inspired by creatures that existed long before dinosaurs evolved around 230 million years ago. Omnite and Omastar are based on ammonites, prehistoric relatives of the squid and octopus. Kabuto is essentially a mix of 2 ancient animals, trilobites and horseshoe crabs. Trilobites were among Earth's most successful prehistoric creatures, populating the world's oceans for nearly 300 million years. This real-world timeline is reflected in the Pokédex, which tells us that Kabuto hid on the seafloor 300 million years ago. Horseshoe crabs, on the other hand, are prehistoric arthropods that have survived into the modern era and can still be seen washed up on beaches. Since they're twice as old as dinosaurs and have barely changed at all in 450,000 millennia, horseshoe crabs are sometimes referred to as living fossils, a term also used by the Pokédex to describe Kabuto. Kabuto's evolution, Kabutops, is a mix of 2 prehistoric animals as well, trilobites and sea scorpions, ocean-dwelling arthropods that could grow up to 8 feet long, twice as big as Kabutops. The Lilip family are based on sea lilies, and are even classified in the Pokédex as the sea lily Pokemon. Real-life sea lilies live deep in the ocean, attached to the seabed by a stalk. Even though they're animals, they look more like plants, which is why Lilip and Cradily are half grass type. Anorith is classified as the old shrimp Pokemon, which is fitting as its evolutionary line is based on Anomalocaris, an extinct relative of arthropods, whose name means odd shrimp. At 3 feet long, Anomalocaris were the apex predators of their day. When all life was confined to the oceans half a billion years ago, shrimp were at the top of the food chain. Starting in Generation 4, Game Freak began basing fossil Pokemon on dinosaurs rather than the prehistoric creatures that came before. Cranidos and Rampardos draw inspiration from Pachycephalosaurus, dinosaurs whose skulls were 10 inches thick, making them the thickest skulled animals ever to have walked the earth. The Pokédex says Cranidos toughened their already rock-hard skulls by headbutting one another, a habit inspired by the speculated behavior of Pachycephalosaurus. The Shieldon family are based on ceratopsians, the most formidable plant eaters of the Cretaceous period. They could grow up to 30 feet long and were more than capable of defending and sometimes even killing a Tyrannosaurus. Shieldon and Bastodon are herbivores as well, with the Pokédex telling us they eat grass and berries. Some viewers might think that all Pokemon are plant eaters, but the Pokédex makes it clear that some actually eat meat. Some even eat other Pokemon. The Pokédex says Furret hunt Rattata, Talonflame's favorite food is Wingull and Pikpak, and Sneasel scare Pidgey away from their nests so they can feast on their eggs. Tortuga and Caracosta, the proto-turtle Pokemon, are based on extinct protostegid turtles. Protostegids were among the biggest turtles that ever existed, measuring up to 15 feet long and weighing 5,000 pounds. The largest protostegid, Archelon, was the size of a car and lived in the shallow oceans that once covered North America, which is probably why the Tortuga family was introduced in the American-based region of Unova. The Archon family was based on Archaeopteryx, the earliest known bird, explaining why the Pokédex classifies Archon and Archaeops as the first bird Pokemon, and says they're the ancestors of all bird Pokemon. Archaeopteryx were an ancient evolutionary stage between feathered dinosaurs who couldn't fly and their descendants, including modern-day birds. Archaeopteryx could grow up to 20 inches, which is the exact height of an Archon. Tyrunt and Tyrantrum are based on the world's most famous dinosaur, the Tyrannosaurus. You may have seen some Jurassic Park debunked videos claiming that Tyrannosaurus were actually scavengers rather than apex predators depicted in the movies, but most paleontologists believe they were actually both. They scavenged when the opportunity arose, but they were primarily active predators. Tyrannosaurus had one of the most powerful bites of any land animal, allowing them to crush the bones and meat of any creature that stood in their way. The Amara family are based on the long-necked dinosaur Amargasaurus, whose neck scales may have been used for peacocking to attract a mate. Only one Amargasaurus fossil has ever been discovered. It was dug up in southern Argentina, which just so happens to be one of the best places on Earth to view the southern lights, or to use the technical term, the Aurora Australis. This is probably why Amara and Aurora's sails look like the Aurora Australis, and why Amara can only evolve into Auroras at night, as the Aurora Australis can only be seen at night. The Galar region introduced 4 new fossil Pokemon who are all strange mishmashes of various fossil creatures. Some Pokemon fans believe they're a reference to the Crystal Palace dinosaurs outside London, but the paleontological expert that advised us for this video's production disagrees with the fans' interpretation. The Crystal Palace dinosaurs weren't multiple species combined to create Frankensteins. Rather, they only contain minor errors, like scientists putting an iguanodon skeleton's thumb bone on its nose, thinking it was a horn. Our expert believes the Galar fossils aren't based on these sort of errors, but rather on paleontological forgeries. Forgeries are multiple fossils combined into Frankensteins, sometimes created by hucksters who want to claim they've discovered a brand new species. One of history's most famous forgeries was the Piltdown Man, a supposed missing link between ape and human discovered by a British archaeologist in 1912. It wasn't until 40 years later that scientists were able to prove that Piltdown Man was a hoax and actually was the combination of human and orangutan bones. In 1999, National Geographic magazine ran a cover story about a new species of feathered dinosaur discovered in China called the Archaeoraptor, but it turned out to be a forgery as well, made up from the head and arms of a bird and the legs and tail of various dinosaurs. One of Galar's 4 fossil Pokemon appears to draw inspiration from a real paleontological blunder though. The American scientist Edward Drinker Cope once incorrectly placed the skull of a newly discovered fossil on the end of its tail rather than on its neck, essentially constructing the animal backwards. That Pokemon is Dragovish, which has the head of a placoderm fish coming on the tail of a stegosaur-like dinosaur. Most of the grass starter's final stages draw from prehistoric life. Venusaur might be the first example to pop into your head, as the Bulbasaur family has the "saur" suffix in their names, implying a connection to dinosaurs. But their original Japanese names have nothing to do with dinosaurs. For example, Venusaur's name is Fushigabana, meaning strange flower. Pokemon developers have said several times that the Venusaur family are basically just frogs, not dinosaurs. But in Gen 2, we do start to see the prehistoric theme take hold. Meganium borrows several traits from sauropod dinosaurs like Brachiosaurus. Meganium is only about 6 feet tall, but in real life, sauropods were the largest dinosaurs ever to exist. The largest land animals of all time were a group of sauropod dinosaurs called Titanosaurs, who could grow up to 120 feet tall and weigh as much as 150,000 pounds. This dino inspiration likely explains this Pokemon's prototype name in Gold and Silver's 1997 demo. Before its name was Meganium, it was called Hanaryu, which in Japanese means flower dragon. Sceptile draws its inspiration from theropods, a group of dinosaurs that includes both Dilophosaurus and raptors. Just like Sceptile, theropods are bipedal, meaning they walk on 2 legs rather than 4, with many possessing 3 fingers and toes on each hand and foot. Theropods were the ancestors of birds, and had many feathers on their arms, just like Sceptile's pre-evolution Grovyle. Despite what you may have seen in the movies like Jurassic Park, theropods weren't especially intelligent, at least by modern standards, and raptors almost certainly wouldn't have been smart enough to open doors, let alone spring traps on paleontologists. Some Pokemon are based on more recent fossils. Torterra is based on Meolania turtles, who only went extinct about 2,000 years ago, possibly due to human settlement. Meolania turtles were the same size as Torterra, about 2 meters long, and their horns made it impossible to withdraw their heads into their shells. Like most Pokemon, Torterra actually draws inspiration from more than one source. In this case, the world turtle from Chinese, Hindu, and Native American mythologies. The world turtle is believed to carry the whole world on its back, which explains Torterra's half-ground type, and why the Pokédex says ancient people imagined that beneath the ground, a gigantic Torterra dwelled. Mamoswine is based on the woolly mammoth, relatives of modern-day elephants that went extinct fairly recently, mostly dying off at the end of the Ice Age 10,000 years ago. This fact is reflected in the Pokédex's entry, which tells us a frozen mamoswine was dug from ice dating back 10,000 years. Male mamoswine have larger tusks than female mamoswine, which is a reference to the gender differences in some real-life elephant species, whose females also have smaller tusks, and sometimes no tusks at all. And just like Yanmega, mamoswine evolves from piloswine when leveled up with ancient power. Chestnut draws inspiration from glyptodons, armored mammals that, like the woolly mammoth, went extinct around 10,000 years ago. Glyptodon are closely related to modern armadillos and could grow to the size of the Volkswagen Beetle. Decidueye, on the other hand, isn't based on a truly prehistoric animal, but rather an animal that's gone extinct very recently. Decidueye resembles a stilt owl, the type of exceptionally long-legged owl native to Hawaii. They were driven to extinction about 1500 years ago, when a new species appeared in their environment, humans. Hawaii emerged from the ocean only a few million years ago, meaning the islands aren't old enough to have prehistoric animals living on them. This is why the Hawaii-inspired region of Alola didn't introduce any new fossil Pokemon, instead replacing them with ghost-type Pokemon based on extinct species. Decidueye is a Hawaiian stilt owl, and Oricorio is a Hawaiian honeycreeper, a type of small bird that stilt owls preyed upon. Some honeycreepers have survived into the present, but a dozen honeycreeper species are presently endangered, and about 20 have already gone completely extinct. Similarly, Galarian Corsola is a ghost type for the same reason. It's a species of coral that has been wiped out by climate change. Another prehistoric creature, just like the pocket-sized Aerodactylus, was named after a Pokemon. In 2017, an unknown prehistoric creature was discovered in South Africa, a Dicynodont, an ancient mammal relative even older than the dinosaurs. Its discoverer was a huge Pokemon fan, so he named it Bulbasaurus. The published artwork showing what Bulbasaurus may have looked like even has a bush in the background as a clever nod to Bulbasaur.
Did you know? The first generation of Pokemon games have a number of oversights, one of which occurs as soon as players start a new game. During Professor Oak's introduction to the Pokemon world, he sends out a Nidorino that uses the cry of a Nidorina instead. The original versions of Red and Green had even more mistakes. If the player fights the gym leader Sabrina and loses, then re-enters the gym, the game believes the player has won and gives them the gym's badge and TM46. In the Pokemon Center outside Mount Moon, the player is able to buy a Magikarp from a salesman for 500 Poké-Dollars. However, if both the player's party and current PC box are full, the salesman will take their money without giving them the Magikarp, which can be repeated. Mistakes like these were caught and rectified in later releases of the Kanto games, such as the special Pokemon Blue and Yellow editions. However, more errors sprung up in their place. In the Cerulean Gym, as well as Lorelei's room at the Pokemon League, wild Pokemon are programmed in the water tiles of both areas. If the player has a rod equipped, they can fish for several kinds of water-type Pokemon. Any rod works just fine in Red and Blue, but in Yellow, only the old and good rod will work. This oversight also showed up in Gold and Silver, but was finally fixed for Pokemon Crystal. Kanto's Celadon City Hotel has nothing of interest for the player. However, in Red and Blue, it oddly features an invisible PC. This is because the hotel uses the same layout as the game's Pokemon centers, and if the player goes to where a computer would be in a center, they can access a PC in the hotel. There are other invisible PCs that can be found in Fuchsia City's Safari Zone. These are inaccessible without hacking the game, however, and they were fixed in Pokemon Yellow. The games have fallen victim to a number of translation errors in various regions over the years. For instance, the Spanish versions of Red and Blue are known for having spotty translation work. In the English game, when players hook a Pokemon with a rod, the text, "The hooked Pokemon attacked," will appear. In a Spanish game, however, the text was translated as saying "El malvado Pokemon ataco," meaning the wicked or evil Pokemon attacked. This mistranslation is particularly impressive, as we spoke to several native Spanish speakers and none of them could explain how this happened. Moves in the Spanish version had their own fair share of mistakes, notably with the move Slam. Descriptions of the move imply that Pokemon perform a kind of body slam attack, but in Spanish, the move was known as Portazo, literally meaning door slam. This error wasn't fixed until the release of Pokemon X and Y, when it was finally changed to Atazar, meaning to land a blow. The Gen 1 move Comet Punch is called Consecutive Punch in the Japanese game. This caused issues when a move actually called Comet Punch was added to the Japanese games in Gen 3. When this move's name was localized, it was renamed to Meteor Mash. This is why the move has always been illustrated in battle with a punch, and can be affected by the Iron Fist ability, which boosts punch-based attacks. In Pokemon Colosseum, the move Frenzy Plant was erroneously called Solid Plant in English, though the name does more closely resemble the move's Japanese name, Hard Plant. Frenzy Plant, along with Blast Burn and Hydro Cannon, were first made accessible in Fire Red and Leaf Green, though Colosseum came out several months prior. Even so, the proper name exists in Ruby and Sapphire's data, so it's likely just a placeholder error. The move Transform has a peculiar way of working in the first two generations. Any Pokemon using the move is regarded as a Ditto, as Ditto is one of the only two Pokemon who can learn the move at all. If the player catches a Pokemon that used Transform via mirror moves such as Spearow or Pidgey, or a glitch Pokemon using the move, they'll end up with a Ditto. Mew is the only other Pokemon who learns Transform, though it can't be found in the wild. The mainline games have a number of instances of Pokemon using moves they shouldn't be able to learn. In pre-released footage, Pokemon have also been shown using moves they're unable to learn in the final game. In early screenshots for Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, Mega Blaziken was seen using the move Ice Punch, which it couldn't use come the game's release. The official Japanese Pokemon website issued an apology for any misleading information and later removed the images. Probably the most well-known example of an illegitimate move is found with Lance's Dragonite in Pokemon Red and Blue, which had the move Barrier, a move Dragonite has never been able to learn. This error was referenced in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, where a Dragonite that could use Barrier was given away to participants of the Kanto Classic Wi-Fi event in 2016. Lance's Aerodactyl in Gold and Silver also has the move Rock Slide, which it couldn't learn until the next generation. Type matchups didn't always work as intended either. The Ghost type was supposed to be super effective against Psychic types in the first generation, but in practice it's very much the opposite. Not only were all Ghost types in the game weak to Psychic due to their secondary Poison typing, but there were only 3 Ghost moves in the first gen: Lick, Confuse Ray, and Nightshade. With Nightshade doing fixed damage and Confuse Ray being a status-based move, Lick was the only one to do direct damage. However, when used on a Psychic type, it has no effect whatsoever. There were many official sources that claimed Ghost was good against Psychic. This included official Nintendo strategy guides, episodes of the Pokemon anime, and a trainer in Sabrina's gym who claimed the type is one of the only 2 effective against Psychic Pokemon. This text was actually removed in yellow, and by the time Gold and Silver came out, the error was fixed altogether. The Dragon type was also meant to be super effective on itself in the first generation, though in this case the only Dragon move that existed was Dragon Rage, which like Nightshade did not do super effects damage. Though the second generation fixed many problems that plagued the Kanto games, they had their fair share of oversights, notably with new mechanics. New variations of Pokeballs were introduced to make certain Pokemon easier to catch, but nearly half of them don't work as advertised. The Love Ball was said to make Pokemon of the same species and opposite gender an easier catch, but the effect only works if the wild Pokemon is the same gender as the player's Pokemon. The Fast Ball was made for Pokemon that flee from battle, though of the 21 Pokemon able to run away, the ball only works on 3, Magnemite, Tangela, and Grimer. As an aside, a few of the Pokemon programmed to flee either can't be found in the wild or don't appear in the game at all, like Eevee and Umbreon, as well as the legendary birds. Strangest of all is the Moon Ball, made to catch Pokemon that evolve with the Moonstone, such as Jigglypuff and Clefairy. However, the effect is instead determined by checking if the Pokemon evolves holding the Burn Heal item. To this day, no Pokemon evolves with Burn Heal, and due to this, the ball functions like a regular Pokeball. Gold and Silver also introduced held items to the series, not all working as planned. The Dragon Fang was supposed to boost the power of Dragon-type moves, but it actually doesn't do a thing when held. The effects can instead be found in the Dragon Scale item, which evolves Seadra into Kingdra when traded. This was fixed in Pokemon Stadium 2. Stadium 1 and 2 fixed many gameplay issues found in the handheld games, though they've got a few mistakes of their own. In Stadium 2, if the player hooks up the transfer pack with Pokemon Blue to look up the locations of the game's wild Pokemon, it will instead show the location of Pokemon from the Japanese version of the game. The international versions of Red and Blue are based on Japanese Blue's layout, but the Pokemon selection is taken from Red and Green. For example, Jinx can be found in the Seafoam Islands in Japanese Blue, but can only be obtained through an in-game trade in the international versions. Players can also transfer items to other games via transfer pack, potentially breaking a few story sequences. It's possible for Kanto players to face Sabrina as early as the second gym, as the only roadblock to Saffron is the officer wanting a drink from the player. Stadium 2 also features an oversight which allows for infinite continues in Stadium mode. The player must first enter any battle in Stadium mode and earn a continue, after which they must suspend, enter another Stadium Cup, and earn one more continue. The next time the player loses, they must choose the suspend option. Then the game will warn the player of an already suspended game. If they choose the option continue without suspending, they'll be able to rematch the trainer they just lost to, all without using up a continue. If the player gets to Cinnabar Island, they can trade a Mana Raichu for an Electrode. If the player talks to him again, the man will say, "The Raichu you traded me went and evolved." Although this sparked many rumors of Raichu being able to evolve, it was simply an error. The English Pokemon Red and Blue are based on the Japanese Special Edition Pokemon Blue, and in that game, the old man trades a Kadabra for a Graveler, and was exclaiming that the Kadabra had evolved into an Alakazam. The original Japanese Red and Green versions also had the old man trading a Raichu for an Electrode, and the English game was likely referencing this text without fixing the actual trade. Funnily enough, we'd find out years later that Raichu was planned to evolve in the beta versions of Pokemon Red and Green into the unused used Pokemon Gorochu. In a similar fashion, the trade of Poliwhirl for Jinx in Cerulean City also features the same dialogue, with an old man saying Poliwhirl had evolved. This is because the man originally traded a Haunter for a Machoke, both of which evolved by trading. Coincidentally, Poliwhirl ended up receiving a trade evolution in the form of Politoed one generation later. In the Gen 1 games, the player is able to play the cries of the Pokemon registered in their Pokédex. For an unknown reason, if Pikachu's cry is played repeatedly, every 5th or 6th time the cry is heard, it will be slightly distorted. Though the games have gotten more polished over the years, oversights still pop up from time to time, even in Pokemon Sun and Moon. When evolving a Pokemon, for instance, before the Pokemon is evolving text appears, its evolved form may show up in the top left corner of the screen in a blink and you'll miss it moment. In Pokemon Moon, the Totem Raticate uses the cry of the Pokemon Gumshoos. This is because in Pokemon Sun, Gumshoos is the corresponding totem Pokemon.
Did you know? There's a theory perpetuated by some fundamentalist Christians that claims Pokemon encourages Satanism. At the core of this belief is the suggestion that Pokemon promotes evolution and the occult, which are believed to be anti-Christian and satanic. This is partly based on claims that, in certain cases, Pokemon can only evolve through the use of supposed magic evolution stones. Pokemon can also be controlled using gym badges, similar in nature to magical talismans, such as the Seal of Solomon. The Seal of Solomon is noted in medieval Islamic, Christian, and Jewish traditions for giving King Solomon's supernatural powers. This included the ability to command demons. One story tells of a demon named Orneus, who was stamped with the seal in order to be controlled. Solomon then ordered Orneus to imprint the prince of all demons with the seal to bring the entire demon race under Solomon's rule. In this story, the prince of demons is known as Beelzebul, who is often interpreted as the devil himself. The theory draws further parallel between Pokemon and demons, as both can be captured and called upon to perform various tasks. One example is drawn from the Lesser Key of Solomon, a collection of 5 spellbooks that focus on demonology. The first of the books, Ars Coeti, sources many earlier works and profiles 72 demons with instructions on how to conjure them. A later version of the book by Dr. Thomas Rudd even details 72 angels that could protect the conjurer and help control the demons when summoned. What these books describe is arguably comparable to the mechanics of catching Pokemon. The theory also draws attention to many Pokemon having supernatural skills. Paranormal abilities, common in Ghost and Psychic type Pokemon, are actively denounced in the Bible. One example is in Leviticus chapter 19 verse 31, stating, "Do not turn to mediums or necromancers. Do not seek them out and make yourselves unclean by them. I am the Lord your God." A huge variety of Pokemon are also based on elements from non-Abrahamic religions or mythologies. In a broader sense, these can be considered pagan beliefs. Pagan celebrations of deities other than God have been repeatedly labeled as devil-worshipping by the Church. This mindset stems from various texts in the Bible, such as Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 13. "Fear the Lord your God, serve him only and take your oaths in his name." One Pokemon that has psychic abilities and is based on pagan beliefs is Hypno. Hypno and its starting form Drowsy are based on the Baku from Japanese mythology. Baku are supernatural entities that devour dreams or nightmares and are often illustrated as tapirs or being tapir-like. One of the theory's more far-reaching claims is that when the Poké-Rap from the Pokemon anime is played in reverse, Gotta Catch 'Em All can be heard as "I love you, Satan."
Catch 'em, gotta catch 'em all. Pokemon amigo. I push that Lucy. I push that Lucy.
Concerns from the Christian community became so widespread by the turn of the millennium that even the Pope waited on the controversy. However, the message from the Vatican wasn't what people expected to hear, as the Vatican broadcast public approval of Pokemon. They not only stated that the games contained no harmful moral side effects, but also that the series was based on ties of intense friendship and was full of inventive imagination. Some Christians tried to lean children away from Pokemon and towards something more sacred. One competitor in the UK designed a set of Christian power cards as an alternate to the Pokemon trading card game. The cards featured 120 Bible characters with 4 stats each: faith, strength, flaws, and the amount of times they're mentioned in the Bible. Christians weren't the only group to pick fault with Nintendo. Nintendo stopped manufacturing the Japanese version of the Koga's Ninja Trick card. This was because it depicted a manji, a symbol often used to mark the location of Buddhist temples on maps, amongst other things. A Jewish civil rights group called the Anti-Defamation League protested the use of the manji, as it's visually similar to a swastika, a symbol considered very offensive by Jewish people. The original Koga's Ninja Trick cards were never intended to be sold outside of Japan, but collectors would import them to sell or trade regardless. The Anti-Defamation League recognized that the card was never intended to offend, and acknowledged the sensitivity shown by Nintendo through halting the production of the card. Israeli illusionist Uri Geller also claimed that Kadabra was anti-Semitic in nature. He suggested that the lightning bolts on Kadabra's abdomen resembled the logo of the Nazi SS Defense Corps. In actuality, Kadabra's star and lightning bolts are based on Xener cards. These cards were used in the early 1930s and are used in a kind of guessing game to test for extrasensory perception. Though some had claimed Pokemon was anti-Semitic, many people throughout the Arab world claimed Pokemon was actually a Jewish conspiracy aiming to indoctrinate young Arabs into the Jewish faith. The LA Times documented how the sensitive situation between Jewish and Islamic peoples in the Middle East helped misinformation about the franchise to spread. These events reportedly started in Egypt, where a concerned parent heard that the word Pokemon meant "there is no God in the universe." Although Pokemon seemed harmless and distributors reassured parents that Pokemon was short for Pocket Monsters, rumors continued to spread and evolve throughout the region. The rumors became so rampant that even high-level religious authorities weighed in on the matter. Saudi Arabia's Grand Mufti issued a ban on Pokemon, stating that some Pokemon cards have the Star of David, which everyone knows is connected to international Zionism and is Israel's national emblem. Pokemon cards never featured the Star of David. The religious authorities just misidentified the game's double colorless energy cards. Interestingly, the original Japanese release of Pokemon Red and Green displayed Alakazam with a Star of David on its forehead, though this seemed to go unnoticed by any religious officials. A flyer began to spread throughout schools in the region. It reportedly said that Pokemon besmirched God and claimed that Pikachu meant "I am Jewish" in Japanese. A few weeks later, a ban was issued in Dubai, saying that Pokemon is based on the theory of evolution, a Jewish Darwinist theory. These events raised concerns with the Jewish community and sparked a response from the Anti-Defamation League. The league's national director, Abraham Foxman, said, "That is scary. And when it comes wrapped in fatwas, as God's truth, this is God's word, then it becomes a lot scarier." Despite all of the controversy, bannings, and removal of Pokemon memorabilia from the area, Pokemon games quickly became available again. In fact, games from the third generation of Pokemon onwards were commonly enjoyed in the region without any extensive disputes. This is considered ironic by some, as the mascots for the third generation of Pokemon games were Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza, which are based on the Behemoth, Leviathan, and Ziz from Hebrew mythology.
Did you know? Underneath its cheery exterior, Pokemon has its fair share of dark secrets. A recurring theme in the series involves the ghosts of humans, with one of the creepiest examples being in Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. The Elite Four trainer Phoebe specializes in ghost Pokemon, but she also has a connection with human spirits. In the dialogue leading to Phoebe's League battle, just as the camera fades to black, a girl can be seen sitting in the chair behind her for a brief instant. The camera then cuts to this girl's point of view as she seems to stand up and approach the player. After the camera cuts again, the girl can be seen standing next to the player, with her face barely visible. Nobody is certain of her purpose, if any at all. Phoebe frequently trains at Mount Pyre, a Pokemon gravesite where she also developed her supernatural talents. During the game's story, the player obtains the red and blue orbs at the mountain's summit, guarded by an old married couple. After the events with Kyogre and Groudon in the original games, the orbs can be returned to the summit with the couple still there. The remakes have the player keep the orbs, but if they head back to Mount Pyre, they'll find just the old man at the summit, with the woman nowhere to be found. After beating the Delta episode, Phoebe can be found near the summit, talking and laughing with seemingly nobody. She'll ask what the player is doing here. If they say training, she mentions coming here to visit her grandmother, and if they say they're paying respects, Phoebe will say that her grandmother was just talking about them, and how they left a lasting impression on her. Through the Trainer's Eyes feature, Phoebe mentions her grandma residing on the mountain. This all but confirms the woman is Phoebe's grandma, and that she's still able to communicate with her granddaughter from beyond the grave. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl's old chateau was long since abandoned by its original owner, but ghosts still reside here. The ghost of a butler can be found sitting at a table. As the player walks further into the room, the ghost will head off screen and vanish. Another ghost is a young girl that appears after entering the fourth room from the left. She'll appear in the next room to the right, look toward the player, then leave, never to be seen on the other side. The player can't interact with the ghosts, and their appearance isn't guaranteed, so players may never see them at all. These ghosts may be illusions caused by the ghost Pokemon that live in the chateau. All members of the Ghastly line can be found in the chateau, and there's a room specifically where Gengar can be found. In this room, there's a portrait where its eyes follow the player. In Pokemon Black and White, the ghost of a little girl can appear on the Marvelous Bridge. If the player tries to approach her, she disappears, and an old woman will explain a girl used to play in the same area with her pet Abra before the bridge was built. The same ghost girl would reappear in Pokemon Black and White 2 in the Strange House. The ghost girl talks about an everlasting nightmare, crying out for her parents and pet Abra. She later mentions the Lunar Wing item, saying a voice in her dreams told her to forget about finding it and to instead stay with them. She believed this voice to be her father's. When the player finds the wing, she says to give it to the Pokemon Cresselia, and that she waited on the bridge to return it herself, but can't anymore. The Lunar Wing is said to ward off nightmares, which are frequently caused by Cresselia's polar opposite, Darkrai. Entries for both Pokemon also appear in passages found in the house's library. Given all the evidence, it's believed a malicious Darkrai tormented the little girl with terrible nightmares, ultimately scaring her to death. Another startling apparition appears in Pokemon X and Y. Taking the elevator to the second floor of the fighting dojo in Lumiose City will cause the music to stop and the screen to flash. After this, a girl with the model of a Hex Maniac appears behind the player and walks past them with no walk animation. They then utter the phrase, "No, you're not the one," and disappear off screen. No further interaction with this girl takes place. Some players theorized the girl would play a role in some kind of in-game event at a later date, but to this day, nothing has come about. This mystery has been taken back to the source, being acknowledged by Pokemon X and Y director Junichi Masuda. In an interview with Kotaku, Masuda was asked about the Ghost Girl, but acted coy, claiming the team never put such a thing in the game. Kotaku's Patricia Hernandez said, "I showed Masuda the video, which he watched intently, and once the Ghost Girl came on screen, he sort of laughed and went, 'Ooh.' In fact, he said, 'Ooh' multiple times during our exchange, sort of with a smirk, but he didn't say more about it." Later, in 2014, the Japanese Pokemon website made a whole page devoted to the Ghost Girl, noting that she can only be met once. The page also included screenshots of an earlier event in the game, when the player enters Route 14's scary house and meets a man who tells a story about a horde of faceless men. The man asks for a tip after telling his story, but if the player chooses not to, he warns them they'll see something scary. The fact this scene was referenced on the Ghost Girl's page made some believe the two events were connected. Ultimately, none of these theories panned out, and the true meaning behind the character was never revealed. In Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, a Hex Maniac trainer can be found on Mount Pyre. When spoken to, she utters the exact same line spoken by the XY Ghost Girl. In the Japanese version of the Gen 3 games, Hex Maniacs appear to be possessed. While their sprite has visible pupils in the Western release, the Japanese game has their eyes pure white. Many Pokemon have disturbing origins, notably several psychic types. Kadabra is said to have once been a human boy. The boy had extrasensory powers he couldn't control, and when he awoke from bed one morning, he had become a Kadabra. Drowsy is based on the Baku, a Japanese mythological figure that commonly takes the form of a tapir and is said to eat people's dreams. The Baku is even referenced by name in Pokemon Fire Red and Stadium, as well as the anime, saying Drowsy is a direct descendant of the creature. Its evolved form, Hypno, has frequently been depicted as more of a serious threat. Pokédex entries from Sun and Moon have stated that while it rarely harms people, it's still an extremely dangerous Pokemon. Its Fire Red entry states there was once an incident where a Hypno hypnotized a child and took it away, and it's also said to appear by empty roads and schoolyards at dusk. In Fire Red and Leaf Green Sevi Islands, a young girl named Lost Elle girl is separated from her father in the berry forest, asking the player to save her from a wild hypno that scared her. There's also a line of adult-oriented Pokemon t-shirts released in 2008 called Pokemon 151, with Hypno being one of the first 4 designs. The Sleeper 097 shirt depicts a Hypno leading along 2 children by the hand, with the children presumably being hypnotized. The line was officially made available to American fans in 2016. However, the Hypno design never saw a release stateside. There's also several Pokemon whose existence is tied to human death. Yamask was born from the souls of buried humans, retaining their memories and carrying a mask resembling their former face. Yamask is based on the Death Mask, a practice where, following death, a likeness of the person's face is created by making an impression with a wax cast. Its Japanese name is even Desmas, which can be seen as a combination of death and mask. Similarly, Phantump are created from the spirits of children who die while lost in the forest. These children possess tree stumps and become this Pokemon. The creation of Ghastly is also said to involve gases in graveyards being possessed by the grievances of the dead, and Gengar is said to have been human itself, taking people's lives in an attempt to find a companion. Both evolutions of the Ice-type Snorunt also have ties to human life. Legends say Glalie was formed when a mountain boulder absorbed a stranded climber's regrets and anguish. Frostlass, being based on the yokai Yuki Onna, was the result of a woman's lost soul in the mountains possessing an icicle. Frostlass also freezes creatures it likes and takes them back to its den, where it's said to display them as decorations. On blizzarding nights, it appears near human settlements and will even knock on doors to lure its victims. The most coveted prey of Frostlass are the souls of men, particularly handsome men. Ultra Sun and Moon have another instance of a ghost in a side quest some players won't even come across. After beating Hala's grand trial, the player can talk to a youngster on Big Wave Beach. The youngster will tell them rumors of a ghost girl at the trainer's school, an area that's empty and plays ominous music at night. The only person there is a young girl accompanied by a Drifloon, who will give the player several mysteries to solve around the school. The girl's dialogue is choppy, often making the mystery sound darker than it truly is. She describes one mystery as, at night, near burning place, someone burning and crying, you hear girl's voice. When the actual event was a girl burning love letters she wrote to a now taken crush. After solving all of the mysteries, the girl says she came to Alola from another country and doesn't speak the language very well, but is thankful for the player's help. Soon after, the school's janitor appears and asks why the player is at the school at this hour. When they try to explain, the girl has vanished, with the janitor saying the player was alone when he saw them. A child's notebook in one of the classrooms makes note of when the child stayed late after school, seeing a Hypno show up with the intent of picking up the new student. 9 days later, the book says a Drifloon came to pick up the girl, though the next page in the book has been torn out. It seems the greatest mystery surrounding the school still remains unsolved.
Did you know? Magikarp and Gyarados come from a piece of Chinese mythology. The myth is about a dragon's gate that sits atop a waterfall cascading down a legendary mountain. Carp that are able to swim up the waterfall and leap over the gate are transformed into powerful dragons. This explains why you need to knock Magikarp into the waterfall to evolve it in Pokemon Snap. The game is referencing their origins. There's also some fan speculation on Magikarp's evolution. Some fans believe that Magikarp was originally intended to evolve into Dragonite, and Dragonair was supposed to evolve into Gyarados. This is mostly based on Magikarp's color scheme being similar to Dragonite, and Gyarados following Dratini and Dragonair's color scheme and serpent-like shape. But the origin story largely disproves this, as it's based on Chinese mythology. Chinese dragons are traditionally portrayed with serpent-like bodies and a crest, just like Gyarados. Dragonite's design appears to have more European influences. In Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, your progress is halted in Viridian City by a grumpy old man who won't let you pass until he's had his morning coffee. In the Japanese versions, however, the old man was passed out on the ground drunk. His granddaughter says,
"Oh, Grandpa, how could you sleep in a place like this?"
and asks you to wait until he's sobered up. He later says,
Looks like I was really drunk,
and
my head hurts.
Then asks if you know how to capture a Pokemon, as he does in the English version. This was likely deemed inappropriate and removed by Nintendo of America. Pokemon has a whole range of censorship and controversy attached to it. One basic example is the censoring of the game's art assets. Multiple trainer sprites have been altered in Pokemon Gold and Silver. The sprites were changed for the US, removing any kind of religious practice or symbol. The sage is no longer praying, and the medium's prayer beads have been removed. The beauty and female swimmer sprites are no longer winking, and the beauty has longer shorts. There's also a fisherman who was originally smoking a cigarette. Trainer sprites were also censored in Generation 4 Pokemon games. The male swimmer's briefs were changed to shorts. It wasn't just trainer sprites that were censored either. The sprite for Registeel was changed for the European release of Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, as Registeel's original pose resembled the Hitler salute. The redesign was kept for all versions of Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Platinum. Censorship was taken a step farther than altering a sprite for one Pokemon. Jinx actually had its official design altered. Controversy is what sparked Jinx's redesign, as some people began comparing Jinx's face to a stereotypical portrayal of black people known as blackface. Because of this, parallels have been drawn between a Pokemon anime episode called Holiday Hijinks and the Slave Trade, as Jinx appears with its original design as Santa's helper. The Pokemon Shellos and Gastrodon were actually intended to debut in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. This was confirmed by an interview with Ken Sugimori in Nintendo Power, but there's also evidence hidden in the games themselves. In the game data for Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, there are two unused back sprites for Shellos and Gastrodon. Shellos has traits of both West Sea and East Sea variants from the final games. This, and only having one sprite for each Pokemon, suggests there was originally just one variety of Shellos. Making changes to an already fleshed out design and attaching entirely new concepts like multiple varieties also seems suggestive of Shellos having an unusually long period of development. There are also two unused Pokemon cries in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire's game data that sound very similar and are thought to be the original cries of Shellos and Gastrodon. While we're on the subject of Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, there are rumblings from fans about a possible remake of those games. The speculation comes from every key item's sprite since the Generation 3 Pokemon games, including the ones not in Generation 4 such as the Fame Checker, were added back into Black 2 and White 2's game data. There are multiple throwbacks to Red and Blue in newer Pokemon games. One throwback is in Black 2 and White 2. At Route 3 in the original games, a youngster says, "Hi, I like shorts. They're comfy and easy to wear." This became a popular phrase among Pokemon fans. It must have been recognized by the English translators, because in Black 2 and White 2's Humalao City, a lady will make a reference to the youngster, saying, "This dress is comfy and easy to wear." At Route 10 in Red and Blue, Picnicker Carol says, "The Pokemon here are so chunky. There should be a pink one with a floral pattern." This is actually what the Pokemon Muna was based on. It should also be noted that in Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, there's an employee at the Devon Corporation who states, "I'm trying to develop a device that visually reproduces the dreams of Pokemon." Dream Mist, which is produced by Muna, can achieve this, adding another connection to previous games. The Pokemon Coughing and Wheezing were originally named NY and LA, referencing the polluted state of the cities New York and Los Angeles. Another interesting bit on Coughing is that his sprite seen in Pokemon Red and Blue is actually wrong. The official design that was set before the release of the game has Coughing's skull and crossbone design below his face, but the sprite in Red and Blue shows it the other way around. In the original games, the character Bill has a strong interest in computer technology and invented the computer Pokemon storage system. In the Japanese version of the games, he was named Masaki Sonozaki, but in the English versions, he was named Bill. It's thought this is a reference to former CEO of Microsoft, Bill Gates.
Did you know? The original Pokemon games contain data for an unused town. The name of the town and its proper location can't be found, and it simply shows up in a default position above the Indigo Plateau with the title Pellet Town. There's also unused music in Pokemon Red and Blue. The music has been speculated to belong to the unused town data, but it's also possible the music was used to test the game's audio engine early in development. There's another unused music track, this time in Pokemon Yellow. The track is likely connected to an unused battle system that can be found in Pokemon Yellow's game data, but it also resembles a track from another Game Freak game called Bushi Seryuden Futari no Yusha. The unused system displays the text, "Hurry, get away," if the player attempts to select any menu option besides run, giving the player no option but to flee from battle. It's thought that this system would also have been used for whenever the player went into a battle without a Pokemon. This also suggests that the player could have originally encountered wild Pokemon outside of Pellet Town before they were given a Pikachu. There's also an unused move entry for a hidden machine, or HM, in the code of the original games. The entry sits between the HM's Fly and Surf. In the Japanese Pokemon Red, there's text that translates to "ground rose up somewhere." The text is stored next to the message that displays when the player uses the strength HM in the game's overworld and is formatted in a similar way. Based on this, it seems likely the games originally had a 6th HM that somehow manipulated the ground. There's also an unused Pokemon type in the original games called Bird type. The type has no strengths or weaknesses against any other Pokemon and can be displayed in the stats of the glitch Pokemon such as Missing No. Some leftovers, including the Bird type, are still in the code of Pokemon Gold and Silver. One piece of hidden content in Pokemon Gold is actually right on the title screen. By using a glitch to alter the way the game's palettes are loaded, it's possible to see that Ho-Oh is actually not a silhouette, but a full-color sprite. The sprite itself is unrefined. This suggests that the idea to have full-color Pokemon on the title screen was scrapped fairly quickly. Lugia's title screen sprite in Silver backs this up, as it's just a silhouette with no color. In an early version of Pokemon Gold and Silver shown at Nintendo's Space World event in 1997, the game's starting town wasn't Newbark Town. It was a completely different town named Silent Hills. It's thought that the name was at least changed to avoid comparisons to the horror game Silent Hill, which was released during Gold and Silver's development period. Another strange change is that the Lake of Rage was a full town, and even had a gym. The lake remained an important part of the game, and this original town classification is possibly why you can still fly to the location on the world map. Several areas in the Kyoto region were at one point planned to be in Gold and Silver. The Safari Zone was planned to make a return, as were Pewter City Museum and the Cinnabar Island Laboratory. There have been many changes during the localization of Pokemon games over the years. Although a lot of these changes were due to censorship from Nintendo of America, some of the changes were made erroneously by mistranslating the source material or reworking something because it didn't make sense to those who didn't have a thorough understanding of Japanese culture. The move Thunder was inaccurately translated. The Japanese name for the move, Kaminari, can be interpreted as either thunder or lightning. Because the animation for the move shows a lightning bolt, the Japanese name was most likely referring to lightning, and not thunder. A similar situation occurred with the move Thunder Punch, although the translators didn't have much of a choice this time. Pokemon moves could only be 12 characters long, so calling the move Lightning Punch was out of the question. The move Splash was also mistranslated. The move's Japanese name is Haneru, which can mean both Splash and Hop. In this case, the move is meant to be called Hop, which explains why Splash is a normal type move and not water type. Pokemon like Hoppip can use Splash. His Japanese name, Haneko, even shares the same root as the Japanese word for hop. The move Night Slash is called Crossroad Killing in the Japanese games. The English name is still relatable to the meaning behind the Japanese name, but it's nowhere near specific. Crossroad Killing refers to a method in which some of the more morally corrupt samurai would test their swords in feudal Japan. In this method, known as Sujigiri, a samurai would hide at a crossroad waiting for an unsuspecting commoner to pass by. They would then test the sword by attacking the commoner with the intent to kill. One renaming of a move actually seems to make a lot of sense. The move Soft Boiled was originally called Agile in the Japanese games, even though it could be learned and performed by male Pokemon. The Pokedex entries of certain Pokemon have also been altered in the English games. Several Pokedex entries for the Pokemon Drifloon suggest that it tries to steal children away, saying things like, "It is whispered that any child who mistakes Drifloon for a balloon and holds onto it could wind up missing." However, Drifloon's Japanese Pokedex entry in Pokemon Pearl specifically mentions that it takes children to the world of the dead. This disturbing fact did make its way into the English speakers, but not to the core franchise Pokemon games. In the North American version of Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Drifloon's trophy information states that it tries to drag children into the underworld by their hands.
Hello and welcome to Region Locked. Since its inception, Pokemon has managed to grow into the highest grossing media franchise of all time, and of course has an extremely close relationship with the video game industry, and with that, Nintendo. The Pokemon series may be enjoyed by viewers of all ages, but the anime is primarily marketed towards children, while the games are considered more of an all-ages venture. As the owners of the Pokemon brand, the Nintendo company aren't exclusively controlled by Nintendo. Their ability to create products branching across multiple video game platforms allows the series to reach a wider audience than just those interested in Nintendo's own systems. Over the years, this has resulted in a number of titles for Windows PCs and more recently, mobile games. In Japan, however, Pokemon could even be found on a platform created by a one-time major rival for Nintendo, Sega. Today, we'll be looking at the 7 Pokemon games released on Sega platforms, the Sega Pico and Advanced Pico Bina. Before we explain the Pokemon games on the system, we should give you a brief introduction on what on earth the Sega Pico even is and where it came from. The Sega Pico was released in Japan in 1993 and saw an international release a year later in 1994. The system held some mild success for a number of years, though ultimately it was discontinued outside of Japan in 1998. In Japan, however, the system would see continued support until late 2005. As of April 2005, 3.4 million Pico consoles had been sold at retail, with 11.2 million software sales to go with it, including 300 different software titles. The Pico's hardware matched that of the Sega Mega Drive or Genesis, though differed dramatically in control and function. The Pico is shaped somewhat like a laptop, though without a screen or full keyboard, instead having a pad controlled by a magic pen, as well as some coloured directional buttons. Cartridges for the console aren't actually cartridges in the traditional sense at all. Referred to as storyware, each game comes in the form of a picture book with a slot at the bottom which connects to the top half of the system. The game progresses as each page of the book is turned. In total, 3 Pokemon games were released for the Sega Pico. Pokemon Catch the Numbers was released July 23, 2002 and uses the second generation of Pokemon. It was designed to teach children numeracy skills, with the story following Pikachu and Togepi after Team Rocket steals all of Ash, Misty and Brock's other Pokemon. The player is faced with a selection of minigames that must be completed in order to retrieve the lost companions. As a side note, within the data of Catch the Numbers, a large sprite of Weezing can be found which would ultimately never be displayed in-game. Pokemon Advanced Generation I've Begun Hiragana and Katakana was released on November 17, 2003 and uses the third generation of Pokemon. It was designed to teach Japanese children how to read and write Japanese hiragana and katakana script. The story involves Team Rocket deceiving Ash, Brock, May and Max by disguising themselves and telling them they need 25 Pokemon to progress to the Pokemon stage. Each Pokemon is caught by simply correctly drawing 5 kana. If Pokemon on Sega wasn't enough, a Pikachu Pico was released in 2004, a year before the end of the Pico's life cycle. The system was just a Pico designed with a Pikachu aesthetic, otherwise having no differences to a standard Pico console, of course created entirely as a way of boosting the system's sales. The console came bundled with a copy of Pokemon Advanced Generation I've Begun Hiragana and Katakana. The last game released on the standard Pico was Pokemon Advanced Generation Pico for Everyone Pokemon Loud Battle. Released on July 13, 2004, the game also includes the third generation of Pokemon. The game stars Ash, Brock, May and Team Rocket and is mainly based around reading and playing minigames. The game came with a Pikachu-themed controller, with various minigames being playable in a competitive 2-player mode, with both players using either side of the controller. Inevitably, the Sega Pico would come to the end of its life cycle in 2005, but wouldn't be entirely scrapped. Instead, a follow-up console was created for the Japanese market, which would show clear upgrades over earlier incarnations. The successor, the Advanced Pico Bina, was released in 2005 and is often referred to as simply the Bina. The two systems are extremely similar in design, though the Bina features an additional set of buttons on its right side to accommodate left-handed children, represent, as well as the inclusion of built-in speakers, and ports to allow extended functionality, such as an SD card reader which can be used to save game progress and store images. Sega Toys honed in on the forms of education that they hoped to achieve with the Bina, summarizing them with 5 headings. Education, basic knowledge of letters, words and numbers. Virtue education, develop sociality and discipline by learning morals and manners. Physical education, improve and understand exercise and physical abilities such as rhythm. Food education, acquire proper knowledge of food, both in eating habits and manners. And finally, safety, develop safety awareness such as avoiding crises in daily life and health awareness. As a technicality, the Bina is actually the last Sega console ever to be released, a full 6 years after the Dreamcast. While the console has never been officially cancelled, there have not been any new games released for the system since July 2011. In total, there were 4 Pokemon games released for the Bina. Pokemon Advanced Generation Pokemon Number Battle, released on October 1, 2005. The game uses the third generation of Pokemon. It mostly involves finding hidden Pokemon in various scenes, as well as solving math questions and puzzles. intellectual training drill Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Letter and Number Intelligence game was released on the 21st of April 2007 and featured the 4th generation of Pokemon. The game was geared towards teaching children general knowledge, words and numbers such as counting Pokemon, grouping them based on on-screen prompts, colouring by numbers, and a simple jigsaw. This game in particular does seem more general than the other titles, rather than focusing on specific skills. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Search for Pokemon Adventure in the Maze was released on September 17, 2009, using the 4th generation of Pokemon. This title seems to be more Pokemon-centric than the other games, involving puzzles based around Pokemon, with the player having to use the book to highlight Pokemon either based on their silhouette or finding them in on-screen mazes. The game also encourages children to learn the Pokemon by name alone rather than relying entirely on images. And lastly, Pokemon Best Wishes Intelligence Training Pokemon Big Sports Meet was released on December 4th, 2010 and included Generation 5 Pokemon. The player takes on the role of Ash through various games which involve learning hiragana, numbers and English, as well as completing a number of exercises in order to win medals. Through the use of the Bina SD card reader sold separately, it's possible to save the game and print images created in-game. The Pico was made purely as a form of edutainment, providing an enjoyable learning experience to young children. Though initially created by Sega, it was eventually passed over to their subsidiary Sega Toys to run on their own in the year 2000. Sega Toys was formed in February 1991 when Sega absorbed the Japanese toy manufacturer Yonezawa Toys. Yonezawa Toys was formed in 1932 and were well known for their work on the creation of tin toys during the 1950s and 1960s, gradually evolving into the production of electronic and radio-controlled toys as trends shifted. But it wasn't just their toys that made the company so profitable, as Yonezawa Toys also worked as a distributor with major ties to the Western market, working with companies such as Hasbro. They would eventually go on to become the largest post-war toy manufacturer in Japan. The merger of the two companies resulted in the creation of a Sega subsidiary called Sega Yonezawa, which over the years would transform until eventually it would become known as simply Sega Toys. Sega Toys have continued to produce electronic toys and gadgets, as well as standard toys and licensed products, winning numerous awards along the way. Sega as a console producer had a code which was given to all third-party developers for their systems, which would be displayed on the box or hardware of any third-party product between the 1980s and 2000. Interestingly, this would even extend to their own subsidiary of Sega Yonezawa with the code T193, and then eventually Sega Toys would be assigned their own code T418. The fact that these two companies had codes associated with them could imply that Sega, the parent company, treated Sega Toys as a third party. Sega and Sega Toys, at least at the time of this video, do not have much involvement with one another, with only rare occasions when the two businesses work in tandem. For example, Sega Toys provides prizes for Sega's claw machines in arcades. As a result of this detachment from Sega, it seems to provide Sega Toys with the freedom to work with any company they desire, regardless of loyalty to its parent company. This has resulted in Sega Toys even working with other companies to produce video games, such as the Ochaken series developed by MTO, rather than following the obvious choice of using Sega and keeping development in-house. To bring it back to Pokemon, Sega and Sega Toys have had many interactions with the Japanese TV station TV Tokyo, who have been broadcasting the Pokemon anime series since its debut in the 90s. The companies have worked together to produce a variety of games for Sega consoles, including Hono no Tokyuji Dojdanpe and Ahara Manara, two tie-in games to their respective anime series produced by Sega and licensed by TV Tokyo. Sega Toys are also toy manufacturers for classic anime shows on the channel too, such as Bakugan. These relationships would make it seem only natural for Sega Toys to eventually deal in the production of content for the Pokemon anime, with the edutainment games seeming to focus almost entirely on the anime side of Pokemon, featuring characters from the show such as Ash, Misty and Brock, rather than characters developed by Game Freak on Nintendo systems. In the same way that Sega now produce games for Nintendo consoles, among others, due to the fact that Sega no longer produce their own, without Nintendo forming a toy division within their company that is capable of matching the extensive range of specialities that can be found within Sega Toys, it's likely that they will continue to use them, as well as various other toy companies, as and when they need them. Case in point, at the time of this video, they actually still do, with toys such as the Monpoke series of toys being co-produced by Sega Toys.
Hello, and welcome to Region Locked.
The game we're covering today comes from a company best known as the creators of Pokemon, Game Freak. We've already covered one of their titles on this channel with Mario and Wario, but they had another game for the Super Nintendo that was never published in America. That game is Bushi Seiyuden Futari no Yusha, which roughly translates as Warriors of the Blue Dragon Legend, The Two Heroes. Before talking about why the product never came to the West, let's take a look at the game itself. Published in 1997 by T&E Soft, Game Freak's Bushi Seiyuden is a unique blend of RPG genres. The player takes control of the game's protagonist in a fantasy-themed version of feudal Japan. While out adventuring, the hero encounters a small pink flying monster, Woku. Woku was once a girl, but has been transformed. It's her goal to find a way of reversing this transformation and becoming her true self once again. When the young swordsman's house is destroyed and his sister, Nami, is kidnapped by monsters, he seeks out to rescue her. The game's draw is in its unique gameplay. The player controls the hero through several different perspectives. These include an overhead-style RPG, like that of The Legend of Zelda. From this perspective, you are able to navigate the world, visit towns, cut down grass, discover treasures, and find dungeons. Talking to residents will initiate a first-person perspective, allowing you to look around the environment that surrounds the person you wish to speak with. And finally, entering a battle or dungeon will start a side-scrolling battle phase. While the game appears to be an action game at first glance, this isn't actually the case. Battles are turn-based, and will only continue if the player moves or attacks. But rather than using a typical menu to work through these screens, the hero is actually directly controlled like a typical action game. Battles begin by either attacking an enemy on the overhead perspective, giving the player an advantage over them, or by being ambushed by the enemy, granting them an initial first strike. After a certain period of time, once the player is strong enough, weaker enemies can be wiped out directly from the overhead map. During battles, the player takes control of not only the hero but also Woku. The hero is able to attack using a variety of sword techniques, or he can use a magical shield to defend himself. The shield is also capable of firing a bullet by using some of the player's Kokoro meter, or spirit meter, but it will only deal half of the player's standard damage. Woku is able to assist the player by lifting him into the air for a short distance, allowing him to attack enemies that are out of reach and navigate the stage. Woku can also distract some enemies and prevent them from hitting the protagonist. If knocked out, Woku can be revived after a number of turns or at the end of each fight. She is also capable of attacking enemies directly, although she will also receive damage for every turn that she is attacking. The hero also has an ability known as the Heart Eye, allowing the player to learn more about the strengths of enemies as well as being able to find hidden paths. As the game progresses, the player will learn skills that will help to attack larger quantities of enemies or deal greater damage. The main goal of the game is to destroy the Tower of the Ocean God. The Ocean God was a god that turned evil, creating a tower which connected both heaven and earth. This created a path between the world of gods and the world of men, allowing for demons to invade the planet. To destroy the tower, the player must obtain Magatama. Magatama are small curved beads which were treated as ceremonial and religious symbolic objects in the Kofun period of Japan. Visually, they appear to look similar to one half of the yin-yang symbol. Each battle has a turn limit, indicated at the start of each fight. Winning the battle within the allotted number of turns provides the player with Magatama. The quicker the fight ends, the more Magatama obtained. The most striking part of the game is its art, which is reminiscent of the Pokemon series. This is likely because Bushi Seiyuden released just after the original Pokemon games, and it had Pokemon artists Ken Sugimori and Motofumi Fujiwara work on the title. Alongside them was Pokemon composer Junichi Masuda, who worked on the game's soundtrack. And lastly, the game was designed and conceptualized by Pokemon creator Satoshi Tajiri. The game was originally announced under the name Magatama Densetsu, translated as Magatama Legend, and several magazines claimed that the game was to be published by Enix. It appears at some point during development, Enix dropped out of the contract due to concerns with the title's direction, and so a deal was made with T&E Soft instead. It was also published around the end of the Super Nintendo's relevancy outside of Japan, with the Nintendo 64 having been released around the same time. The game's lack of localization is probably linked to this late publishing date, as support for the Super Nintendo had begun to fizzle out by this point. Being an RPG, the game is also dialogue heavy. This would have increased the cost of translating the game and made the possibility of localization even more remote. It's also worth noting that Pokemon still hadn't reached the West by this point, and Game Freak weren't the internationally recognized developers that they are today. Surprisingly, there is also no fan translation available online at the time of this video going live.